Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 859, Change. Ebner continued pondering for quite a while, but due to the sheer lack of clues, he still couldn't grasp the full picture of the God Casket incident. If this matter weren't so non-urgent, he might have already considered waiting for the cooldown period to end and doing another active prophecy. I still can't control the fate shifts brought about by prophecy, so I should use it as little as possible. After attending Dunn and Daly's wedding this weekend, I can conveniently look for Zio or Hazel to summon a Rhodes and ask some questions. Ebner thought as he lit the paper in his hand. The ritual to summon a Rhodes couldn't be performed too far from its main body without a medium. It was best done in Backlund. I also need to consider which parts of this I should share with Klein. Thankfully, the purification I placed on furs before entering the quiz maze wore off, so Mr. Fool wasn't able to see the latter half of the live broadcast. Otherwise, I'd have to head above the gray fog and help Klein forget certain details. Klein is still maintaining his identity as the Fool. He definitely won't reach out to me directly just yet. After all, I prayed to Mr. Fool for Furz's protection, not to the world. He's more likely to ask about this during next Monday's small meeting after the Tarot Club. As his thoughts turned, Ebner suddenly heard Furz calling out. Thinking something had gone wrong with the previous hypnosis suggestion, he immediately teleported to the underground hot spring. Turns out she had just forgotten to bring clean clothes and was asking Ebner to fetch them for her. Glancing at Furz in her bathrobe, Ebner happily obliged. February 3rd, Thursday. Aboard the Future, Katlia stood alone by the window of the captain's cabin, her black hair simply draped over her back. She occasionally glanced outside while reading a freshly delivered intelligence report. The report detailed how the newly rising adventurer, Gehrman Sparrow, had hunted down the 7,500-pound bounty target, Hawkeye Banshee, Caro, a commander in Vice Admiral Twilight's subfleet, with help from an unknown, winds favored. But Katlia's thoughts clearly weren't on the report. She gazed at the sun gradually sinking toward the ocean's horizon and sighed in disappointment. The Queen ultimately didn't come. On the deck, the robed mage Jane was pacing back and forth. She suddenly sensed her messenger's arrival and quickly accepted the letter from its hands. Noticing since morning that the captain's mood was off, Jane had written to Ebner asking for advice. Now, she finally received his reply. After reading it, Jane murmured with dawning realization, so today is the captain's birthday. No wonder she's acting strange. Is it because the Queen didn't show up? With that in mind, she immediately went to find Frank, who was conducting experiments, and Nina, who was already dead drunk, to prepare an unforgettable birthday celebration for their captain. However, during the preparations, Jane couldn't help but feel a little curious. How did Ebner know today is the captain's birthday? At the same time, in the port of Byam, aboard the White Agate, Captain Ireland looked in surprise as the door to his cabin was slammed open. Kent, what happened? The man was Kent, a liaison from the military who had just met Gehrman the day before through Ireland's introduction. Now, his expression twisted as he demanded, Ireland, what kind of monster did you introduce me to? Gehrman Sparrow? Ireland asked uncertainly. Kent nodded. Do you know? He killed the Hawkeye Banshee today. Right after she secretly entered Byam, he killed her despite being ambushed by several extraordinary pirates, and even retrieved her corpse and brought it to me. He found the whole thing insane. Caro Ivan. Ireland half questioned, half muttered the name. Then, he gave a bitter smile and said, regardless of her strength, that woman's background isn't simple. I recall Vice Admiral Twilight's surname is also Ivan. Kent nodded. Yes. From what I know, Caro is Vice Admiral Twilight's niece. There's no way he'll let this slide. Looks like we need to report this to the higher-ups. Ireland sighed. Exactly. Kent had been waiting for that response. Later, in a garden house near the Byam governor's mansion, Ireland and Kent sat in an elegantly decorated parlor, awaiting a response from a certain big shot. After some time, a middle-aged man with black hair and blue eyes descended the staircase, accompanied by a beautiful woman in loungewear. They were none other than Admiral of the Navy Amirius Revolt and his mistress, Miss Cynthia. Under normal circumstances, this admiral wouldn't bring his mistress to business meetings, but since he was about to leave Byam and return to Backlund, he no longer cared for appearances. After all, a demigod had every right to act willfully. As long as he didn't commit treason or serious misconduct, no one would hold his rule-breaking against him. After casually sitting down on the sofa, Amiria said to the two, I'll be stepping down soon. You're better off waiting for orders from the next admiral. As for my personal advice, Since that adventurer currently shows no hostility, stick to the agreement and continue cooperating, but keep your guard up. As for Vice Admiral Twilight, you don't need to worry about retaliation anytime soon. Yes, Admiral. Though he called it advice, neither Ireland nor us Kent dared defy a demigod's words. They promptly agreed and sighed in relief. Just as they were about to leave, Amirius casually asked, any updates on the reward for resolving the illnesses caused by the Astral Order's corruption? This question was mainly directed at us. None yet. Biom's pharmacists are either clueless or their solutions are too costly to implement. Us answered respectfully. Amirius glanced at Cynthia and nodded thoughtfully. I see. Then bring me all the impractical solutions first. Yes, sir. Stone City, capital of Eastchester County. Audrey listened quietly to a noblewoman speak, occasionally responding with encouragement and gentle advice. Miss Audrey, you're truly an angel. Talking to you makes me feel so much better. As the conversation ended, the noblewoman gave heartfelt praise. At that moment, Audrey spotted a female priest from the Church of the Evernight enter. She smiled softly and went over to greet her. This priest appeared to be an ordinary proselytizer, but was actually a secret member of the Psychology Alchemists. Miss Audrey, the hypnotist potion formula has reached me, but you'll need to offer sufficient contributions to obtain it, the priest said softly when no one was paying attention. Audrey's eyes sparkled slightly, and she smiled. No problem. Miss Smin, I happen to have an interesting discovery. I wonder if it counts as a contribution. Miss Smin looked around, then asked curiously, what discovery? A high elf's dream, Audrey replied with a smile. Sorting through a century of folklore was too troublesome for her, so she decided to rely on the Psychology Alchemists. This had already received Mr. Fool's and Mr. Tower's approval. Trier, Intis. Gutton Manor. Ebner looked at Vice Admiral of Ailment Tracy, now bound by his sealing powers and beginning to regain use of her extraordinary abilities. He nodded in satisfaction and thought. Her recovery is progressing well. Looks like this tailored secret technique is up to the standards for offering to the Biome authorities. Once successful, I should receive a good reward. End of chapter. Chapter 860, An Overworked Ebner. While Ebner was deep in thought, Tracy sat quietly to the side. Earlier, when she had just regained some of her strength, she had considered using her Beyonder powers to turn the tables and reclaim Helene. But she quickly realized that besides instigation, her core abilities as a demoness, such as spider silk, disease, black flame, and cold, were all unusable in this room. When she tried to leave, she was imprisoned by a mysterious force, unable to move even an inch. And instigation was completely useless against the men in front of her. In fact, every time she tried to instigate him, she would be charmed in return, forcing her to do incredibly embarrassing things that would be recorded and shown to Helene. In Tracy's eyes, Ebner had become the personification of a demon. She had also come to the profound realization that even if she weren't injured, she was still no match for the hero detective. How can there be a sequence 5 of this caliber? As Tracy was feeling utterly miserable, she heard Ebner say in a rather satisfied tone, "You've recovered very well. You'll be fully healed by the weekend at the latest, and then you can go back to being your Vice Admiral of Ailment." Tracy's heart skipped a beat, and she asked in surprise, "You're willing to let me go? You're of no use to me if I keep you, so why wouldn't I?" Ebner countered with a smile. Tracy suddenly let out a low laugh and said, "Aren't you afraid that after I leave, I'll rally my people and capture Helene again? First, Helene will soon become a Sequence 6 conspirer. As long as she has a powerful sealed artifact, you might not have the advantage fighting her in Trier. Second, you probably don't know this yet, but someone used your identity to infiltrate the Biome governor's manor and sabotage the Celestial Sex Plan, which was also a slap in the face to the lone government. And you were already wanted by the lone royal family for assassinating the prince, and then you betrayed your organization and are being hunted by your mother's people. In short, the lone military, the Church of the Storms, the Rose School of Thought, and the Demoness sect are all looking for you now. You'd better take advantage of your current safety and think about how to deal with all these problems." With every sentence Ebner spoke, Tracy's mouth opened a little wider. After a long moment, she let out a self-deprecating chuckle. "So that's it. More things have been pinned on me, huh? I've gotten used to it over the past 6 months. Ever since that pirate gathering, almost nothing good has happened. Hey, as Emperor Roselle would say, when you have too many debts, you don't need to worry anymore. After all, there's not a single faction I can handle right now." After saying this, she couldn't help but curse, "I wonder what bastard keeps pinning all the crimes on me. The one using you as a scapegoat is either Mr. Fool himself or his blessed ones. You're practically Klein's dedicated scapegoat, no wonder he couldn't bear to hunt you. In comparison, my role as a professional credit taker is much easier to accept." Ebner's expression was odd as he finished Tracy's physical examination. He was about to leave the room, but Tracy called out to him again. She requested a little awkwardly, "Can you find a high-ranking member of the Demonist sect and inform them that my mother might be controlled?" She seemed reluctant to ask Ebner for a favor, but she had no other choice. Ebner paused, turned back, and shook his head slightly. "In fact, Helene mentioned this to me, and I've already had someone inform the Red Saintess about the situation. But unfortunately, your sect hasn't found anything wrong with the White Saintess." He had given the information to the former pope, who was now inhabiting Ciro Delian's destiny, as soon as he learned that the Red Saintess was also the leader of the Men in Black. This wasn't too out of place, since the envoy Owen was also a member of the Delian family. How can that be? Tracy was stunned by the news, feeling a sense of helplessness for the first time. She had always thought she didn't need to rely on her mother anymore, and had even gone against her on small things. But now, she profoundly felt how difficult things were without her mother's support. Ebner didn't continue to pay attention to her. He opened the door and left the bedroom, entering the living room where Klausvia was already waiting. "Your Solar High Priest, Beyonder characteristic has been sold. Just as you expected, Johansson of the Fry family lost face while bidding against members of the Delian family's church faction, and now he resents them. And because of the two families' irrational bidding, the final price for your characteristic was as high as 5,400 fells. 5,400 fells. That's 3,600 pounds. For a Sequence 7 Beyonder characteristic, that was indeed a very high price. Normally, it would be between 1,800 and 2,000 pounds. After a few mutters to himself, Ebner nodded. "Tomorrow, I'll arrange for a member of the Delian family to snatch up the Suetbank shares that Johansson was supposed to buy. From there, you can instigate him to say some things against the Delian family in public." "Instigate?" Klausvia asked with a smile. "Aren't you afraid the Eternal Blazing Sun Church will find traces of Beyonder powers at play? He's just expressing some opinions, not taking any specific action. No one will suspect his behavior. After all, he did get a raw deal from the Delian family, and it's normal for a young man to complain a bit," Ebner said, full of confidence. Then he added meaningfully, "And even if they do find something, it's a problem of sloth, so that psychological alchemists will take the blame. Those two families are really unlucky to have crossed you." Klausvia sighed. This method of slowly building up conflict from small incidents, then suddenly detonating it when it reaches a certain point, was the most terrifying. It often made people overlook the possible conspiracy behind it, especially when the hero detective himself had powerful anti-divination and anti-tracking abilities, making it even harder to detect. These are just insignificant little tricks. The truly powerful one is the person who stands on the cusp of historical change. Ebner internally lamented before he and Klausvia discussed the details of some future plans. After arranging Klausvia's work and listening to Helene's report on the progress of the film company after she returned, he finally took a carriage to the Surrey family's manor to attend the ball hosted by Fanny's father. It wasn't until Ebner had rejected invitations from several socialites who sought out the new tycoon and took a walk in the garden with Fanny that he finally got some peace. There's been so much going on lately. Ebner couldn't help but sigh. The days of spending entire days reading and sipping tea were gone for good. "Isn't that because you're the one who keeps taking on so much?" Fanny teased, holding his arm. "I'm doing this for the sake of acting and the subsequent potion ingredients." Ebner sighed, helpless. Fanny was silent for a few seconds before she advised him, "You're already advancing so fast, there's no need to rush. You're only 19, you have plenty of time. I can wait, but some things and some people can't. I must become a demigod as soon as possible to know the truth and take the initiative." He finished the thought in his heart but didn't voice it, instead changing the subject. "By the way, how's the start of your political career going? With the briber ability, it should be easy to fit in, right?" At that, Fanny gave him a look and scoffed, "You're talking about business at a place like this." Despite her words, Fanny did briefly talk about her week-long experience in politics. She felt that if she had entered this profession earlier, the barbarian potion would have probably been digested by now, because members of parliament would often get into fistfights when they couldn't convince each other on certain bills. Ebner listened, and his mood brightened a lot. He suddenly felt thirsty and wanted to take Fanny back to the ball for a drink. But he was stopped by Fanny. "If you go back now, your reputation will get really bad. So we should wait a bit," Fanny said, her eyes darting around. "Why?" Ebner asked, puzzled. "Because, it's too soon. People will suspect you. It's just not right," Fanny answered, blushing and stammering. Chapter 861, The Wedding. Hearing Fanny's explanation, Ebner was left speechless. He'd never expected something like this could even damage one's reputation. But compared to normal reputational concerns in loan, this type of reputation clearly mattered more to him. So he obediently gave up the idea of returning to the ballroom immediately and lingered in the garden's secluded corner with Fanny a while longer. About half an hour later, he finally escorted her back into the main ballroom, only to run into a man and a woman walking out, arm in arm, just as they reached the door. The lady appeared to be in her 30s, with attractive features and a curvy figure. She wore a relatively conservative green gown that only bared her shoulders, and around her fair neck hung a necklace adorned with various tiny gears. Bishop Therese, Fanny curtsied at the sight of her. Having decided to pursue a political career, she had memorized the appearances of many prominent trier figures over the past week. Bishop Mary Therese was one of them. After the greeting, Fanny exchanged a few pleasantries but, noticing that the bishop and her male companion seemed eager to leave, tactfully stepped aside to let them pass. Once the pair had entered the garden, Fanny leaned in and whispered to Ebner, "That woman is Mary Therese, a bishop of the Church of Steam. Though only mid-sequence, she's very well respected among the public and has a great reputation. She's one of our Surrey family's most important allies." Bishop Therese. I remember someone from the machinery hive mind mentioned her when I was investigating Mr. Wolfe in prison. Said she was incredibly kind. That thought crossed his mind, but Ebner's attention was focused more on the men beside the bishop. Even though the men had altered his appearance, Ebner still recognized him from his aura. It was the prophet, Taylor, who had once entered the first level of the Dream Labyrinth Tower with him. What's he doing in Trier? Isn't there still a bounty on his head from the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun? And he dares show up at a ball. Wait, back in the Hall of Honesty, his dear friends listed include Mary Therese. So, this is him meeting up with an old flame. Puzzled, Ebner followed Fanny back onto the dance floor while using the scholarly exchange ritual to initiate a mental meeting with Taylor. Taylor quickly accepted the incoming knowledge, allowing Ebner to enter his learning space. Standing within what had grown into a full-blown library, Ebner couldn't help but remark, as expected of a demigod. Then he greeted Taylor and asked half-jokingly, "I'm not interrupting you and the lady, am I?" Once a reader reaches the demigod stage, multitasking becomes second nature, Taylor replied with a smile. So, multithreading. I could do that too using the Eye of Pure White. But if I activate that here, this Surrey ball might become a crime scene. Just as Ebner finished that internal grumble, Taylor added, "This ritual is quite handy. I might just redeem it from the Tower of Wisdom and learn it myself." After a short pause, he continued, "By the way, honored follower, I actually had something I needed your help with." Ebner was momentarily surprised. He had assumed Taylor was a helper sent by Dragon 25. But now it seemed that wasn't the case. "What is it?" Ebner asked cautiously. "My current task requires a high-sequence sealed artifact from the Seer Path. I foresaw that you might be the one who can help," Taylor said directly. "I also know you've recently been buying up newspapers. If you could lend me that artifact for a while, I'd be willing to transfer half the shares of the Lane Report to you." "The Lane Report? Young Mr. Wolfe sold his inherited shares to you?" Ebner asked in surprise. He had heard a few days ago that Wolfe had sold his shares, and had felt slightly guilty about letting down that lion. After all, Leon treasured the Lane Report the most. He hadn't expected the situation to turn around like this. As for the sealed artifact with the Trickmaster characteristic, he didn't have much personal use for it. Renting it out wouldn't interfere with his plan to eventually sell it to Klein. Thinking that through, Ebner nodded in agreement. He didn't ask what exactly Taylor had been tasked with. But privately, he did have a few guesses. Now that Zeradal's dead for good, maybe 2-5 Dragon is trying to squeeze some benefit from the secret order. On the weekend, at St. Samuel Cathedral in Backlund, a wedding was taking place. Captain Dunn, now disguised as the wealthy merchant Dwayne Dantes, stood at the altar in a sharp tuxedo, nervously adjusting his bow tie again and again. In a corner of the church, Leonard, the black-haired, green-eyed poet, gazed at him for a long while before looking away. He muttered under his breath, "So that's how it is. Those eyes really do look like the captain's. No wonder Daly's marrying him. She must be treating this Dantes fellow as a stand-in. Poor guy. Looks like he'll spend the rest of his life living in the captain's shadow." But either way, he did help Daly walk out of her pain. For that alone, we Nighthawks owe him. Hopefully, once I kill Ince and avenge the captain, Daly will be able to fully accept him. Just then, a faint scoff seemed to echo in Leonard's ears, but it vanished quickly. "Old man. Was that you?" Leonard asked, but didn't hear Palez respond. He assumed he had misheard. What he didn't know was that the reason Dunn was distracted at the altar was because he had sensed Leonard and was using that to take his mind off his own nerves. Still as lazy and laid back as ever. Even red glove training couldn't beat that habit out of him. Dunn smirked slightly and then recalled old Neil and Klein, who had died at the Blackthorn Security Company. He couldn't help but think. Old Neil, Klein. Back then, you two kept trying to match Daly and me up. Now, she and I are getting married. In the goddess's kingdom, you'll bless us too, won't you? At the same time, above the grey fog, Klein silently observed the entire scene through misjudgment, who had attended as a guest. "Captain, I bless you and Miss Daly. May your love stay true forever," he said softly. As for Ebner, even though he was sure not using the eye of pure white would prevent any incident, he still chose not to attend in person. Better safe than sorry. If something happened at their wedding because of him, he'd regret it for the rest of his life. So instead, he waited quietly at a nearby cafe for the ceremony to conclude. Soon, cheerful and festive music rang out from the cathedral, gradually taking on a sacred tone. Then, Miss Daly entered from the doorway in a white wedding gown, accompanied by Bishop Electra. Step by step, she walked down the aisle toward the altar. Her family had perished long ago in the incident that made her a corpse collector, so as a nighthawk, she had asked an elder bishop to stand in for family. When Dunn saw his beloved walking toward him in her gown, he couldn't stop himself from smiling. This was his wedding. Above the gray fog, Klein leaned back slightly and lowered his head. "It's the first time I've seen the captain smile like that." In a far corner, Leonard muttered, "He's grinning dumber than a curly-haired baboon." Inside the church, after Daly was escorted to the altar by Bishop Electra, she gave Dunn a slight curtsy before turning to face the sacred emblem and the priest. Dunn bowed in return and followed suit. The priest began. "Under the gaze of the merciful goddess, I now bear witness to this sacred union. Praise the goddess." All believers of the Evernight goddess present raised their right hands and tapped their chests 4 times clockwise, forming a crimson symbol. Klein, too, followed along above the gray fog. When the congregation quieted, the priest turned to the bride and asked, "Miss Daly Simone, do you take this man beside you as your husband, to enter into a marriage covenant? Do you vow to love, respect, accompany, and care for him, through poverty and wealth, in sickness and health, until the end of life?" Daly instinctively touched her stomach, then looked at the holy symbol of the Evernight goddess and solemnly nodded. "I do." Dunn's deep eyes softened. He looked at Daly, about to become his wife, as if trying to etch her into his very bones. Then the priest turned to him and asked, "Mr. Dwayne Dantes, do you take this woman beside you as your wife, to enter into a marriage covenant? Do you vow to love, respect, accompany, and care for her, through poverty and wealth, in sickness and health, until the end of life?" "I do." Dunn responded without hesitation. When the priest officially pronounced them husband and wife, Daly boldly lifted her gown, stepped forward, rose on tiptoe, and kissed Dunn fiercely on the lips. The guests stood up and applauded. "I finally became your wife. My dear Mr. Dunn Smith. The only light in my life." A tear slipped from the corner of Daly's eye. Outside the church, Ebner, faintly hearing the cheers of the crowd, whispered to himself, "This might be the most fulfilling change my transmigration has brought about so far. It's wonderful. This time, you didn't miss each other. This time, you both reached for each other's light. So the beautiful dream was real after all." End of chapter. Chapter 862, Another Tarot Gathering. In a standalone 2-story house in Backlund, Zio Dericha, her features noticeably more defined, placed a mirror atop the altar and began chanting incantations to initiate the ritual. After Dunn and Daly's wedding concluded, she had brought Ebner, who'd been waiting outside the church, back to a safe house she had prepared in advance. At his request, she began summoning a Rhodes. Zaya was no longer overly worried about the ritual's side effects. After all, Ebner already knew nearly all her secrets, there was nothing left to embarrass her with. But to their surprise, the ritual failed. A Rhodes did not descend into the mirror on the altar. "What's going on? I don't think I made any mistakes." Zio tried a few more times with no result, finally frowning. "It's not your fault, it just doesn't want to come," Ebner said, seemingly having guessed the reason. "Doesn't want to come?" Zio turned to him, confused. "There are a few possibilities. First, we're too familiar, it might think there's no amusement to be had, so it refuses. Second, it may already know what I intend to ask but either doesn't know the answer or doesn't dare to speak it, so it deliberately avoids us. Third, it could be wary of the fool behind us, though that's unlikely. After all, it's responded to you and furs before." Ebner listed his guesses one by one, then sighed. He personally leaned toward the second, that the bootlicker mirror probably didn't know much either. After all, the special souls in the god casket were all tied to the Spherote, even Lilith didn't know the details and had sent him to investigate. Even if a Rhodes possessed insight or even the all-seeing eye, at most it might know a few fragments. As for the survivors of the experiment 11 years ago, a Rhodes likely knew something, but judging from how Bianca and Abby weren't being treated as especially important, the experiment had probably been a failure. Uncovering the truth of the experiment, gathering the 5 survivors, and reconstructing the hidden ritual might not yield practical results, but a clue is a clue, and worth tracking down. Klein is very interested in the experiment as well. "Since a Rhodes refuses to answer me, I'll have the fool interrogated directly." Having come to this conclusion, Ebner gave up on shortcuts and returned to his original plan, investigating from multiple angles: the Queen of Calamity, the Delian family, the sea monsters, and the surviving test subjects. Of those, the Delian family is key. They're tied both to Lilith's short-term goals and the long-term God Casket mission. They're the priority. I need to bring about their downfall quickly and put Sayo in power. Only then can I uncover the secrets they're hiding. While thinking through this, Ebner helped Zayo pack up the ritual supplies. Then the two casually began chatting about recent events. Ebner glossed over the unique customs at the Intis Ball and focused on the political scene in Trier and the expedition with furs to the ruins in Burney. Of course, Roselle's notes were only briefly mentioned and not discussed in detail. After hearing it all, Zayo couldn't help but feel Ebner was constantly caught up in major events. Even though he always turned them into advantages, the more mature and worldly Zayo still felt a pang of worry. Being chased by fate like that wasn't something most could bear. She understood the feeling. Years ago, while fleeing with her mother and brother from the military, she too had felt such pressure, where even pausing for a moment risked capture. But Ebner's burdens were surely heavier. To be noticed by gods, multiple gods at once, that kind of pressure was unimaginable. But I'm still too weak. I can't share that burden. I still have to rely on him. Even though she was nearly finished digesting the judge potion, Zayo still felt this frustration. Still, she reminded herself that her progress had been remarkably fast. Half a year ago, she would never have imagined she'd be close to Sequence 5. Suppressing her momentary discouragement, Zayo composed herself and began talking about the events of the past month in Backlund, like the rollout of new air pollution laws, legislation on minimum benefits and work hours, and the rise of the film company. Especially the last one. As free church-run schools spread, more cinemas were being built. Many businessmen and entrepreneurs, seeing the opportunity, had purchased projector and camera patents and started their own film companies. But Bryan Film Company, having prepared a batch of quality films ahead of time, had gained a dominant position in the current wave of competition. The silent comedies you suggested are incredibly popular with the working class. These days, even factory workers are willing to spend a few pence to take their families to the cinema on weekends. It's become a trend in Backlund, and it's starting to spread to surrounding cities. As for the sound films targeted at nobles and the wealthy, they're mostly adaptations of Roselle's novels or reshoots of famous operas. The response has been great. After all, even the best opera stages can't compete with location shoots. There have also been quite a few nobles and business owners trying to buy into our company, but Her Highness Vera has blocked them all. Here, Zayo sighed. Once the theater chains are built out nationwide, every successful film will bring in massive profits. No wonder people are jealous. But the other companies will catch up eventually. Our head start won't last forever. Ebner didn't mind. More competition will only make the industry flourish. Privately, he thought, with my insight and ahead of the time's knowledge, unless Klein joins the fray, our lead should hold for years. And a few years from now, I won't need this film company anymore. Thanks to Helene's hard work, Intis is nearly caught up too. Once the film industries in both countries are established, we can roll out to Fanepotter, then the three kingdoms of Mason, Seeger, and Lenberg. We'll have the Countess help open the market in Fasak, the Church of the Mother Earth promote in Fanepotter, and the Church of Knowledge assist in the Ronberg trio. That'll ensure our assets stay protected. TSK. Only now that I've laid it out do I realize, these days, I seem to have influence in nearly every country on the northern continent. I may not yet reach the top levels of power, but if I pulled all my strings, my influence wouldn't be small. Monday afternoon, above the gray fog. Klein rested his elbows on the armrests, fingers interlaced, as he watched beams of crimson light flash and fade into indistinct silhouettes. Then, he saw Miss Justice lead the group in standing up and cheerfully greet him. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool." The hermit, Katlia, who had just come off a rather memorable birthday, looked calm on the outside, but her spirit seemed a bit dazed. Only when she saw Miss Justice and Miss Judgment each pull out a Roselle diary page, one repaying a debt, one earning credit, did she return to her senses. She cautiously glanced at the fool, only able to make out his robe-like form through the fog. Her deep violet pupils reflected only the vague silhouette of his manifest clothing. Klein held the 3 diary pages but didn't rush to read them. After so many private meetings with Mr. Tower and learning all kinds of secrets, he felt nothing Roselle wrote could shock him anymore. Unless, of course, he really was turned into a woman temporarily, like that figure on the Demonis card, by some strange blessing. Klein chuckled to himself and scanned the bronze table. The hermit looks drained. Her curiosity seems different from the others, she appears to care deeply about the diary. He took mental note, then casually turned his attention to the first yellowed parchment from Miss Judgment. September 1st, inspired by the humiliating experience of being cursed into a woman for a day, I've created a magical item with transformation powers, magic wand. It's a semi-divine item, very powerful. The only drawback is that it must be used by a man, and using it turns you into a magical girl. January 3rd, I've sent Count White Maple to search for the last trait of the sequence-breaking prince. For his safety, I gave him the magic wand. End of chapter. Chapter 863, The Weary Catlia. Leaning back against the high-back chair, Ebner secretly glanced at the fool at the head of the table, wondering about his reaction upon seeing the page of diary Zio had submitted. Speaking of which, he had already read the page at Zio's place yesterday, and at the time he had suddenly understood. No wonder Roselle had put the knowledge of creating the magic wand inside the dream labyrinth tower for someone like Mr. Gaston, a tower climber, to obtain. It turned out that after enjoying himself, he wanted to give back to society. I wonder if the Emperor's Deluxe Edition magic wand that was bestowed upon Earl White Maple was passed on to the King of the Five Seas. Could Nast really have such an open mind about magic wands? Otherwise, why would his subordinates keep placing orders one after another? I had just returned to Backlund yesterday when I received a telegram from Mr. Gaston requesting materials for purchase. While Ebner was musing, Klein was also struck by a sudden realization. No wonder when my spirit body used the Demonis card to go out, I encountered the Black Emperor. Was Nast using a magic wand at the time? And to be able to trick Roselle, and with the leisure to do it so thoroughly, 8 or 9 times out of 10, it had to be Lubo. Unfortunately, these two diary entries were obviously disconnected, so he couldn't tell exactly what had happened before and after. At that moment, Klein was inexplicably reminded of those incomplete cut videos he had seen on certain websites in his previous life. With a faint sense of regret, he turned to the second page, which was the first page submitted by Miss Justice. This one mainly described how Roselle had found a sense of belonging in his eldest daughter, Bernadette. He no longer felt like he was playing an RPG game as before, and believed he had matured somewhat because of his paternal love. No children, so no way to experience that feeling, not even a girlfriend. But the mindset mentioned in this diary, I must be wary of. It didn't exist before, but that doesn't mean it won't appear in the future. Moreover, Mr. Tower had also told me that when he first crossed over. It should be when he first crossed over this time, he also had a similar feeling, until he met Miss Zio and became friends, which gave him a sense of reality about this world. By contrast, I had been dragged into supernatural events from the very beginning, with death a constant possibility, so I never developed such a detached mentality. And whether it was Benson, Melissa, the captain, my colleagues, or later Sharon and the other Tarot Club members, they all made me bear a certain responsibility. That was also a kind of belonging. So this was the humanity that demigods valued so much. But no matter what, I still wanted to go home. Klein sighed silently and turned to the third diary page. This one was short, mainly describing how Roselle, having just become an artisan, recreated a mysterious silver medallion suspected of having caused his transmigration. But after activating it, all he saw was endless grayish-white fog. Other than that, nothing happened. Grayish-white fog. There's a boundless sea of gray mist right beneath my feet. It seems that, just as Mr. Tower said, my transmigration, Roselle's, and even the goddess's transmigration are all connected to this mysterious space. But why can I enter while Roselle cannot? From the final diary entries of Roselle's life, he clearly never unlocked the medallion's secret. Otherwise, in his most desperate, most insane moments, he wouldn't have failed to think of this place, nor failed to use it as a lifeline. Is it because his pathway was wrong? Only the bizarre pathway can enter. That's right, Roselle once regretted not choosing apprentice or seer. Klein lifted his head, gazing toward the outside of the ancient palace. He remembered that deep within this mysterious space was a staircase of light leading to something like heaven, vaguely corresponding to his own sequence. The staircase seemed built for giants, its destination a layer of gray-white mist floating in midair, as if supporting something. Could the secret of both Roselle's and my transmigration be hidden there? Mr. Tower should know the reason, perhaps even the reason for the ancient sun god's transmigration. But based on my earlier probes, he won't tell me now. Just like I won't tell a demigod that Rhine, Vicente, Alwyn, Dennett, and other transmigrators are actually Lubo. At the very least, one must be a demigod to know. Sighing inwardly, Klein made the diary vanish from his hand, leaned back, and said in a calm tone, "You may begin." As soon as he finished speaking, the magician turned toward the hanged man opposite her. "I've obtained the forehead eyeball of the three-eyed Thunderbird. How long do you need me to keep it?" In fact, still traveling, First didn't dare keep such a precious material with her, so she had spent her accumulated contributions to offer it to Mr. Fool for safekeeping. It was now lying in a pile of miscellaneous items. Previously, Alger had cooperated with Klein to kill the squadron commander of Vice Admiral of Twilight's fleet, Carol. Although the bounty and beyonder characteristic had gone to Gehrman, Alger still received a decent extraordinary item. He planned to wait until the attention died down before selling it, and during that time quietly make 1 or 2 more scores, which should barely allow him to scrape together £7,000. As for why he didn't sell it in the Tarot Club, before the hermit joined, he might have considered it. But now, selling Carol's item here would be equivalent to revealing the world's identity to the Admiral of the Stars, which would in turn endanger his own identity. And he didn't trust her. After some calculation, Alger requested, "Can you give me 5 to 6 weeks?" "Sure." Furs agreed without hesitation. The traveling circus she was with would take about 2 more months to return to Backlund, so as long as it was before then, there would be no problem. She didn't need to buy anything right now anyway. "Thanks." The hanged man let out a breath, then looked around and asked, "Does anyone know the whereabouts of Vice Admiral of Ailment Tracy? If you have concrete information, I can offer a satisfactory price." After all, the church would reimburse him. He muttered inwardly, while keeping his eyes straight but his attention fixed on the world. In his view, the world was definitely connected to Tracy. The world. Klein quickly noticed the hanged man's intentions, feeling a little speechless. "Why are you looking at me?" asked Mr. Tower. Meanwhile, Ebner was thinking to himself, "I do know, she's lying right in the bedroom of my estate. But I can't just expose myself, can I? Quite a few forces have been looking for Vice Admiral of Ailment Tracy recently. Which side does the hanged man represent? Not the Rose School or the Demonist sect, so that means the Lone Military or the Church of the Storm. From his previous behavior, the latter seems more likely." The hermit, Katlia, instantly had several guesses and gave a slight nod. "I can help you keep an eye out." Although it wasn't the world or Tower who answered, Alger still felt a stir in his heart and smoothly asked, "Madam, how much remuneration do you require, or is there something specific you want? I can start gathering clues in advance to trade later." "What do I want?" Katlia gave a faint chuckle inwardly, noticing the subtle probing hidden in the hanged man's seemingly normal question. After all, where there's a need, there's a lead. Since she lacked neither formulas nor materials, she directly made a request for a demigod-level extraordinary item, intending to irritate the hanged man to confirm his identity. But to her surprise, the hanged man politely responded. Very deep, not easily angered. "This doesn't quite match the general style of the Church of the Storm. Perhaps he's an outlier within the church." Such people weren't many, but not rare either. Every pathway had its share of oddities, and her ship had even more of them. Thinking of the ghost parade cake battle at her last birthday, and how it had taken 3 full days to clean every bit of cream off the future, the hermit Katlia felt weary and chose not to continue probing. The hanged man scanned the table again, and seeing that the world truly had no intention of speaking, he leaned back in his chair. With their exchange over, no one else brought up any trade requests. Most had already secured follow-up formulas and materials, or were low on funds, forcing them to suppress the urge to shop. Sure enough, as everyone gradually moved beyond the low sequences, promotions slowed, and trade frequency dropped sharply. Where once there might have been 1 or 2 trades a week, now it might be every 2 or 3 weeks, and in the future perhaps every 3 or 4 months. The fool Klein gave a slight nod, uncertain if this was good or bad, and gestured for them to converse freely. This time, the son spoke first, sharing how the chief had taken the young boy Jack on an exploration of the outside world, but their path had been blocked by the power of the true creator, forcing them to retreat. "The chief told me that next time, he plans to take Elder Lovia and me along. Is this the balance you, Mr. Tower, Mr. World, and Mr. Hangman, talked about?" The son Derek asked earnestly, looking toward the 3 men he had named. To be able to ask such a question, the son has grown. But the situation in Silver City is already very different from the original. Without the ability to observe in person, and unable to divine for now, I can't accurately gauge the 6-person council's intentions. Best to let an old fox like the hanged man handle this. Ebner didn't reply, leaving Alger to act. Soon, under the hanged man's guidance, the son Derek nodded as if enlightened. "Mr. Hangman, thank you for your help." As things were wrapping up, the hermit Katlia cautiously asked about the Amon mentioned earlier in their conversation, and was shocked to learn from others the meaning of King of Angels. She was about to share the name Adam, the Creator's son she knew of, but Ebner interrupted. "It's best not to casually say the name of the Angel of Imagination. Whatever is spoken will be known. Whatever is spoken will be known." This familiar phrase instantly reminded the other members of the mysterious organization Mr. Tower had mentioned before, one that influenced the course of the age from the shadows and had planned the Duke assassination case. Justice Audrey even knew the organization's name, the Twilight Hermit Order. It now seemed likely that the organization was founded by Amon's elder brother, the Creator's son. And, Angel of Imagination, so now they knew another King of Angels title. At this moment, Katlia was thinking, Red Angel, Angel of Destiny, Angel of Time, Angel of Imagination. You've already got 4 of the 8 Kings of Angels. And I only just learned about this title today. Her expression grew pensive, and she didn't ask further. Just then, Justice Audrey asked worriedly, will it be a problem for the hermit to know the name of the Angel of Imagination? The hermit, Katlia, gave a soft hum. Don't worry. While few know of that being in the real world, it's not that rare. I've mentioned his name on many occasions. As long as the surrounding words don't touch on secrets, I believe he would at most glance at you and then look away. That's because you're a mystery prior, pursued by knowledge. It's perfectly normal for you to know him. But for others to learn his name and say it out loud without reason would likely arouse suspicion. Ebner paused here, glancing at the others, then added, though it's unlikely he would actually act. Unlikely to act, because of Mr. Fool. The others listened to Ebner's words and nodded thoughtfully. The hermit looked at Ebner in surprise with her deep violet eyes, confirming she didn't recognize him. But how does he know I'm a mystery prior pathway beyonder? And he even seems to have identified me. Katlia's gaze lingered on Ebner for a long while but found nothing. After that topic, the world privately chatted with the moon for a moment, and the tarot club came to an end. Soon, Mr. Fool announced the meeting's conclusion amid the members' salutes and farewells. As everyone vanished into crimson light, only Klein and Ebner were left above the grey mist. No, to be precise, 2 people and 1 puppet. End of chapter. Chapter 864, Ebner's Mistake. According to the usual procedure before the end of the gathering, Ebner first rose with the world to salute and respectfully see Mr. Fool off. Only then did he give Klein a brief report on his research into Bianca, finally concluding, in short, I discovered a hidden ritual on her, though it's incomplete. I fear it will take gathering the 5 survivors from that experiment 11 years ago to successfully decipher it. Klein listened attentively, then said thoughtfully, among those survivors, the ones I can confirm are Bianca, Abby, and, Admiral of the White, Maria. I wrote to Maria before to confirm it. She couldn't recall the exact details but readily admitted she had indeed participated in an experiment 11 years ago. However, her survival wasn't due to luck, she was special to begin with and had the protection of her elders. Considering the Admiral of the White Saber is directly related to Roselle, your guess is probably correct. It's highly likely Roselle was one of the masterminds behind that experiment. Ebner thought for a moment before asking, did she say what made her special? No. Klein shook his head. Although she's rather friendly towards me, we're not close enough for me to pry. So that's how it is. Seems I'll still need to find a chance to research her personally. Ebner muttered inwardly before saying, in fact, I have a lead on the 4th survivor, the one recorded in Abby's diary, Miss Lofia, who could restore damaged items. She's very likely the Lady D of the Aurora Order, stationed on Corsica. That bit of intelligence had been inadvertently revealed in a letter Jane sent to him. Corsica. Klein repeated the name with an odd look. As you guessed, it's a name taken by Huang Tao. Hey, it seems that although he calls himself Caesar, deep down he wants to be Napoleon. Ebner quipped, then added seriously, as for the 5th survivor, I have no leads at all, so I was hoping you could ask Rhodes, it's no longer responding to my mystical summons. I only just summoned it recently using the radio transceiver. The next opportunity might take some time. Klein didn't refuse, but since the transceiver wasn't yet pickled enough, there was nothing he could do for now. That's fine, this isn't urgent. I can use the time to track down the other survivors first. Ebner paused, then asked, any news of Abby from the Church of the Celestial? No, but Maria speculated in her letter that she'd mingled with members of the Demonist sect, and that she's most likely aboard the Black Death right now, Klein replied calmly. The Black Death. Maybe I should send Tracy back, let her act as bait to lure Abby out. Ebner's mind instinctively began weaving plots. At this point, seeing that the topic of the experiment survivors was over, Klein asked his own question. Ebner, do you know what's parasitizing Leonard? Ebner came back to himself, thought of the private chat between the world and the moon during the tarot club, and smiled. You must have already asked Rhodes, right? That self-styled protagonist has an angel of the thief pathway in him. So you do know. Klein exhaled, then continued, Rhodes told me Leonard is parasitized by an angel from the Zoroast family. In the second epoch of darkness, angels could bear divine names and serve as subordinates to the ancient gods. None of them were simple beings. I don't know if Leonard will eventually become a victim of the angel within him, so I had the moon test him under the pretense of buying a thief pathway mystical item. From the moon's feedback, Leonard is aware of the old man inside him, but he can't tell whether the latter understands the danger. No wonder he's always felt like the protagonist of a drama, the special one, and was willing to help me keep secrets back then. After speaking at length, Klein finally returned to the main point. What do you think of that angel from the Zoroast family? You really go to great lengths for Leonard. Ebner mocked inwardly but outwardly pretended to ponder for a few seconds before saying, Pallas Zoroast isn't in great shape. He's parasitizing Leonard mainly to hide from Amon. As far as I know, his temperament is decent, and he's maintained much of his humanity. He likely won't truly take over Leonard's body. Once the parasitism ends, at most he'll take a few years of Leonard's life. So that's it, the old man's name is Pallas. Klein nodded thoughtfully, then asked instinctively, why take a few years of his life? For a thief, might as well, wouldn't you agree? Ebner winked. Might as well, a thief never leaves empty-handed, huh? Klein was speechless for a moment, then chuckled. So Leonard isn't really in danger. You can ask other angels you know. Most of them will have heard of Palez. After all, the circle of angels is rather small. Ebner shrugged, then changed his tone. But it's not absolutely safe. Trust in the power of the gods, but don't trust in their mercy. That applies to angels just as it does to gods. As you said, angels were once called subdeities in the second epoch. So, the best approach is still to find Leonard a backer to deter Palez, so he won't give up Leonard's life so easily in a crisis. You're really certain Mr. Fool won't be offended by that? Klein was already used to Ebner's calm way of speaking about gods. In truth, he was the same, respectful on the surface, but inwardly treating them as equals to some extent. Perhaps it was a common trait among countrymen. Roselle was probably the same. Of course, it also had a lot to do with Lubo having several goddesses backing him. As these stray thoughts passed, Klein caught Ebner's implication. You mean to pull Leonard into the tarot club? Exactly. Ebner nodded. If a star gets snuffed out because of me, that would be bad. Besides, Palez could help Mr. Fool share a good portion of the pressure from Amon. At the very least, I'll have to wait until I'm a demigod and have better control over that space above the grey fog, the Sapphira Castle, you mentioned, before I can attempt it. After all, this involves an angel, and one in the bizarre domain at that. Klein thought of this, then suddenly asked, this tenebrous world you speak of, is it also one of those spheroid you mentioned? On the day they'd revealed themselves to each other, Ebner had given Klein a brief introduction to the spheroid, but nothing in depth. Klein only knew it was part of the original creator. As for the tenebrous world, he had read the term in Roselle's diary during the last tarot club. Knowing too much about the spheroid won't do you any good for now. Ebner neither confirmed nor denied the question, diverting the topic instead. Klein stared at him for a moment, then nodded. All right. After that, the two chatted about their experiences over the past week, then ended the small gathering. Byam, the city of generosity, capital of the Rorstad archipelago. After returning from above the grey fog to reality, Ebner bid Zio farewell, then teleported to the aromatic manor. Next, he changed his appearance and used Evan's secret barrier to conceal himself before quietly slipping into the governor's mansion and the Church of the Sea Waves, placing a recorded video on the desks of Admiral Amirius Revolt and King of the Sea, Yen Courtman. It was worth noting that the video wasn't on a film reel for a projector, but on a specially crafted mystical item made from spiritual materials, deliberately kept separate from the booming film companies. The footage, of course, was a tutorial for a recovery ritual designed to treat the aftereffects of the Church of the Celestials' powers, and naturally, Ebner hadn't been foolish enough to appear in his true form, instead donning the identity of the professor once more. Among these deliveries, sneaking into Admiral Amirius' place had gone smoothly since the latter was relaxing at his mistress Cynthia's home. The King of the Sea, however, proved trickier. Ebner hadn't expected the men to be slacking off at home during working hours. It wasn't until he was cornered in the study that Ebner suddenly recalled he had teleported straight from Backlund, and Byam was nearly 3 hours behind. What he assumed were working hours were actually post-dinner time here. Fortunately, Ebner hadn't set down the item yet, and without a thorough search, the King of the Sea hadn't noticed his presence. He didn't dare to move recklessly, so he could only wait in the study, silently praying for the men to leave. Over half an hour later, when Courtman finally left his residence, Ebner let out a long breath, quickly placed the item down, and wasted no time using short-range teleportation to get out. Only after returning to the basement of the aromatic manor did he finally relax, beginning to reflect on his mistakes. Over-reliance on his mystical arts had led to an insufficiently cautious plan, a mindset problem. Forgetting the time difference was a careless oversight, an attitude problem. Running into the King of the Sea in his office was a matter of luck. As a reader, every action should be like that of a magician, planned before execution. Making so many mistakes in one operation, maybe that's not normal. Could this be a fate shift caused by prophecy? This time he'd escaped unscathed thanks to the sheer power of his mystical arts, even a demigod couldn't see through them without a careful search. It seemed Lilith's warning was spot on. Before reaching demigodhood and truly controlling the wheel of fate, this mutated prophecy ability should be used as little as possible. End of chapter. Chapter 865, The Luxurious Lineup of Lust. March 4th, Friday. In the blink of an eye, more than 3 weeks had passed. Out at sea, where the waves surged violently, the blue Avenger tossed like a leaf blown into the air by a wild gale, at times soaring upward, at times plunging down, yet it maintained an astonishing balance, showing not the slightest sign of capsizing. In the captain's cabin, Alger Wilson floated by the window, gazing at the waves outside that rose like mountains and peaks, the strong wind swirling soundlessly around him. He did not know how long had passed before he landed, his boots stepping onto the carpet. Wind Blessed really is a sequence that can be roleplayed just from its name. The only issue is that I must occasionally make myself irritable to match the nature of the gale. That's hardly a problem. I even created an imaginary persona, a hot-tempered pirate hunter, and, together with Gehrman, took down several small to mid-sized pirate groups. Pity I still haven't gathered the full 7,000 pounds. Fortunately, Miss Magician is willing to hold the materials for me. Alger sighed inwardly without the least sign of delight on his face. Normally, the most efficient way was to complete church missions, accumulate merit, and exchange it for the corresponding materials. But as a bishop of the Church of the Storm, Alger could not rely on that route. Because of certain secrets, he had to conceal his true strength, trading it for freedom of movement and lighter surveillance, so that once fully prepared, he could go to a certain place and achieve a long-awaited goal. Still, Wind Blessed is simple to play. Ocean Songster is said to be much trickier. Could it really require constant singing? Alger thought of his talent in singing and couldn't help but glance toward the deck. Even through multiple cabins, he could hear drunken sailors singing boisterously, producing noise that could rival the roar of the storm. And his own ability to withstand the storm's roar might well be greater than theirs. Alger frowned slightly without realizing it, then shifted his attention to another matter. A few weeks ago, an extraordinary calling himself Professor infiltrated the homes of His Excellencies Catman and Emilius, leaving behind a mystical technique that could cure the aftereffects of the celestial sect. At first, His Excellency Sea King was wary, but after testing it, found that the mystical art's effects were indeed excellent, and thus had it promoted. However, both the military and the church began investigating this professor's identity. According to the findings, he first appeared before the Backlund Great Smog. Later, when crossing paths with the Despair Nightingale, he was erased by an angel of the Church of the Evernight. Putting the clues together, this professor is very likely the Tower. Why would he go to such lengths to help people completely unrelated to him? Is it part of his acting? Or a ritual requirement? As his thoughts spun, Alger recalled the task His Excellency Sea King had given him earlier, defect to Tracy. But I have no idea where Tracy even is. The only mention was at the last tarot gathering, when the hermit said that Vice Admiral of Ailment seemed to have been in Backlund. That kind of intel is as good as none. Fortunately, His Excellency Sea King is reasonable enough not to make things hard for me. Sighing, Alger felt that at this rate, it wouldn't be long before the title of Pirate Admiral Tracy was stripped away. Having lost her flagship, she was already a pirate admiral in name only. And there were no shortage of contenders for the title, such as Lady Dragonmight, who had recently gained a ship and mystical items left behind by Emperor Roselle and shot to fame. Her personal strength had already been acknowledged by Vice Admiral of the Deep, the only thing she lacked was capable subordinates. In Trier, Sorin District, inside the study of the mansion at 22 St. Martin Street. Ebner sipped coffee as he sorted through the fruits of the past 3 weeks. First, thanks to Helene's strong promotion, the film industry had truly caught fire, becoming an entertainment project beloved by both nobles and commoners, though the quality they enjoyed varied greatly. And this was not limited to Intis alone, it had spread across Intis, Loan, Faysac, Fanepotter, Lenberg, Seeger, Mason, and the entire northern continent, quickly becoming a sunrise industry sought after by investors from all walks of life. In Loan, it was relatively easy to handle, with Princess Vera present, few dared reach out their hands. But in Intis, even the Surrey family and the Church of the Earth Mother showed signs of being unable to suppress the greed. In the end, Ebner had to bring in the Sauron family's investment through Helene to finally stabilize the situation. Of course, this was part of Ebner's plan all along. He wanted to use this opportunity to forge ties with the Saurons and bind them to his side. In Faysac, even Lady Greed alone could not cut off all grasping hands. Fortunately, the Countess's student was the daughter of Duke of Greycastle, and through her, Ebner drew in investment from the Faysac royal family, the Einhorns, thus securing the theater network nationwide. As for Fanepotter and Lenberg, with the vast power of the Church of the Earth Mother and the Church of Knowledge behind them, even though Ebner only acted through agents, the backing of the churches was enough to sever greedy claws. Now, after the early groundwork and warm-up, the film company's first true blockbuster, Roselle Gustave, was about to be released. The film, with material provided by Lion Leon and screenplay by popular author Furs Wall, currently traveling, contained plenty of Roselle's personal insertions on the topic of freedom. It was just waiting for its release to deliver a sudden blow to Prime Minister Delian's push for press restrictions. That Prime Minister clearly had no idea of the influence of cinema as a medium. Though the upper echelons still trusted each other, the mid and lower levels were almost at each other's throats. In this situation, as long as Ebner intensified the contradictions and found a way to put forward a new senior leader, it would be enough to make the two families completely hostile. The only thing making Ebner uneasy was that despite the chaos in the Delian family, the ancestor who held a grade 0 sealed artifact still showed no signs of movement, as if he didn't exist at all. Third, in recent weeks, Ebner had frequently attended various balls and banquets, and through the Surrey family and the prophet tailors from the Church of Knowledge, had successfully met core members of some interstate families, as well as mid to high-ranking clergy from the Church of Steam. While these connections were not particularly strong, they were already enough for Ebner's plans. They only needed to serve as momentum, waving the flag when it came time to topple Delian. It was worth mentioning that Taylors, after borrowing an extraordinary item with the bizarro sorcerer trait from Ebner, had indeed used it to replace a senior figure in the secret order. After completely losing Zeradal, it wasn't hard for a versatile prophet to achieve this, especially since, according to Taylors, there were other infiltrators among the secret order leadership. Thus, he easily gained partial control of the organization. Through Taylors, Ebner could, at some cost, have some members of the psychological alchemists work for him, making them excellent scapegoats. After sorting out the forces he could mobilize and what needed to be done next, Ebner rubbed his temples, then picked up his coffee and took another sip. At that moment, Klosvia's figure appeared on the other side of the desk. "You just attended a meeting of the psychological alchemists' highest council, didn't you? Did something happen?" Ebner asked in surprise, seeing this lady reveal herself voluntarily. "My true body is still in the Garden of Eden. What you see here is merely a personality projection." Klosvia replied, then quickly added, "Just now, Lust issued a mission, inviting several members of the highest council to help him ambush and capture Lone's royal princess, Vera Augustus, this weekend. The reward he's offering is generous enough to tempt a demigod. Pride has already decided to accept. I remember you're plotting against the Delian family, perhaps this is an opportunity, so I came to inform you." This matter had actually been reported to Ebner yesterday by Ciro, because the Delian family's internal strife had indeed reached a dangerous stage, prompting the Prime Minister to consider recalling envoy Owen, who was from the same faction, to strengthen their suppressive power and rebuild the balance. Owen, however, had in mid-February formally proposed marriage to Princess Vera. But as a royal demigod, how could she be easily married off? Thus, King George III had never given a definite reply. This had long worn down Owen's patience, and now, on the verge of returning home, he decided to take the risk, inviting his fellow Black Knight, Ciro to Backlund to assist him. Owen told Ciro he had a demigod Demonis as an ally, could bring in 2 to 3 other demigod friends, and had even secured an angel to block Lone's royal angel, seemingly foolproof. So, does Owen think that even with Lust, Pride, an unaging Demonis, and a Black Knight, 4 demigods in total, they still wouldn't be enough to capture Princess Vera? And thus they must invite 1 or 2 members of the psychological alchemists' highest council. Does he rate Princess Vera that highly? In any case, I was already planning to intervene. Vera has been good to Zio, I can't just let her fall into that pervert Lust's hands. Ebner's mind turned rapidly, and he quickly refined a plan he had drafted earlier. He then said to Klosvia, "Miss Klosvia, please join Lady Greed in accepting Lust's invitation." "All right." Klosvia agreed without the slightest hesitation, then vanished. After all, she had been sent by the Mother Goddess specifically to assist Ebner. Once she was gone, Ebner leaned back in his chair and thought. This way, aside from Lust, only Pride will be the real enemy. Once I free the White Saintess, including myself, it'll be 5 against 2. End of this chapter. Chapter 866, Happy Birthday. Also, Zio's Princess Superior is probably in a rather delicate situation. By rights, as a royal demigod of the Augustus family, even if she gathered her promotion materials herself, it's still highly unlikely that she would marry outside the family. And yet George III's attitude toward this matter was somewhat ambiguous. He neither refused nor promised, as if waiting for the highest bid, trying to get more benefits from the Delian family before agreeing. Finally, according to the news Owen revealed to Ciro, in this plan to capture Princess Vera, he and George III actually had a certain tacit understanding. Perhaps George III is also happy to see his sister being controlled. Or maybe Owen offered a very high price. It seems I'd better have a talk with that princess before the operation. As his thoughts turned, Ebner once again wrote and drew on the paper, continuously adjusting and perfecting his plan. Once everything was complete, he directly teleported to the nearby Wheat Sprout Church and found Miss Helene, who was wearing eccentric clothing. The two had a private conversation. Afterward, they went together to the suburban Gute Manor, used the underground teleportation altar, and traveled to Backlund. In a hotel room on Oravi Island, Klein placed the wireless telegraph machine on the table. Not long after, the sound of rapid tapping echoed. Tap tap tap, the wireless telegraph machine spat out a sheet of illusory white paper with words written in Ruin. Great Master, your loyal and humble servant Erodes has finally caught up to your footsteps again. No need to be this excited. Still, Erodes's speaking skills were as professional as ever. He didn't express any resentment over the long silence, nor ask why I hadn't contacted it in so long. He directly blamed himself, saying he hadn't kept up with my pace, licking so hard it's making me feel a bit guilty. But even so, I still need to be on guard. Klein suddenly recalled Mr. Tower's nickname for it, Bootlicker Mirror, and felt it was very apartment. Erodes didn't wait, and using the wireless telegraph machine, tap tap tap, it created a little emoticon of a cautious head peeking out on the illusory white paper. Great master, dominator above the spirit world, your servant feels that you are troubled by something. This guy can now skillfully use emoticons, even starting to create full expression packs. Is he asking me this so that he can answer my question according to the rules? Being licked like this really does feel nice. But calling me dominator above the spirit world. That means in its mind, I'm some ancient god in the process of awakening. The celestial worthy that Mr. Tower spoke of. After figuring out why Rhodes deliberately asked, Klein calmly nodded and said, "Yes. You have answered my question. As an exchange, as a rule I must follow, you may ask me one question." Rhodes typed back quickly, even adding a little smiley face at the end. As expected. Without hesitation, Klein asked, Rhodes, do you know about the God's Coffer? Rhodes was silent for 2 seconds, then the wireless telegraph machine tapped again, spitting out more illusory white paper. Great master, your question is too considerate of me, I could answer it simply with the word yes. I've slightly revised it to tell me what you know about the God's Coffer. It is a box similar in origin to me. It once contained several special souls, but now it is empty, and even the lid of the coffer is lost. I cannot see the details of those souls or know where they went, but what I can confirm is that the coffer was fully unsealed by one of the personalities of the Queen of Calamity, and the lid was taken away by Roselle Gustave, who hid it somewhere unknown. At present, because it has lost its lid, the God's Coffer has lost all functions and become an ordinary box. Only by reuniting the two can the God's Coffer regain its power. A long strip of illusory white paper emerged, bearing this entire explanation. One of the Queen of Calamity's personalities fully unsealed the God's Coffer. Roselle took the lid. This information should be useful to Mr. Tower. That lid must have some special property, otherwise Roselle wouldn't have gone out of his way to take it. Perhaps the experiment 11 years ago was related to this. Thoughts flashing quickly, Klein asked the now darkened and deepened telegraph machine. Second question, your origin. The tapping paused for 2 seconds before resuming. White paper was fed out in strips, revealing a new scene. From a hole in the ground surged large amounts of thick black liquid. They twisted outward, growing varying numbers of arms and legs, then transforming into strange monsters that rushed forward. In this process, a point of light was ejected along with the black liquid, landing on a rock. It quickly merged with the rock, transforming into an ancient patterned silver mirror decorated with black gemstones on both sides. What a bizarre scene. So Rhodes was born this way. And that light, what was it, where did it come from? Looks like beyond her characteristics. The more I look, the more familiar that black liquid seems. Klein suddenly remembered the black sludge he had seen flowing from the so-called Holy Grail on the first floor of the Dream Labyrinth Tower. I recall Mr. Tower saying those black viscous fluids are a projection of the Sea of Chaos. So Rhodes comes from the Sea of Chaos. A kind of so-called primal essence. But why would it seek me out specifically? I'm obviously tied to the Sapphira Castle, another primal essence mentioned by Mr. Tower. If it really wanted to find someone, shouldn't it seek out the creator of Silver City who crossed over from the Sea of Chaos? And it said the God's Coffer has a similar origin, so is that coffer also from the Sea of Chaos? Perhaps, that transmigrator predecessor, the creator of Silver City, was one of the special souls that came out of the God's Coffer. While his mind spun with speculation, Klein stopped examining the scene and nodded. Very well, your turn to ask a question. He waited with interest for Rhodes's question, curious to see if it could surprise him again. The tapping slowed, hesitating, and the illusory white paper was fed out bit by bit. Great master, may I say something to you? You may. Klein, slightly surprised, answered and waited to hear what Rhodes would say. The tapping suddenly sped up, filled with enthusiasm. On the illusory paper, lines of words appeared. Great master, happy birthday. Today is March 4th, 1350, and the body you now possess was born on March 4th, 1327. I had wanted to be the very first to wish you at midnight, but I couldn't keep up with your footsteps. Definitely a topic I didn't see coming. I even forgot about my birthday. Klein's mouth twitched slightly, unsure what to say. He had inherited fragments of the original body's memories and some of its emotions, so he knew the date. But drifting alone for so long, he had no reason to keep track of such things. So Rhodes is actually the first to wish me a happy birthday. Wait, could its earlier refusal to respond to Mr. Tower's summons mean it calculated that I would summon it today, deliberately leaving the question for me to ask now? At least that's part of the reason. Klein felt a wave of emotion, his gaze toward the telegraph machine softening. At the same time, he thought of Benson and Melissa. On this day, they were probably more sad than happy. The interviews had ended back in February. Had Benson managed to become a government employee? After Melissa became a savant, had she faced any danger? Unfortunately, Sharon was still in the middle of a ritual, so he couldn't check on Melissa's situation. While he sighed, the tapping didn't stop, producing another line. Great Master, do you have any other questions? After a moment's thought, Klein nodded. I want to know about the fifth survivor from the God's Coffer experiment 11 years ago, apart from Abby, Bianca, Maria, and Lofia. The telegraph machine tapped and spat out illusory paper. I'm sorry, Great Master. Because of an inexplicable concealment, all I can see is that she is a woman in her 20s, currently in Backlund. The information is scarce. Can you accept my apology? It can be like this. Klein shook his head with a small smile and replied in a low voice, I accept. Glory to you, merciful Master. The tapping grew lively again. The aura is about to fade. Great Dominator above the spirit world, your loyal and humble servant awaits the next time I may serve you, and looks forward to always following in your footsteps. Farewell. The final image on the illusory paper was a waving hand. The quiet hotel room returned to normal as the darkened telegraph machine regained its usual state, and the gloomy air dissipated. Klein busied himself preparing a ritual, sacrificed it to the grey fog, then sat in the fool's seat to respond. At that moment, Mr. Tower's crimson star pulsed and contracted. Extending his spirituality to touch it, Klein read the message, hesitated for a moment, then moved to the world's seat and pulled Mr. Tower into the grey fog. On the other side, as the crimson glow faded before Ebner's eyes, he glanced toward the world's position and smiled. Klein, happy birthday. End of chapter. Chapter 867, Vera. After returning from the grey fog to the safe house in reality, Ebner touched his chin and murmured silently to himself, Mr. Fool was a little moved just now. He even chatted with me about some past events from his previous life. Recalling the emotions Klein had just tried so hard to suppress, Ebner smiled knowingly, then began pondering the answers Rhodes had given him. The God's box actually has a lid. Since Rhodes mentioned it deliberately, it's clearly very important. Why did Roselle take it away? Was it for the plan he mentioned earlier, to release Mr. Dor, break through the seal of the Western continent, and have the Spheroid help him get rid of his contamination? I can't be certain for now, but there's a high probability that the lid is in the hands of someone connected to Roselle. Bernadette is excluded. Even in his madness in old age, Roselle deliberately avoided dragging his little princess into these disputes. So who could it be? His adopted son, Yaldabaoth. Edwina's teacher, the former Lenberg Princess Isabella. The former Byam Empire Princess Bruna. Some succubus lover. Or one of his men in black subordinates. This possibility list is a bit long. Next, I'm a little concerned about a term Rhodes mentioned. One personality of the Queen of Calamity. I used to think the Queen of Calamity had split her soul. Now it seems she's been divided into two personalities. And the ability to make an angel split into different personalities, there are only a few possibilities. Is Kohainem polluted by the moon like Roselle was, or influenced by the celestial worthy, or the true creator? At this thought, Ebner couldn't help but picture the golden goblet saying to the Book of Calamity, Adam gave me humanity. Lastly, the fifth survivor's characteristic is a woman in her 20s. This clue is almost as good as useless, since the other four are all women in their 20s, all beautiful, and it's easy to guess the fifth is probably similar. The only useful information is that the lady is currently in Backlund. And the contamination on her is most likely dominated by the knowledge more, so the abnormal abilities she displays are probably also related to knowledge. Is there such a lady in Backlund? I should not have met her before. Looks like this fifth survivor is hiding very well. After thinking for a while without any leads, Ebner decided to have Zio pay attention to the libraries or the laboratories of various universities in the future to see if there was a lady who matched the criteria. After all, being contaminated by the Spheroid was sometimes involuntary, and that survivor would surely crave all kinds of knowledge. Temporarily setting aside the matter of the God's box, Ebner glanced at the clock and felt that there was still some time before Zio and Madame Helene returned. So he put on his coat, his top hat, picked up his cane, and went out to call a carriage, heading straight for the Harvest Church. Some of his plans still needed Lilith's consent and cooperation. Westborough, No. 9 Bellotto Street, MI9 Headquarters Building. Zio came to the door of Her Highness Vera's office, hesitated for more than 10 seconds, and finally knocked. Come in. Her Highness Vera's voice quickly came from inside. Zio took a deep breath, pushed the door open, and walked in, approaching the desk. Vera put down the document in her hand and asked, Is there something you need? Zio was silent for a few seconds, then said hesitantly, Actually, I have a personal request to make of you. Let's hear it. Her Highness Vera looked at Zio with a faint smile, as if she had already guessed something. It's just. I have a friend, Detective Ebner Bryan. He wants to meet you tonight at a safe house. He said it's something very important he needs to discuss with you. I don't know if. Zio reported haltingly. She knew her explanation sounded suspicious, but she didn't want to lie to trick Her Highness into going, so she could only try to show her sincerity as much as possible. But before she could finish, she heard Her Highness Vera agree cheerfully, "All right." The normally dignified voice even carried a faint trace of excitement. "I know this isn't polite, but I suggest you, what did you say?" Zio stopped halfway, suddenly realizing what she'd just heard, looking at Vera in disbelief. "Goddess above, I haven't even used the prepared speech yet. I said I agree to this meeting." Vera, seeing Zio's expression, couldn't help but smile, her heroic features softening considerably. "Then, tonight at 10, at safe house number 5, the one I've reported." Although surprised, Zio calmed herself and gave the time and location for the meeting. As for why she reported the safe house to MI9, naturally, it was to get reimbursed for the rent. And she inflated the reported amount to also rent those unreported, truly private houses. That works. Vera stood, walked to the window, and pushed open the glass panes. Only then did Zio notice that at some point, the room had filled with some transparent mist, which was now quickly dissipating as the indoor and outdoor air mixed. She didn't think much of it, since there was always a water boiling device in the room, a standalone steam mechanism, so a little water vapor was perfectly normal. Zio originally wanted to explain Ebner's purpose, but Vera waved her hand and said they would talk after meeting. With nothing else to say, Zio took her leave. After she left, Vera looked through the window toward the towering Gothic clock tower in the distance. It was Backlund's most famous landmark, the Clock of Order. Her gaze then passed the clock tower, toward the layered, ornate palace further away, the king's residence, Sodarak Palace. Vera's lips curved slowly as she thought, "So you're really selling me out? The frequency of surveillance is much higher than before. Unfortunately, I am not the real Vera. That naive girl who firmly opposed you died long ago in the mission you arranged. Humph, but my opinion of you hasn't changed. Someone so lacking in resolve, who doesn't even dare eliminate me for fear of the royal family's opinion, and instead schemes to borrow an outsider's hand. How could someone like that ever ascend to the Black Emperor's throne? An emperor must carry out their will, enforce the order they set, and never compromise. Rules built on compromise, in violation of the natural state of things." Vera gave a cold smile, then packed up and left her office, heading in good spirits toward her villa. She was going back to change into something more appropriate. St. George's Burrow, in a cluttered room of a factory. A cracked mirror suddenly gleamed, its surface turning dark and deep, as if connecting to another world. Suddenly, a pale hand reached up from beneath the mirror's surface, as though passing through rippling water. A figure emerged from the mirror. It was Vice Admiral of Ailment Tracy, wearing a white shirt and beige trousers. She glanced around, finding nothing, and frowned in puzzlement. At that moment, moonlight suddenly shone into the room, and a beautiful silver-haired lady appeared before her. The lady's beauty was so exquisite that Tracy lost herself for a moment, feeling a sensation similar to when Ebner had charmed her. Shame and annoyance welled up inside her, but the lady was undoubtedly a demigod, and a stranger at that, so she dared not reveal her feelings. Instead, she greeted politely and cautiously asked, "Madam, where is Ebner Bryan?" Although Ebner had let her go previously, to prevent her from committing further crimes, he had taken some of her blood and hair to track her location. If he ever heard news of her doing evil again, he could remove her at any time. This time, Ebner had used her blood and hair to perform a ritual, summoning her here for a meeting. The silver-haired lady was, of course, Madame Helene, who had come to Backlund with Ebner. She glanced at Tracy a few times, her severe expression softening slightly, for Tracy's soul wasn't as filthy and degenerate as she had imagined. It was still not clean, but remained within the bounds of an ordinary human. "Ebner asked me here to resolve the matter of your mother being controlled." End of this chapter. Chapter 868, Meeting. You can tell me about her current situation. Madame Helene spoke as she showed Tracy the blood and hair that Ebner had taken from her, both to gain the other party's trust and to warn the Vice Admiral of Ailment in front of her not to try anything again, such as escaping through a mirror. Seeing her important belongings in the hands of the beautiful woman dressed in strange clothes before her, Tracy silently cursed Ebner a few times, then stopped trying to activate a certain item and honestly replied, "I haven't met with my mother. That would allow the one controlling her to discover me. But she must have sensed me through our bloodline connection, and even deliberately left behind a mystical item that can traverse the mirror world for me to find. Because that action of hers did not carry any malice toward the one pulling the strings, it hasn't been discovered yet." As she spoke, she seemed to recall something and asked, "Right, I haven't asked how I should address you." Madame Helene's expression didn't change as she flatly replied, "That's not something you need to know." Then she shifted the topic back. "To what extent is she being controlled?" "Based on my observations over this period, I can roughly deduce that she cannot disobey any orders from that person, nor can she form any thoughts that would harm them. Other than that, she's no different from before. So the upper ranks of the Demonist sect haven't noticed anything unusual about her." Tracy detailed the results of her weeks-long investigation to Madame Helene and finally concluded, the most important thing is that she seems to be clearly aware that she's under control, but she can't resist, can't even ask for help, such thoughts simply can't arise in her mind. How do you know that? Helene pressed. Because I know her too well. Those seemingly normal actions and reactions are all abnormal to me. Tracy said, biting her lip. Her dangerous investigation was not only an attempt to save her mother but also to save herself. Without her mother's protection, she was in a very precarious position. And that shadowy manipulator might have been too busy with other matters recently to bother capturing her. Once they were free to act and ordered her mother to seize her, there would be no way for her to escape. When that time came, she feared she would be just like her mother, losing herself and becoming that person's plaything in bed. That image alone was terrifying to imagine. Meanwhile, after hearing Tracy's deductions, Helene closed her eyes and thought quietly for a while. Then, in her hands, countless crimson moonbeams condensed into a round gem. Find a way to let her pick up this gem. As for when to use it, I think she'll know. With that, Helene tossed the gem to Tracy and said no more. Her form dissolved into moonlight and disappeared. The moment she left, Tracy unhesitatingly used a mystical item to dive into the mirror. She didn't relax until she had reached a hidden safe house and confirmed that the strangely dressed woman had not followed. Even so, the lingering fear drained all color from her face, and her forehead was covered in beads of sweat. With a sharp crack, she shattered the mirror she had used to enter the room into powder, then muttered blankly, Ebner could actually call someone that terrifying. Her aura seemed even stronger than my mother's. At least a sequence 3 existence. And she clearly dislikes demonesses. Although, that strange outfit of hers was hardly proper, she looked more like a witch than I do. Come to think of it, that outfit resembled the Crimson Witch illustrations in Roselle's novels. I even had someone make a similar outfit for Helene to wear once. As her thoughts wandered, Tracy felt a chill run down her back, as if a cold wind had blown past. She had never imagined that merely meeting with Ebner could be so dangerous. Fortunately, that lady hadn't acted against her, and had even given her a glimmer of hope to rescue her mother. But can she really be trusted? It seems I have no better choice than to believe her. Forget it, I'll let mother decide for herself. With that decision, Tracy gripped the gem tightly and entered another mirror. Elsewhere, Madame Helene actually didn't care whether Tracy could successfully deliver the gem to the Saintess of White Katerina. She wasn't even sure if that strange gem she had summoned from another world would work. But according to Ebner, her role here was optional, it would be nice if it worked, and no problem if it didn't. Even if the Saintess of White remained an enemy in the battle that weekend, their side would still have the absolute advantage. That gem is usually quite effective at removing similar forms of mind control. That Owen Delian's ability to manipulate others is indeed bizarre, but the gem should still have some effect. As her thoughts shifted, Madame Helene suddenly sensed something. Countless beams of moonlight gathered like swarming bats, coalescing into her silver-haired, beautiful form. She looked to her left, where a villa stood behind the Bravehearts bar in the Bridge district. At that moment, on the villa's rooftop, a figure in a somber, elaborate black gown, holding 4 identical beautiful heads, emerged from the void. 8 eyes stared at Helene. Seeing this, Madame Helene smiled and greeted her. Long time no see, Renette. Renette Tinker's scarlet eyes gazed at her for a moment. Then, each mouth on each head spoke in turn, in perfect sequence. Thank you. For giving. Sharon. That. Thing. In a detached house on Rose Street in the Southbridge district, also the safe house Zio had arranged, Ebner was sitting in the study, waiting for the princess of the lone royal family to arrive. He had previously visited the Harvest Church. Although he hadn't seen Lilith's divine descent vessel, he had received a go-ahead oracle from Bishop Petravsky. Since this safe house was near the Harvest Church, Ebner had no qualms about meeting a lone royal family demigod in private. He wasn't at all worried she might harm him. The blessing of the goddess of beauty on his forehead could at least block 2 attacks from a demigod, even an angel, which would be enough for him to flee into the church for sanctuary. Besides, when it came to an ordinary demigod, he was confident he could exchange a few moves. However, when he saw the spirited woman in full evening dress, as if attending a ball, appear before him, Ebner realized he had been overthinking. She clearly hadn't come to fight. Chapter 869, The Proactive Princess. Vera wore a finely crafted black gown, its skirt slightly flared, carrying an air of mystery and the unknown. This rather retro court-style dress was neither in the conservative lone fashion nor the open in style, but more akin to the Austrian court dress worn by Empress Sisai in a movie from a past life. The neckline was slightly low, revealing a patch of fair, delicate skin, but unless she bent over, nothing that shouldn't be revealed would be shown. The gown's tailoring was equally clever, displaying Vera's elegant, smooth neck, full and firm chest, and slender yet powerful waist in the most captivating way, radiating feminine charm. Did this princess just come straight from a ball? Ebner muttered inwardly before politely standing to greet her and guiding her to a seat. Since this was a secret meeting, no servants had prepared drinks or desserts, but under Zio's advice, Ebner had already made ready her preferred Duke's black tea. This tea, as famous as the Queen's black tea, said to originate from the Blood Moon Queen, was among the most prized varieties, its legendary origins tracing back to a noble family of the Fourth Epic Solomon Empire. It was worth noting that Zio, as the middleman, had originally wanted to participate in this meeting, but had received an urgent mission at the last minute and couldn't get away. "Detective Brian, this is our second time meeting." Vera took a small sip of the tea, then, with her smile still in place, spoke meaningfully. "Second time?" "Ah yes, months ago, when I went to see my teacher off at the airship, I had encountered this princess. Only, at the time, I had disguised myself as Zio. Later, Zio had mentioned that due to the height mismatch, she had indeed noticed something off." As the thought passed, Ebner smiled in reply. "Your Highness, your insight is as impressive as your beauty. You really do know how to talk." Vera's smile didn't fade. After exchanging a few words about his disguise and becoming a bit more familiar, she said, "We're partners now, so just call me Vera." She was obviously referring to the film company. Though slightly surprised, Ebner, who didn't care much about such formalities, replied, "You can call me Ebner." At that, he paused, put away his smile, and asked in a somewhat heavy tone, "Vera, are you aware someone is plotting against you?" "I know." Vera nodded, sincerely. "Ah, you know. Normally, shouldn't you ask, who?" Ebner complained silently, feeling this princess wasn't playing by the usual script, making his prepared words useless right from the start. Vera continued on her own, "That lust of the psychological alchemy union, Owen Delian, has long coveted me, or something I possess. A few weeks ago, he even proposed marriage to my brother. And though His Majesty the King hasn't responded yet, he's clearly inclined to agree. He's long wanted to get rid of me, a dissenter and destabilizing factor. He just hasn't acted because of other members of the Augustus family. This time, Lust intends to seize me by force and put me under his control, something my brother would be glad to see. After all, that way I couldn't threaten his plans anymore. And he could use my controlled self to indirectly seize another portion of MI9 not directly under him. What's more, Owen has promised numerous benefits, selling in quite a few interests, enough to offset the loss of marrying off a royal demigod. This has silenced the few royal demigods who had opposed the idea. Why do I feel like you know even more than I do? But if she knew all this and still came to meet me, she must see the royal family as unreliable and be looking for outside help." After a brief thought, Ebner decided he should also offer some real goods to avoid losing control of the conversation. He organized his words and told Vera about Lust's plan. "In the end," he said. "In short, that envoy Lust has brought together Pride, Sloth, and Greed, 3 members of the Psychological Alchemy Union's council, plus the Saintess of White and the Black Knight, making 6 demigods to besiege you. The time should be Sunday night, after the ball at Count Cross's mansion. My brother really can't wait. Count Cross's mansion has a newly built underground screening hall, and the weekend ball is essentially for the promotion of your film. I didn't expect them to set the stage there. Looks like when that screening hall was built, someone arranged some sort of formidable ritual or array." Princess Vera narrowed her eyes slightly, her smile fading. After a brief thought, she looked straight at Ebner and said decisively, "It seems you already have a plan. You might not believe this, but I can get Greed and Sloth to temporarily switch sides to yours, and also bring in 1 or 2 more demigods." Ebner was laying his cards on the table, but before he could finish, Vera spoke firmly. "No, I believe you." "Ah, you believe me just like that?" This princess's trust feels a little too much. "This is only the second time we've spoken." Ebner couldn't help feeling suspicious. He considered for a moment before adding, "Saintess of White, I'm not completely sure there, but I can try, and the odds aren't low. So, when the time comes, it might be 8 against 2. Vera shook her head and corrected with a smile, 9 against 1. Then, with a meaningful tone, she added, "Pride is no longer the Pride you know. Pride isn't Pride. So that royal advisor, Herwin, may have been replaced by someone else." No wonder Vera knows the Psychological Alchemy Unions and George III's schemes so clearly. As his thoughts raced, Ebner heard Vera say again, "What kind of reward do you want to help me? I'll do my best to meet it." Hearing this, Ebner was moved. This was a good chance to test the princess's true attitude. He deliberately named a few difficult conditions. "After killing Lust, I need all of his items and his body, because I need him for verifying a newly developed secret technique and for using his identity to infiltrate the Delian family. So afterward, Your Highness, you'll need to actively cooperate with me for a time, pretending to be under my control, and even agreeing to a marriage, until that identity loses its value. Can you do that?" As he spoke, Ebner even prepared for her to turn hostile, his hand already gripping the magic mirror. After all, what he just asked was indeed excessive. But to Ebner's surprise, Vera didn't even think before nodding. No problem. I'll cooperate fully. Even if you want to act as lust, I'll go along. Hey, I never said I'd actually do lust's thing, princess, your imagination's running too far. Still, she actually agreed to even this. She's even more eager than I am. Once again, it must be said, this princess is a bit off. Chapter 870, The Secret of the Delian Family. Although without his intervention, Mr. Owen, the Lust, would likely have invited 2 other members of the Psychological Alchemy Council to join his side, while his own Black Knight, Cello, would not have betrayed him, and the Saintess of White, Katerina, would have obeyed his orders completely. In that case, Owen's side would have had at least 5 demigod-level combatants. But since Pride was standing on Princess Vera's side, this ambush would actually be hard to pull off. Even if George III had been bought off, Vera could simply seek the Church's help. Logically speaking, she had no need to sacrifice so much to secure my assistance, especially since this was help I offered on my own, not something she asked for. Could it be that she had another plan in mind, one that avoided relying on the Church to solve the problem? Was she intending to turn the situation to her advantage, pretending to become an obedient puppet so that George III would grant her greater authority? But even if everything succeeded, she would still be controlled by lust. Did George III trust lust that much? Was there some special relationship between them? As his thoughts spun, Ebner asked Vera this question directly, instinctively feeling that she should know. At the same time, this was also a way to continue testing her sincerity and intentions. Vera smiled faintly and answered without the slightest concealment. They have 2 connections. First, my brother and Owen are both members of an organization even more secretive than the Psychological Alchemy Council. Yes, Pride is also one of them. They should have signed a contract under the gaze of a certain existence, which is why there's a foundation of trust between them. Second, in the Delian family, any descendant of their demigod ancestor must unconditionally obey the first 3 orders issued by His Highness the Protector. This is one of the rules he set, a manifestation of authority, imprinted in the bloodline, similar to how an evil god will bind his followers. Even gods can only temporarily suppress it, they cannot completely remove it. Because of this, my brother actually trusts Owen, an outsider, more than his own subjects, or even his children. She actually answered, and with such a deep secret of the Augustus family. If it weren't for the fact that she still didn't have the slightest malice, I would have thought she was about to kill me after giving a villain's reveal, like in some drama from my previous life. As for Lust, Pride, and George III being members of the Twilight Hermit Order, that wasn't surprising at all. After all, the original work had hinted at it, and even that foreign pathway grade 1 sealed artifact in Pride's hands was sealed with Adam's help. The Protector she mentioned should be the founder and protector of Lone, its first king, William Augustus I, the man whose face was printed on the 10-pound note. He was also the Augustus family's archangel, the Sequence 1, Hand of Order. Even so, the fact that he could set a rule directly into the bloodline meant that the Delian family's ancestor must be one of his blood descendants. If my previous speculation was correct, then the Delian family's current demigod ancestor should be Lady Julia, the one who married from Lone into Intis. And Roselle had suspected she was a member of MI9. Was she a collateral branch of the Augustus family? Clearly, her marriage into the Delian family was part of a mission. And to maintain control over her, the Protector William personally used a method on her. However, Lady Julia's later choice to seek Roselle's help and become a Beyonder of the Hunter pathway was puzzling. Just as Ebner reached this thought, Vera seemed to guess what was on his mind and added with a smile, however, that Delian ancestor clearly didn't want herself and her descendants to be restricted by the Protector's order forever. So, she chose to drink the Hunter pathway potion. After becoming an iron-blooded knight, she used the pathway's unique properties to alter her own bloodline, making it so that the power of order could no longer appear in herself or her descendants. Now, the so-called patriarch faction in the Delian family is actually descended from that ancestor and her husband's younger sister. This branch has truly broken free from the order's power. So that's how it is. In that case, after the fall of the Gustav dynasty, the Delian family's rapid rise was not only thanks to the support of the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun, Lone likely had a hand in it as well. And the reason the Delian family was so internally divided, its factions as numerous as a cultist convention, was probably that the members unwilling to be chained by Lone were seeking a way out, trying to counteract the order in their bloodline through the worship of gods and hidden existences. That's why some devoutly worshipped the righteous God, the Eternal Sun, while others joined organizations created by evil gods or hidden existences such as the Mother Tree of Desire, the True Creator, and Adam. But obviously, this couldn't remove the order from their blood. After all, they were merely joining these groups, not becoming true followers. Even followers couldn't expect the kind of on-demand aid that Tarot Club members could receive from Mr. Fool. Of course, the fact that these organizations were willing to take them in was probably related to the Delian family secret that Lilith wanted me to investigate. And what exactly was that secret? Ebner tentatively asked Vera this question, but she shook her head. I've never heard of any hidden secret in the Delian family. But their ancestor is indeed very mysterious. She's always hidden away in the family's ancestral home, guarding the family's sealed artifact treasury. If there really is a secret, it must be inside the treasury. In other words, to learn that secret, one would either have to find a way to get it out of the ancestor directly, or lure her away and infiltrate the treasury. Breaking in by force would be an option too, but a treasury guarded by a demigod wielding a grade 0 sealed artifact, even an angel might find it difficult to enter. If possible, Lilith wouldn't have sent me to do this task. He sighed. Though he felt he had gotten closer to the truth, Ebner also realized that Lilith's task was truly difficult. The price of the 8-legged demon wolf messenger was no joke. After that, Ebner and Vera discussed the details of the weekend's operation. At last, they turned to the most troublesome and unavoidable factor in killing Lust, the angel Owen had invited. Although Ebner didn't think an angel would really fight for Lust, at most concealing fluctuations in his abilities or rescuing him in a crisis. Even so, that would be a huge threat to their plan. After all, with the angel present, Ebner's scheme to make it seem like Lust had won would be impossible. For this, Ebner had planned to shamelessly pray at both the Church of the Earth Mother and the Church of the Evernight over the next few days. If that didn't work, he was even prepared to risk meeting the pillar of the monastic order of Moses that Klein had mentioned, Lady Yalaran. After all, she was also an angel. And when it came to hidden stories to pay her price, Ebner had plenty to spare. However, upon hearing Ebner's concern, Vera dismissed it casually. Don't worry about that angel. On Sunday, he will indeed descend, but his real purpose will be to keep my brother from seeing what's happening on our side. Ebner was momentarily stunned. It took him a while to process this before he asked in surprise. So, the angel that Lust spent so much to invite is actually on your side. Thinking about it that way, that poor guy. All the helpers he painstakingly invited were actually actors and double agents. They're on our side, Vera corrected with a smile, pointing first at Ebner, then at herself. Chapter 871, Opening. But, the angel who was supposedly invited by Lust but was actually leaning toward Pride or Vera, was their primary goal to watch over George III. Not Hand of Order William I, not Balancer Duke Nerville, but specifically George III, who outwardly wasn't even a demigod. That meant Princess Vera knew George III's background very well, which wasn't surprising, but she had actually said it outright without the slightest hesitation. What exactly was she trying to do? Before meeting her today, Ebner's impression of Vera had been that she was a marginal figure in the secret of Augustus family, someone who, although she had become a demigod through her own efforts, was still a pitiable soul who could be casually sold out. But after the conversation they had just had, Ebner completely overturned his earlier assumptions. This princess clearly hid far greater secrets than he had imagined. Her stance was unclear, her mind unpredictable, and she wasn't even a character who had appeared in the original story. That made it even harder for him to figure out her background and intentions. At most, he could roughly judge that although she was George III's younger sister, their relationship was very poor, otherwise she would never have brought Zio, who bore a grudge against the king, into MI9, nor would she so casually reveal the royal family's deepest secret. Was she doing this deliberately, using him to leak news to the Orthodox churches backing him? Or was she certain he already knew, and thus unconcerned? He was starting to doubt whether seeking her cooperation had been the right choice, but Lilith's oracle had been for him to go ahead without hesitation, which meant it probably wasn't a big problem. Or that even if there was, she would handle the fallout. Thinking this, Ebner spoke half in testing, half in sincerity. Your Highness, no, Vera, to be honest, this was really beyond my expectations. It seems that even without my help, you wouldn't be in any danger. No, without your help, I might have exposed some issues to my brother. That's why I'm willing to help you cover certain things, because it's beneficial to me as well. Vera replied with a smile. Although it made sense, he still felt she was plotting something deeper. Ebner muttered to himself but didn't probe further. After all, this was only their second meeting, it wasn't the right time to dig too deep, everyone had their own secrets. As for whether she would turn on him afterward, Ebner wasn't too worried. Not only did he have plenty of cards up his sleeve, but based on past experience, Lilith or the Evernight goddess would never allow his life to be at risk in Backlund. If necessary, perhaps even vessels for their descent would come flying to him. And as long as he stayed alive, Zio wouldn't be in danger either. With that thought, Ebner said solemnly, since the plan is already set, let's sign a contract. But Vera shook her head, pricked her finger to draw some of her own blood, and said with a smile, no need for something so troublesome. I'll give you my blood, if I truly break our agreement, you can use it against me anytime. I'm guessing you have many ways to track me or even curse me using it. This is also my sincerity. Willing to give her blood, yet unwilling to request a god to notarize the contract. And given that he was openly known as a blessed of a deity, if she really broke their agreement, and he handed the blood to that deity, the punishment she would suffer would be far worse than from a contract. It seemed the secrets she carried were not small at all. After thinking for a moment, Ebner accepted the blood, sealed it with spirituality, and then looked into Vera's eyes. "Sorry, but I won't be giving you my blood in return." "That's fine, I told you. I trust you." Vera's eyes curved as she replied casually. This really didn't seem like a lie, but where did her trust in him come from? "Your Highness, we barely even know each other." Ebner was puzzled, even rifling through the original body's memories, but confirmed he had never had any contact with her before. Even until the sun was nearly rising, when Vera stood, lifted her skirt slightly in a curtsy, and departed, Ebner still hadn't figured out the answer. "Her trust in me is very similar to Lilith's indulgence toward me, and the goddess's favor toward me. But those two are likely because I'm a transmigrator bearing the pure white eye. Could she be one too? Boldly guessing, maybe she's not truly Vera at all, which is why she feels no attachment to the Augustus family and can casually betray their secrets. A certain long-lived demigod or angel who once had dealings with previous transmigrators. I recall Zaya once telling me that this princess not only possesses a sealed artifact from the Tamara family, but also knows quite a bit about their history. And when Zaya was in East Chester County, she once met members of the Tamara family, even served as a tool for a certain psychic dragon, delivering a letter for a lady of that family. So, could this Princess Vera actually be a member of the Tamara family? And Zaya's encounter in East Chester was arranged because she carried traces of the pure white eye's aura. While such speculations crowded Ebner's mind, Zio, who had been busy all night, pushed the door open and entered, carrying breakfast. After greeting him, she sat on the sofa Vera had occupied earlier, pushed a plate of bread and bacon toward him, and asked casually, "How did your talk with Her Highness go?" "She's a serious and conservative person, so don't take offense." Serious and conservative. Ebner recalled her attire and the ever-present smile on her lips, and suddenly felt as if he'd met the wrong person last night. Very smoothly. "We'll act tomorrow night." Ebner didn't elaborate, just nodded, then sandwiched the bacon into the bread and took a bite. In an unremarkable villa in St. George Borough, Lust, Owen Delian had just settled the visiting ladies, Greed and Sloth, into their respective rooms before politely taking his leave and returning by carriage to the embassy in Westborough. Upon arrival, he went straight to his office, spent some time indulging himself with the waiting Saintess of White, Katerina, then exhaled in relief and muttered as if venting, "The after-effects are getting worse. I almost couldn't suppress my urges just now, nearly making a move on Greed and Sloth. The side effects of that item, combined with the Lust mask, are truly terrifying. Fortunately, I'll soon have Vera under my control. Once I get the complete brain of the mist monster from her, I can advance to Sequence 3, Cognizer of the Reader pathway. And as a Cognizer, I should have enough means to counter these desires. After all, the White Tower is absolute madness within absolute calm. The desire for knowledge will suppress all other desires." The trampled Katerina silently dressed herself, her eyes shifting as she asked with a smile, "So, those two ladies Sloth and Greed are both very beautiful. I didn't see their faces, but their figures, bearing, and status already stirred my urges." Owen finished, then looked at Katerina with a meaningful smile. "I know what you're trying to do. I even know that your pirate admiral daughter has already arrived in Backlund, but I don't care, because she and they will all be mine sooner or later. Your little scheme to provoke me against those two ladies, and the little moves you and your daughter make, are just small episodes in my future conquest of them. Sooner or later, I'm in no rush. We'll talk after I become a Cognizer." With that, he gave Katerina a squeeze, then left the office to her pained cry and headed toward the study. He had already sensed the arrival of his brother, the Black Knight, Ciro. Only after watching Owen's back disappear did Katerina slowly take out a red gem from the mirror she carried and murmur, "He really didn't notice, this gem works." A strange gleam shone in her eyes. March 6th, Sunday night, 8 p.m. The ball at the Cross Earl's mansion was in full swing. At this moment, Princess Vera, led by the Earl's eldest son, Wilson, entered the underground projection hall. The moment she stepped in, she sharply sensed that the space was completely sealed off, as if cut off from the real world. On the small stage before the curtain, Owen was leering at Vera with a wide grin. "Welcome, Your Highness. This is a play I've prepared just for you. Thanks to the machine invented by Detective Brian, I'll be recording your process of submitting to me in full shortly." With that, he clapped his hands, and the 5 demigods, Greed, Pride, Sloth, Black Knight, and Unaging, appeared together on the stage. 6 against 1, Your Highness. I hope you won't resist. Owen offered politely. End of this chapter. Chapter 872, The Lust Dream. Facing such a desperate situation, Princess Vera showed no trace of fear or surprise. Instead, she waved her hand, sending out countless tendrils of black fog that spread and enveloped this independent space that seemed detached from reality. At the same time, the appearance of Wilson, the Earl's eldest son beside her, suddenly changed, revealing the form of Ebner. Dressed in a black trench coat and a half-top hat, he slightly bowed toward Mr. Owen and smiled. "Thank you for appreciating my camera, but I don't want you using it for such filthy things." As he spoke, a massive red moon rose above his head, faintly revealing the figure of a beautiful woman dressed in strange clothing. Immediately after, the phantom of a devil appeared, standing in front of Ebner. Seeing this, Owen instead felt truly relieved. He smiled. A herded devil, a demigod of the moon pathway, and a detective who's not even a demigod. This is your preparation, your highness. How disappointing. Shaking his head in disdain, he then smiled at Greed, Sloth, and the Black Knight, Zero. Please, the three of you, block the helpers that the detective brought. Once we take down Princess Vera, we'll help you get rid of them as well. After personally seeing the three demigods clash with Vera's reinforcements, he didn't hesitate any longer. He directly used his mind deprivation ability, attempting to invade Princess Vera's subconscious island. At the same time, he ordered the Saintess of White to release a plague to weaken her body. As for Pride, he seemed to have completely forgotten about him. Very quickly, in Owen's perception, thanks to the Saintess of White's assistance, Vera's condition worsened. Her stamina gradually ran out, and he successfully invaded her mind island, temporarily hypnotizing her, then began controlling her actions. Meanwhile, Greed, Sloth, and the Black Knight, Zero had already gained absolute advantage over the Devil and the Blood Clan demigod, severely injuring them. Seeing this, Owen's mind turned dark. He secretly contacted his elder brother, the Black Knight, Zero, planning for him to betray at the key moment. Then, under the guise of bringing reinforcements, Owen approached Greed and Sloth with the Saintess of White and the temporarily controlled Vera, only to suddenly attack and capture the two women who had originally been his allies. Meanwhile, in the projection hall, all the demigods except Lust, Pride, and the Saintess of White had gathered, watching the dream of Lust play out on the big screen. That Pride gentleman can hypnotize a demigod without them realizing it, trapping them in the dream labyrinth without their knowledge. Perhaps we should call him he. Though he only displayed power at sequence 3 level. Ebner glanced at Princess Vera in her evening dress beside him and thought to himself, her outfit now is far more conservative than the one she wore when she came to see me that day. You should be able to guess who he is. Vera smiled faintly, not answering directly but confirming Ebner's suspicion. There weren't many spectator angels, and the one replacing Pride was most likely the revived dragon of imagination, wasn't it? Had he truly allied with the Tamara family? If Vera was indeed from the Tamara family. Also, the fog enveloping the theater was unusual. Could it be the fog of uncertainty? In the original work, the Tamara family had a mysterious connection with that. While Ebner pondered, Sloth, Miss Klosvia, though astonished at Pride's strength, still asked puzzled, we have absolute advantage. Killing him wouldn't be hard. Is there really a need to go through all this trouble? The Greed lady, the Countess, also looked over. She didn't speak, but her gaze showed agreement with Sloth's words. As for Black Knight, Zero, he said nothing, simply waiting for Ebner's command. The Greed lady really is starting to take the shape of Miss Sloth. This subtle mental suggestion, in my view, is far more dangerous than Lust's overbearing domination. After some inner complaints, Ebner considered and replied, there are 3 reasons. First, to create traces of Owen's actions, so the lone royal family won't notice anything unusual. Oh, and later I'll need to edit his dream experiences, selecting certain parts to intentionally leak, so that certain people will happen to get them. Second, you and Greed must have signed a contract with him preventing mutual attacks. While I'm sure you both have ways to bypass that, now that he has attacked you first in the dream labyrinth, breaking that agreement will be easier. At this, both Greed and Sloth nodded, confirming his point, so he continued. Third, you should know that the high-level item Lust possesses is strange and powerful. So it's better to let him reveal its full details in the dream before acting. This reverse hunt plan was personally designed by Ebner, so naturally, he would not underestimate a demigod. He had made many preparations to capture Lust at the smallest possible cost. At this point, Owen's dream on the screen reached its climax. After severely injuring Sloth and Greed, he pulled open his collar, revealing a necklace with 7 stones. Only one stone was glowing, clearly showing the image of the Saintess of White, Katarina. Owen pulled Greed and Sloth to his side, impatiently removing their masks, only to be met by a haze of mist. Since he had never seen their real faces in reality, the dream could not display them. His consciousness wavered, sensing something wrong, and he began to wake up. Pride immediately acted according to subconscious reflex, sending the strangely dressed Helen to his side. Seeing the beauty appear before him, Owen in the dream immediately forgot the earlier suspicion and turned the necklace toward Helen. Outside the screen, Klosvia chuckled to Helen. That outfit really is seductive, no wonder Lust can't control himself and completely forgets the flaw. Helen replied irritably, I only dressed like this because you told me to. Hearing their exchange, Greed silently felt relieved. Her master had never asked her to wear strange outfits. As for Ebner, his focus was on the necklace. It was clear that the previously cold Greed and Sloth, as well as Helen, all became more enthusiastic after seeing it. Obviously, in Owen's subconscious, this was the necklace's effect. On the screen, just as Owen's breathing grew heavier and he prepared to enjoy his spoils, just as Pride was about to change the script to make him reveal more secrets, his body suddenly convulsed, followed by a violent cough. This was clearly the work of the Saintess of White, Katerina, who was holding a red gem and had chosen this moment to betray him in the dream. The sudden pain in his body instantly tore him out of the near-real dream, allowing him to clearly realize that he had fallen into a trap and had already been influenced to some extent before. Without hesitation, his back bent slightly as his body began to swell. His pupils became vertical, shifting from light blue to golden. On his face, his hands, and every inch of exposed skin, gray-white scales like stone began to grow. With a tearing sound, his white shirt, black vest, suit jacket, and trousers all ripped apart, revealing the dragon scales underneath. In an instant, Owen Delian became an abnormally massive monster. Aside from his head, which remained human, the rest of his body had completely transformed into that of a gray-white giant dragon whose evolution was incomplete. The dragon's back sprouted two gray, leathery wings. Its thick limbs were covered in scales carved with countless intricate, three-dimensional mystical symbols that stretched inward into its flesh and outward into the surrounding void, forming something not of the real world. Just looking at them would drive the mind to madness, twist one's thoughts, and taint one's spirit with an irresistible urge to tear or destroy oneself. This was the spectator pathway's incomplete mythical creature form. For demigods of other pathways below the angel level, using a mythical form in battle required an extremely strong will and unwavering faith, otherwise, they would lose control and become a true monster. But that spectator pathway was different. They had soothing and mental healing abilities, allowing them to manage madness and loss of control. As long as the battle didn't last too long, they could shift into or out of mythical form at will. Owen's subconscious boiled. All thoughts surged, identifying and expelling the implanted, modified fragments one by one, dissolving them into nothingness. The roaring wind around the gray-white dragon seemed to come from both reality and illusion. Just as his enormous head was about to burst from the screen into the view of the four women and Black Knight Ciro surrounding Ebner, Princess Vera stood, tore open a scroll, and tossed it forward while chanting in ancient Hermes. Mystical reappearance, dragon slaying in a dream. This was clearly a spell scroll from Madame Yarurin, containing her magic. The dragon slaying in a dream allusion came from the story of Wei Zheng beheading the River Jing Dragon King in his sleep. Converted into mystical reappearance, it became a spell specifically for dealing with psychic dragons. In an instant, Owen's psychic dragon form let out a wail, shattered, and returned to human form. Almost at the same time, he was once again dragged by Pride back into the dream labyrinth to dream yet another beautiful dream. End of this chapter. Chapter 873, The Fall of the Former Lust. Empress Borough, Sodila Palace. Wearing a crown, with a firm face and a small mustache, George III stood by the window, overlooking the Earl of Cross's mansion from above. At this moment, the distance between the palace and the mansion seemed to shrink suddenly, allowing George III to easily see every detail of the ball's venue. Baron James was chatting happily with the Earl's youngest daughter. His eldest son was watching the scene, his fists gradually clenching. The Earl's sister-in-law was gazing at James's eldest son. George III had no interest in probing into the noble's secrets. He focused his gaze and further closed the distance, finding the door that led to the underground screening hall. But just then, before his eyes appeared a city shrouded in night, suspended between reality and illusion, blocking his view. Faintly, he saw an elderly gentleman whose face was indistinct smile at him. The psychology alchemist's angel. Does he think I'm going to rescue Vera, so he's blocking me? George III narrowed his eyes, then withdrew his gaze. It wasn't that he feared this angel, but now was not the time to expose his true strength. Besides, that angel was, in the end, one of his own. At least until I ascend to godhood, he's still one of my own. George III muttered silently, thinking. Vera, I'm sorry. Your existence and your stance are a great threat to me. Because of you, even Governor of Orevy, Austin Levitt, and many noble vassals have secretly formed a society to oppose some of my overseas plans. Although, after I had members of that organization warn Emilius, the situation was kept within certain bounds and didn't trigger major conflict. To avoid any big mishaps in these final moments, I have no choice but to sacrifice you. Besides, the terms offered by Owen and the Direen family are truly tempting. Hard to imagine, just for beauty, that he'd agree to such a price. Worthy of lust. But when I truly become the Black Emperor, I'll rescue you from his hands. Thinking this, George III sat back on his throne, quietly waiting for the outcome. Before the large screen of the underground theater, Ebner and Vera, along with other demigods, watched with interest as Mr. Pride wove a new dream labyrinth, making Lust, Owen and Saintess of White, Katerina, unknowingly relive the day when the latter was under the former's control. Just as Owen was about to repeat his previous success, pretending to be seduced by the demoness, only to pull out that necklace at the critical moment to control the Saintess of White, she suddenly awoke and placed a red gemstone on her chest. Immediately, the two demigods, who had been in dangerously close proximity, broke into a fierce battle, a real battle. Unexpectedly, under the influence of mysterious reenactment, and temporarily unable to transform into a dragon, Owen still managed to suppress the demoness of unaging with the necklace-like sealed artifact. If not for her being bizarrely hard to kill, and her mastery of various stand-ins and resurrection spells, she would have already fallen to him. It was worth noting that this dream labyrinth script had actually been provided by Ebner, intended to make Lust Owen reveal all his trump cards and prevent any surprises. This Lust fellow is truly formidable. In a head-on fight, I might not win against him, Klausvia remarked. That was high praise, considering she was already a Sequence 3 Dreamweaver, armed with powerful extraordinary items. The fact that she had so easily subdued greed before spoke to her combat prowess. Helen watched for a while, then shook her head. His sealed artifact is extremely effective against demonesses. Even with my gemstone's protection, the Saintess of White struggles against him. At this point, Lady Greed stood up and suggested, "We've been watching the show long enough. Time to help him out, free Lust from his misery." Her words were mainly directed at Klausvia and Ebner, since the others present lacked the ability to enter dreams. Klausvia had no objection. After all, Lust had already shown all his cards, leaving little risk. Ebner immediately summoned the bone dragon and gave the Black Knight Ciro a look, signaling him to stand by outside. Though he didn't think Vera would turn on him, it was best to be prepared. Vera said nothing more, only nodding slightly at Ebner in agreement. Next, 3 giant dragons suddenly appeared in Lust's dream, tearing at his spirit with mind breath, mind stripping, and mental plague. This also rapidly worsened the plague in his body, leaving him near death. But the dual assault on body and mind freed Owen from the dream labyrinth. Coughing blood, he looked up to see the 2 women, supposedly his allies, revert from dragons to human form, now standing beside that detestable detective. His mood sank into despair, unable to feel any joy, filled with self-loathing, wishing he could just die to stop burdening others. The next moment, he became feverishly excited, vision turning blood red, filled with desire for the women opposite him. If not for his grave illness, he would have lunged at them to vent his primal urges. As a manipulator, he knew his mind had been invaded, his mental body disturbed. He tried to soothe himself, to resist the abnormal state, but thoughts from seemingly different people flashed through his mind. Run. You're no match. So that's what greed and sloth look like, so beautiful. They just transformed into dragons, their current clothes must be illusions. Why not rush over now and conquer them? Who is this detective? Why do sloth and greed obey him, and Vera seems close to him too? No, I should cure my mental illness first before escaping. I haven't lost yet. My brother Ciro is outside, he must still be fighting. If I meet up with him, I can still escape. Right, I still have the token of lost mind necklace. If my own mind is about to collapse, then give up, let the necklace take over me. With that, Owen put on the lust mask one last time, surrendering completely to the necklace's negative effects, allowing it to swiftly erode and control him. However, Ebner and the others, already aware of the item's powers through the dream, would never give him that chance. In the next instant, the token of lost mind, a necklace strung with 7 stones, appeared in Ebner's hand. Underwear theft technique. Since all of Owen Delian's clothes had been shredded when he transformed into a dragon, the necklace could count as his only covering. Didn't think that would actually work. Ebner murmured, looking at the necklace in his hand. He had only been testing it. If it failed, he had other secret arts ready, and Pride was also prepared to pull Owen back into the dream labyrinth at any moment. Seeing his last resort stolen, Owen's mind unraveled further. He fled desperately, quickly escaping from dream and illusion, climbing out of the screen and returning to the underground screening hall. Throughout this, Ebner and the others followed quietly without striking. Since they still needed Owen's body, they didn't want to damage it too much. His mind was already beyond saving, collapse was inevitable. Clambering out of the screen, Owen immediately spotted his brother Ciro. His spirits lifted somewhat, and he cried out repeatedly, "Help me! Help me!" But after a few shouts, he sensed something was wrong. His brother had remained motionless, staring coldly at him, seemingly ready to attack at any moment. And not far from Ciro stood the detective's devil, along with a vampire demigod and Vera. They didn't appear to be enemies. They were on the same side. It took a while for Owen's scattered thoughts to piece that together. Turning back, he caught sight of Greed, Pride, Sloth, and Detective Brian stepping out of the dream into reality. Realizing what had happened, he let out a bitter laugh. Why did you betray me? You were the one who first had designs on me and greed, Klossvia replied, then smiled slyly, her tone meaningful. Besides, I've always followed Detective Brian's orders. It was the truth, she had taken on the Mother Goddess's task, and before Ebner, now a demigod, she had to obey his arrangements. So do I. Lady Greed, the Countess, also walked over to Ebner, smiling. She was already under Sloth's control, and since Sloth listened to Ebner, how could she not? Helen and Vera seemed to catch Klossvia's meaning as well, stepping forward to stand at Ebner's side. Seeing the beauties he had coveted obeying that detective, Lust's expression twisted completely. The mental fortress he had been defending split open, and pride seized the chance to crush it entirely. The Black Knight, Ciro unleashed a beam of black light, tainting Owen's mindless soul. Overcome by jealousy, hatred, and pain, he quickly fell into an evil spirit. Unfortunately for him, the moment the spirit formed, Ebner, prepared in advance, had the magic mirror swallow it whole. The Psychology Alchemist Council member, Lust Owen, had fallen completely. End of chapter. Chapter 874, The Birth of the New Lust. After dealing with the evil spirit that Owen had degenerated into as Lust, Ebner held the strange sealed artifact, proof of lost mind, glanced at the corpse on the ground, and felt slightly embarrassed. After all, in this incident, the greatest contributors were Pride, who had kept Owen trapped in the dream, and Vera, who had used a precious scroll. On his side, he had basically just taken the final blow, yet he claimed almost all the spoils. To be honest, such a distribution was rather unreasonable. But if he wanted to act under Owen's identity in the future, the sealed artifact proof of lost mind was absolutely necessary. Without it, it would be easy to arouse suspicion. Seeing Ebner hesitate, Vera immediately guessed what he was thinking and said with a smile, "We agreed beforehand, both the spoils and Lust himself are yours. But when we made that plan, we didn't expect you to be so well prepared. It's fair to say that without me, you wouldn't have been in any danger at all." Ebner shook his head, reluctant to take advantage of this. When he had made such excessive conditions earlier, one reason was to test Vera's attitude and background, and the other was that he thought his intervention could save her from a tragic fate. But the facts proved that his contribution wasn't that significant, and his actions were more like stealing the credit. Still, he didn't want to give up Owen's identity. Ebner began thinking about how to compensate Vera in another way. At that moment, Vera pointed at Greed, Sloth, and Black Knight beside Ebner, and said sincerely, "Without you, they would all be my enemies. By then, I certainly wouldn't have been so composed. So everything I agreed to before is what you deserve. It can be explained like that. This princess really is generous." After weighing her words, Ebner no longer dwelled on it. He simply made a silent decision that if Vera ever needed something in the future, he would help her if he could. "I remember she once asked Zio to look for the wishing lamp. I know where it is, but that thing is not only dangerous, it's also entangled in many matters. I can't tell her for now. Besides, it's not mine yet." While thinking, Ebner walked over to Owen's corpse and began arranging a ritual around it, experimenting with a mystical art that was still a half-finished product. This mystical art had no name yet, but it was extremely important, because it might involve the continuous relay of experiments carried out by transmigrators throughout history. Ebner had discovered clues about this when he was controlling the body of that wanderer senior in the nation of the Evernight, and combined with the metaphors revealed by the first 4 questions in the quiz labyrinth, he roughly guessed what kind of mystical art his predecessors had been trying to develop. It was an art that would allow him to control, or even turn the bodies of his predecessors into avatars, or perhaps a method to resurrect them. The exact outcome would depend on what their essence truly was. The first 4 questions in the quiz labyrinth metaphorized miracle, the technology developed during the time of Vampire Duke Rhine and Death Consul Vicente, and finally integrating it into a mystical art. At first, I thought miracle meant controlling the body of senior wanderer Arvin to advance to miracle invoker. But later, after I bought a resurrection miracle on the first floor of the Dream Labyrinth Tower, that idea was overturned. The first question's real metaphor should be that this newly developed mystical art requires a resurrection miracle. Furthermore, the mystical art hypothesized during Senior Arvin's time was clearly incomplete, missing an important step. Contamination from the Eye of Pure White. Later, Master Danet apparently used the contamination of Sphero to fill that gap in the experiment, and even created Baron Conva. Only with contamination can I turn their bodies into avatars, or perhaps allow the transmigrator seniors to resurrect through it. I'm not sure about the specifics. I'll only be certain after becoming a demigod and gaining a preliminary understanding of the unknown land. But that doesn't stop me from experimenting with someone else's body first. While pondering, Ebner followed the rehearsal he had done in his learning space, drawing a series of complex symbols and magical patterns. He had Klossvia channel the power of the Dream Weaver into one altar. On the other altar, he infused the Black Knight's hurting ability through the magic mirror. Next, Ebner summoned the bone dragon and used another mystical art to merge it with Owen's corpse. Owen was not a transmigrator senior, and his spiritual characteristics were entirely different from Ebner's, so the bone dragon was needed to make them compatible. The bone dragon itself was the remains of a dream weaver, so it could merge with a manipulator of the same sequence without obstruction. Although this meant losing the bone dragon as a trump card, the value of a demigod avatar was clearly much greater if it succeeded. In truth, the best way would be to use the spells recorded in the Book of the Dead to attune Owen's body spirit, but that would take at least several months, and Ebner couldn't wait, hence the sacrifice of the bone dragon. Once the fusion mystical art was completed, Ebner had the magic mirror release Owen's spirit and place it on the other altar. At this point, preparations were complete. Ebner took a deep breath, solemnly prayed to the unknown land for power, and connected to the quiz labyrinth, releasing one of the 2 resurrection miracles he had purchased from Zeradal. Of course, Ebner only recited the prayer to the unknown land silently. Given his close connection to it, communication was easy and required no elaborate ritual. Very soon, as the mystical art combining miracle, manipulation, hurting, and high-level contamination from the Eye of Pure White was activated, the Owen in the center of the ritual opened his eyes in the next second. He had been resurrected. But he was both himself and no longer himself. Or rather, in his current perception, he was Ebner's avatar, with no barrier between him and the original body. Ebner stayed silent for a few minutes, receiving all of Owen's memories. Yet, instead of feeling joy at his success, his heart was heavy. Because he had felt this before, back when he first transmigrated and became Ebner Bryan. The effect of this mystical art was almost identical to his transmigration, only cruder. For instance, Owen was truly just an avatar now, unable to advance further in the sequence, and Owen's avatar couldn't activate the Eye of Pure White. Even so, it made Ebner reflect deeply. It needs a multi-pathway ability. Fusion mystical art requires mental multithreading operation. To perfect it, a reader will be essential. So they, and the deities related to them, had prepared reader advancement materials long ago, waiting for me to fulfill the conditions step by step. The transmigration brought by the unknown land is, in essence, contamination. Was my transmigration also part of the so-called experiment? With a bitter smile, Ebner shook his head, discarding some baseless conjectures. He then took a set of clothes from the labyrinth and had Owen, who was essentially himself, put them on. He was now Owen, and under dual-thread operation, there was no conflict with his original self. However, since Ebner was not yet a reader demigod, his current mental multithreading was entirely dependent on the Eye of Pure White. If he closed it, Owen would have to be managed by a virtual personality. Fortunately, Ebner could now keep the Eye of Pure White open for up to 8 hours a day, allowing him to maintain dual-thread operation most of the time. At this moment, Vera sensed the change in the resurrected Owen. After he finished dressing, she asked first, did the mystical art succeed? Ebner returned to his senses and had both of himself speak in unison, very successful. Seeing this, Klosvia clicked her tongue in amazement, trying hard to recall the steps of the mystical art, but feeling something was missing, making it impossible to replicate. We need to lift the blockade and leave here quickly. We've already wasted some time, and if we delay further, my brother will grow suspicious. Vera paused, glanced at Ebner, and added, if there's anything, we can discuss it in detail after we get to the embassy. The embassy. Ebner didn't react immediately. With Lust's personality, since he's successfully taken control of me, tonight I'll certainly have to stay at the embassy. Otherwise, it would arouse suspicion. Vera looked into Ebner's eyes and said with a smile. Ebner was at a loss for words, because having inherited Owen's memories, he, though like the original Ebner, with only the memories and no emotions, knew Vera was right. Although Owen had ulterior motives toward Vera, he had indeed lusted after her body. The end of this chapter. Chapter 875, Harvest. At 10 p.m., after the ball at the Earl of Cross's mansion ended, Ebner hid his main body in the quiz labyrinth, while his lust avatar, following the original owner's habit, instructed the embassy's coachman to stop the carriage at a secluded alley nearby. The coachman wasn't surprised. For the special envoy to take a certain young lady home after a banquet was nothing unusual. Before long, Vera, dressed in an evening gown, appeared at the other end of the alley. In a few steps, she reached the carriage, opened the door, and boarded. As for Sloth, Greed, Pride, and Black Knight, Zero, they had each already used their own methods to leave. Since they were foreign demigods who had already been exposed to the lone royal family's attention, it was better for them to leave as soon as possible. After all, they were just helpers invited by Owen, and the lone authorities neither trusted nor welcomed them. Inside the carriage was a small bar stocked with prepared distilled spirits such as Gold Launchy and Winter Blackland, as well as various Indus red and white wines. Unsure if someone was still monitoring, Ebner imitated Owen's manner and poured a glass of red wine for Vera, who had taken the initiative to sit beside him. Princess Vera took it, sipped, and whispered, "There really was someone watching just now, but they're gone now." Ebner relaxed slightly, but still maintained Owen's demeanor. The two drank and chatted, the atmosphere gradually growing ambiguous. Naturally, this was intentional on Ebner's part and fully reciprocated by Vera. As a detective capable of backtracking, Ebner would never let down his guard just because no one was observing. And when Owen wasn't under the influence of a sealed artifact or dominated by the lust mask, he was, on the surface, still a gentleman, at least refraining from inappropriate behavior in a carriage. Thus, drinking and chatting was perfectly normal. In the previous alley, an MI9 agent, after watching Princess Vera board Owen's carriage, passed the information directly to his superior, who in turn quickly reported it to Viscount Stratford, the captain of the Royal Guards. The Viscount entered the palace that night to meet King George III. After dismissing his attendants, George III flipped through the compiled intelligence and sneered. For Vera, lust actually gathered 5 demigods and an angel, quite the extravagance. From the looks of it, even if Vera is prepared, this time she won't escape being controlled. From now on, we can gradually ease the monitoring and restrictions on her. Also, have Owen investigate why I always feel uneasy whenever I see her. I'd love to just grant Owen's request and marry Vera off to Intis. Unfortunately, most within the royal family disagree. At the Intis embassy in Westborough, the wine-scented Ebner half-embraced Vera as they stepped through the door. Come to think of it, the last time Ebner came here was to assassinate Beckland, yet now he had somehow become the master of the embassy. Shaking his head to clear away stray thoughts, Ebner and Vera made their way to the living room. After dismissing the servants, Ebner had Vera enter a bedroom on one side, while he went to the other side of the living room. Using his memory, he skillfully activated a mechanism and entered a chamber protected by multiple warding rituals. Using his blood to temporarily disable the ritual, Ebner took from the central altar a metal box sealed with spirituality. Casually lifting the seal and opening the box, a pair of eyes pieced together from various colors came into view. This was the Eyes of Asmo, one of the main ingredients for the Reader Pathway Sequence 3 cognizer. Asmo were astral creatures that appeared as golden-haired, unusually beautiful humanoid women. They were calm, kind, and known for perceiving all kinds of laws, often serving as attendants or apostles to angels and subordinate gods in true deities' divine kingdoms. According to legend, if a traveler lost in the astral world won in Asmo's favor and completed its trial, the Asmo would gift its eyes to the traveler, helping them return to the real world. Owen had Katerina kill the Archbishop of the Surrey family mainly to obtain the Eyes of Asmo. And his elaborate scheming toward Vera was for the possible mist monster she possessed. Its complete brain is another main ingredient for a cognizer. But the black mist Vera displayed earlier in the underground theater didn't seem like a mist monster. Did Owen mistake it? No. In his memory, the mist he saw around Vera before wasn't the one I saw earlier. Vera can control multiple types of mist. Variable in form. Variable. Vera likely belongs to the Tamara family, the uncertain mist. At that thought, he felt he had touched upon Vera's secret and guessed at the reason for her friendliness. The uncertain mist and the Tamara family were supposed to appear only near the original story's end. After Earth's barrier grew weaker, this shouldn't be the right time. So, Princess Vera was over 90% likely to be a butterfly from a previous transmigrator. As I guessed before, she probably recognized the pure white eye like Lilith and the goddess, which is why she trusted me so much. Everywhere I go, I find traces of my predecessors. They're even more present than Roselle. After a few wry thoughts, Ebner resealed the box containing the Eyes of Asmo and stored it in the quiz labyrinth. Come to think of it, after making Owen into an avatar and verifying the perfected secret technique, Ebner could have, once Owen outlived his usefulness, let the avatar perish and extracted the manipulator characteristic for a cross-path advancement. Unfortunately, many hidden deities, and likely previous transmigrators, wouldn't allow it. After all, they wanted to cultivate a saint, even an angel, of the Reader Pathway. Moreover, dreamer ingredients and characteristics were even harder to obtain. Even Owen had despaired of finding them and considered switching to cognizer. But for me, as long as I stick to the Reader Pathway, the road to at least angel is already paved. With a sigh, Ebner studied the necklace-shaped sealed artifact known as the Proof of Lost Mind for a while longer before leaving the chamber and sealing it again. As for other Beyonder items, nothing remained. Owen had spent his entire fortune on this plan to ambush Vera, consuming years' worth of accumulated ingredients, items, and even personal favors to secure the help of pride, greed, and sloth. Hiring an angel to oversee things had even wiped out all the contributions he'd accumulated in the psychological alchemists over the years. And then there are all the conditions he agreed to with George III. Just thinking about it is headache-inducing. What a mess. Fortunately, according to my plan, the Delian family will soon fall into decline, and when those conditions can't be fulfilled, it won't be my fault. With a trace of melancholy, Ebner stepped from the living room into the bedroom. The moment he opened the door, he saw Princess Vera waiting, already out of her evening gown, golden hair loose, clad only in a silk robe as she approached. Unlike Zio's simple look in a robe, this princess's form was elegantly contoured. Though she didn't reveal much fair skin, she was still undeniably enticing. Seeing this, even with Owen's memories, Ebner didn't quite know how to respond for a moment. After all, those memories felt more like third-person short films than anything with real emotional weight. And this wasn't like researching academic matters, where he could remain perfectly calm. Vera, however, seemed unconcerned, smiling as she said, "In fact, according to Owen's habit, you should be preparing another outfit for me to wear when I leave tomorrow. As for my gown from earlier, you should tear it a bit so as not to raise suspicion." "Miss, you understand Owen's habits even better than I do with his memories. As expected of the head of MI9, you've investigated everything down to the last detail." End of chapter. Chapter 876, A Fleeting Tarot Gathering. Vera's beautiful golden hair hung down in slight disarray, part of it spilling over her back, the rest drifting over her chest. It added a hint of allure to her otherwise heroic features. Ebner's gaze unconsciously followed those strands of hair into the collar of her silk nightgown, where whiteness and shadowy valleys entered his eyes at the same time. He had to admit, whether it was her figure, her looks, her aura, or her personality, Princess Vera matched several of his favorite types. She was very tempting to him. And before they had acted together, she had already said she would fully cooperate in his acting as Owen. Even if he wished to display lust, she would comply. Judging from her current attitude, she had no intention of going back on that promise either. But Ebner still suppressed that desire, and did not go any further. It was not because of some moral scruple. To be honest, if it had been someone he was familiar with, Zio, Furs, Jane, Edwina, Fanny, or even Helene or Gwen with their seductive charm, he would not have withstood the temptation. But this Princess Vera before him, he had only met her a few times, and knew nothing of her background. And the normally reserved and dignified princess described by Zio was showing such initiative before him. This instead raised great wariness and concern in his heart. After all, in such a mysterious world, reckless indulgence might bring about a tragic end. Whether it was the demoness of affliction Ray or the saintess of White Katerina, both had fallen prey because of this very aspect. With so many negative examples, Ebner naturally dared not attempt such intimacy with Vera before he had fully understood her purpose and background, before he had established a strong bond with her. Not even with an avatar. Vera, watching him, easily guessed what was on his mind. A faint smile appeared on her lips. She actually hadn't intended to really go further with him just yet either. The timing was not right, it was still too early. Moreover. At that thought, Vera glanced out the window at the red moon and the stars hanging in the night sky. Next, instead of moving closer, she simply motioned for Ebner to sit on the bed. She herself sat down on the other side, smiling as she brought up serious business. "How do you plan to deal with the saintess of White Katerina? She is still trapped in the dream woven by arrogance, but as a demoness of unaging, that dream can at most restrain her for a day." Seeing her cease her offensive, Ebner exhaled in relief, though he couldn't help feeling a little regret and disappointment. As a man of normal desires, he actually somewhat enjoyed such close contact with a beautiful woman. Steadying himself, he thought for a moment before replying, "Since I am now Owen, I'll temporarily maintain control over her. That sealed artifact, the proof of heart loss, still holds sway over her. After all, if we release her now, and she guesses that Owen failed in the previous ambush, it could ruin our plans. And if she doesn't guess, then she will inevitably seek revenge on lust, which would still be troublesome. As for killing her, that would certainly draw the demoness sex investigation. I had previously leaked to the higher-ups of the demoness sect that Katerina might be under Owen's control. As the prime suspect, I would suffer the witch's retaliation. So it's best to keep her in her current state for now." Clearly, Ebner had thought this through in advance. His explanation was well-structured and clear. Vera nodded after hearing him, then added, "I'll have arrogance plant in her a memory where lust emerged victorious, though I'll need you to provide the outline. Arrogance's own scriptwriting is crude. It would surely be seen through." As she said this, she couldn't resist grumbling about her collaborator. Ebner's lips twitched, but in the end he had no choice but to agree to her request. After that, while drafting the script, Ebner also discussed matters concerning the Mist Demon with Vera. To his surprise, she suddenly chuckled and said with a smile, "So that's why Owen kept making moves on me, all for this." Though his reasoning was full of errors, the conclusion was right. "I do indeed know the whereabouts of the Mist Demon." Hearing this, Ebner quickly set down his pen and looked up at Vera, hoping she would share more. But Vera only gave him a playful glance and said with a laugh, "When you truly become a prophet, and bring me something that moves me, then I'll tell you." The night passed. After sending Vera away, Ebner left a message for George III using the contact details in his memory, then used the excuse of a family summons to depart Backlund. Not long after leaving the city, however, he switched accounts, letting Owen enter the quiz labyrinth to escape MI9 surveillance. Afterward, Ebner returned to Backlund, planning to attend the tarot gathering before using the teleportation altar to travel to Trier. During this, he discovered another drawback of his refined mystical art: the Owen avatar could not stray too far from his main body. At most, they could operate simultaneously within the same large city, otherwise, the signal would cut off. That week's tarot gathering was similar to the last three. There was no Roselle diary, hardly any transactions, and very little information shared. The only notable thing was that Mr. World had successfully hired the hermit Katlia. In a little over a month, at the capital of the Gargas archipelago, the White City, Naz, he would meet her and board the ship of this Admiral of the Stars to sail to the far eastern edge of the Sonia Sea, toward that nearly illusory and perilous ocean, in search of the wild mermaids that dwelled there. The hermit Katlia seemed interested in meeting the tarot members in reality. After only a few seconds of thought, she agreed to Mr. World's request. But given the danger involved, she set a relatively steep price. £3,000. Klein's first reaction was to give up and instead take Mr. Hanged Man's Blue Avenger, or Admiral of Stars Maria's Pale Saintess. But considering that Mr. Hanged Man's ship had many sailors from the Church of the Storms, limiting his freedom, and that the easternmost Sonia Sea was indeed extremely dangerous, while Admiral of Stars Maria rarely ventured near the Divine War ruins and was unfamiliar with that region. In the end, Klein still accepted the hermit's terms. She would wait for 1 month near the Gargas archipelago starting in early April. If he missed the deadline, the deal would be cancelled. After this transaction was settled, the tarot members shifted into free discussion. Everyone shared bits of local news, and then Mr. Fool declared the meeting over. As the scarlet light swallowed the figures of the others, dissolving them into the mysterious space above the grey fog, Klein, seated at the lowest place, turned toward Ebner and said simply, "Maria succeeded in capturing Abby." Ebner's spirit stirred at once, while a trace of surprise flashed through his thoughts. "Ah. Didn't you say Abby was on the Black Death with the witches of the Demonist sect, making it difficult for the Pale Admiral to strike? I remember I even thought of tossing Tracy back into the sea as bait to draw them out." Wait, could it be that Klein actually adopted that plan, disguising himself as Tracy to lure Abby out, and that's how he succeeded? End of chapter. Chapter 877, Klein's Compatibility. Noticing the strange look in the tower's eyes, Klein couldn't help but ask aloud, "What's with that expression of yours?" "Nothing." Ebner definitely wouldn't voice such a guess that might make Mr. Full fly into a rage from embarrassment. He shook his head, pushed aside the messy thoughts in his mind, and instead asked, "Are you on the Pale Holy Maiden right now?" "No, but I've already arranged to meet with Maria tonight near Orvie Island. I plan to take her ship to another island." Klein paused for a moment before adding, "If you want to take Abby away, it'd be best if you come before 10 o'clock tonight. I don't just want to take Abby away. I also want to take the Pale Admiral with me. Unfortunately, we don't have a deep relationship, so she most likely wouldn't agree to let me study her. Besides, that Pale Justice sword in her hands is extremely dangerous, and her body is sealed with the characteristics of a devil. Even with Owen as a manipulator avatar, it's still impossible to hypnotize her quietly. What's more, she's also a friend of Klein and Edwina. I can't put them in a difficult position. Forget it. There are still other survivors from the experiment 11 years ago waiting to be studied. I'll set Maria aside for now and wait until my strength improves further, until I can handle her the way I secretly handled Bianca." As his thoughts turned, Ebner gave a slight nod and asked, "Where should I find you?" "Sweet Lemon Bar," Klein answered. Thanks to his time exploring the 5th level of the Dream Labyrinth Tower, Ebner still remembered the layout of Orvie, including the location of that bar. So he directly said, "Let's meet at 8. After that, the two exchanged some information and ended their usual transmigrators meeting, returning to reality. In a hidden basement beneath a hunter's cabin on the outskirts of Backlund. After retracting the Wall of Spirit, Ebner activated the teleportation altar set up there, opening a portal leading to Byam's Fragrant Manor. Since the Tarot Club operated on Backlund time, it was nearly 7 in the evening in Orvie. Ebner didn't dare delay. After arriving at Fragrant Manor, he immediately wore the Azure Shadow ring, transforming himself into a special spiritual body. Then, with the help of the Door card, he invoked the secret technique, Ebner's Spiritual Stroll. His figure gradually faded and disappeared into the void. Everything around him became like an illusion, colors deepened, overlapped, and swiftly receded. Although Ebner hadn't yet mastered the ability to position himself during spirit world travel, unable to locate Orvie Island precisely within the chaotic layers of colors. Klein, however, carried with him the hilt that could manifest the burial blade. This wondrous item bore the power Ebner had imbued through the pure white eye, and could naturally serve as a locator. So, after just a dozen minutes, Ebner walked out of a secluded alley, put away the Azure Shadow ring forged from wraith characteristics, and returned to corporeal form. After a moment's thought, he swapped places with Owen's body, then used the marionettist nurtured in the magic mirror to cast the faceless man's power, transforming into the Professor. This way, even if someone stripped the Professor disguise, what would appear underneath was still Owen, nothing that pointed back to Ebner. Thinking this, he glanced at the signboard outside the alley. It read, Oravi Medical Aid Foundation, 10 Blackwood Street. Isn't this the place where Mr. Fool volunteers? Ebner muttered softly before pushing open the door into this charity with the Church of the Evernight Goddess backing it. The female receptionist, flipping through a newspaper, looked up as he entered. She hurriedly approached with enthusiasm. Do you need something, sir? Her warmth was clearly thanks to the professor's exceptional appearance, refined bearing, and tasteful attire. Ebner didn't answer. He merely locked eyes with her, and she suddenly remembered, saying, So it's you. Please, follow me. Mr. Sinbad Wallant is in ward number 2. Sinbad Wallant was the alias Klein used during volunteer work. An actual demigod's hypnosis is far stronger than the pirated version I simulate with the pure white eye. Sighing inwardly, Ebner soon followed the receptionist, who introduced herself as Juana, to the door of ward number 2. As soon as it opened, he saw a man in his 20s cleaning up vomit with tools. When the professor walked in, the man's impassive face twitched slightly before he carried on as if nothing had happened. Klein naturally recognized the professor's appearance and knew it was one of the tower's disguises. Or rather, since the healing ritual for celestial sect remnants had spread, Professor had become famous throughout the extraordinary circles of the Rorstad archipelago. Many who had suffered were finally able to rid themselves of weakness and return to normal thanks to his contribution. So even though the Navy and the Church of the Storm wanted to uncover his true identity, they had only released sketches, not a bounty. In fact, thanks to the spread of this restorative ritual, as well as Mr. Bryan's teaching videos widely adopted in free schools across Lone and Intis, and the occasional tutoring of tarot members, Ebner had digested nearly all of the potion of the secret arts tutor. By his own estimate, 1 or 2 more effective and complete acts of role-playing would be enough to finish the digestion. After nearly 10 minutes, Klein finally finished his work. He washed his hands in the bathroom while saying to Ebner at his side, Aren't you worried about using this face? What if someone recognizes you? As long as I don't run into a saint or angel by bad luck, there's no problem. Ordinary people can't even remember seeing me. Ebner explained with a smile. The two chatted as they left the Oravi Medical Aid Foundation, had dinner at the Sweet Lemon Bar, and then headed together to a small town outside Oravi. At exactly 10 o'clock, inside a cargo warehouse in that small town, Ebner followed Klein to meet the pale Admiral Maria, who had long black hair, brown eyes, and fine yet striking features. Beside her lay an unconscious girl. She was beautiful, but even in unconsciousness her brows furrowed tightly, as though enduring some hidden pain. That should be Abby. Ebner thought just as Maria, clad in heavy armor, walked toward them with clanking steps. She first offered Klein a night salute and exchanged a few polite words, then turned her gaze to Ebner and greeted, Hello, Professor. After Ebner nodded in return, Maria paid him no further attention, focusing instead on her conversation with Klein. Seeing this, Ebner absent-mindedly stroked his chin and grumbled inwardly. I recall that the Pale Admiral, like Miss Temperance, is also a wraith. Could it be that Klein has the best compatibility with wraiths? Fated to attract ghost women. Come to think of it, his favorite and most cooperative puppet in the future is also a wraith. End of chapter. Chapter 878, Ebner's Speculation. Backlund, Eastborough, in a room with heavy curtains where only faint candlelight illuminated a corner. Sitting at the head of the bed, Tracy tidied her jet-black curls, her eyes fixed on the clock hanging on the wall without blinking. When the hour hand pointed to 10, she quickly stood up. Under the candlelight, her slender and graceful figure swayed as she walked enchantingly to the full-body mirror. Then she stretched out her right palm and brushed it over the surface of the glass. A layer of black flame ignited, quietly burning the air before quickly extinguishing without a trace, leaving the mirror dark and profound. Within the mirror, shadows and light rippled and soon revealed a vast hall, its floor paved with deep black stone slabs, and 8 columns of the same color rising high. This was a scene within an underground ruin, the place where Tracy and her mother tacitly exchanged items. Before long, a figure in a simple and pure white robe appeared in the ruins. It was the Saintess of White Katerina. She tilted her head toward Tracy's direction, her gaze meeting her daughter's for 2 seconds, before smiling faintly like a living masterpiece. Suddenly seeing her mother appear, Tracy was startled. After all, in previous communications, she had never seen anyone show up. But Tracy quickly reacted, a trace of joy flashing in her eyes. She parted her lips impatiently and asked, Mother, did you successfully break free of the control? In her view, her mother did not seize her and even chose to appear in person for contact. This already explained everything. Katerina, however, gently shook her head and spoke in a teasing tone, No, I lost. I came to find you because my master ordered me to. At these words, Tracy's heart skipped a beat, nearly breaking contact and fleeing. Yet, as a pirate admiral with much experience, she forced herself to remain calm, recalled her mother's temperament, and tentatively said, Mother, don't make this kind of joke. I'm not joking. I'm still under my master's control. As she spoke, she displayed the red gemstone that had already lost its luster. She continued, although the stone you found is indeed useful, my master also had helpers. My struggle failed. Seeing that Katerina's words didn't seem like a lie, Tracy's face turned grim. With some despair, she said, so, you're going to capture me. And make me, together with you and mother, serve that so-called master. She no longer tried to escape. In the same backland, her mother, who was directly related to her by blood, could easily find her. Escape was impossible. You should feel fortunate. My master has recently found a new plaything and has lost interest in you. Moreover, he has already left Backland. Katerina's lips curved into a faint smile. But you must pay the price to redeem yourself, otherwise I'll send you to my master's bed right now. Hearing this, Tracy was shocked by the shamelessness of her mother and that master, her hands trembling with anger. So the meaning is, because he doesn't play with me, I should be grateful. Disgust filled her, yet in this nearly hopeless situation, she had no choice but to bow her head. Enduring the humiliation, she asked in a low voice, what must I pay? A task. Katerina's eyes shifted as she glanced at her daughter. With a soft laugh, she said, in Backland, find a certain person. A woman in her 20s, whose defining trait is an uncontrollable desire for knowledge and secrets. Tracy originally wanted to wait for her mother to finish before speaking, but after waiting more than 10 seconds without more detail, she asked uncertainly, that's it? Nothing else? That's it? Katerina nodded firmly. Only these traits. You must do your best to filter those who match and report once a week. When will this task ever end? Tracy took a deep breath and secretly decided to complete the mission while also seeking help to escape from that so-called master once and for all. But who can I ask for help? Not only am I surrounded by enemies, but the Demonist sect has also branded me a traitor. Maybe I can find Gehrman. He seems to have a powerful organization backing him. And there's Ebner. He can easily summon demigods, so his background must not be simple. But he's the last person I want to beg from. While Tracy was calculating inwardly, outwardly she accepted the task. She then shifted the subject and asked, what about Mama? If she continues to hunt me desperately, it will interfere with me completing the task. Your Mama has already taken command of the Black Death and will soon become a new pirate admiral under our sect. However, she has decided to keep using your name. Katerina spoke with a voice as beautiful as a song. At these words, Tracy's expression darkened, a storm brewing in her eyes. The momentum of a pirate admiral emanated from her, but soon she deflated, for she could do nothing about it. All right, don't be angry. As your mother, I can provide you with an idea to complete the master's task. Katerina smiled with her lips pressed together. What idea? Tracy asked, her voice slightly hoarse. Simple. Reveal the location of the ruin I'm currently in, the one from the Fourth Epic United Empire. If the target truly cannot resist her thirst for knowledge and secrets, she will surely come. Deep within Grozel's travels, in the central hall of the City of Miracles, Levisht. Just as he had with Bianca earlier, Ebner, after borrowing the Black Emperor card and the error card from Mr. Fool, bade farewell to Klein and Maria. He then carried the unconscious Abby and teleported to the ritual space beneath the Surrey family manor in Tosk. After that, the two of them entered the imagined world within Grozel's travels through the back door. By using the error card's elevated version of the underwear stealing technique several times to steal protections outside of secrets, Abby's hidden condition was finally revealed under the gaze of Ebner's monocle. Combined with the earlier academic, physical examination of Abby, Ebner gained new understanding of the experiment 11 years ago. As I suspected, Abby is like Bianca, also polluted by the power of 5 different primal essences. But unlike Bianca, her pollution is dominated by the shadow world. Her special ability is the curse of pain. By enduring her own constant pain, she curses others, forcing them to feel the same agony. Because this pain comes from the source of curses, it is almost impossible to dispel. Anyone who has had relations with her will be cursed, and one day in the future, that pain will erupt. And after she curses someone, her own pain will temporarily lessen, though it soon returns. For the sake of that brief respite, she chose to join the celestial sect, using her beauty to constantly alleviate her suffering. That said, the path she chose is actually the Demoness. She is already sequence 6, the Demoness of Pleasure. This is the first time I've seen a Demoness who was originally a woman. The constant pain she feels unexpectedly fits the pathway. But in this case, the aftermath and biome involving the celestial sect may still hold hidden dangers. Once the curses Abby left behind erupt, my secret restoration will be useless. Because that curse comes from pollution by primal essences, it carries the power of authority itself, which is why it cannot be cleansed. Only authority can counter authority. When I return, I'll pray to Lilith and ask her to send that angel fused with uniqueness to eliminate this hidden threat. Within the echoes of the Hall of Honesty, Ebner opened the pure white eye and observed Abby once more, then began summarizing. Comparing Bianca and Abby. I can draw some common points. First, both are women, and this applies to the other 3 survivors as well. But why did only women survive? Or was it that the experiment originally only chose women as subjects? Second, whether Bianca or Abby, their special abilities manifest only through intimate relations. Is this coincidence, or some inherent attribute? As for the other 3 survivors, Lady D of the Aurora Order remains unclear, and the one in Backlund hasn't been found yet, so I won't consider them for now. But the Pale Admiral doesn't seem like someone like Bianca and Abby, right? In the eyes of outsiders, she is as pure and upright as a saint. Though within her body, she sealed a demon dash. At this thought, Ebner's heart suddenly stirred. He immediately connected it with Inspector Roselle's carefully crafted image of justice, and with the fountain of youth lie woven by the undying King Agarita. At once, he had a flash of insight. Perhaps purity and justice are what Maria's ritual requires. When those who yearn for her justice and purity ultimately discover her evil and corruption, the ritual would then be complete, wouldn't it? Her justice is easier to understand, after all, that is her evil. By using primal essence, she twists extreme justice into evil. But purity? Maria doesn't seem like that kind of person. Though it's not impossible, she may have an unknown side to her. Right, Bianca and Abby's special abilities are triggered through intimate relations. Maria very likely is the same. And her sword, Pale Justice, carries an abnormally powerful force that requires periodic release of power. Its method of judging sins is also similar to an authority projection from the Nation of Disorder. Could it be that her special ability is triggered through that? By the way, wasn't that sword crafted and later modified by Old Huang? What painstaking effort indeed. Writer's block, finished only at this hour, time to sleep. End of chapter. Chapter 879, Deep Sea Festival. If my guess is correct, then the Pale Admiral should be the more special one among the 5 survivors. After all, Abby and Bianca were both unable to control the powers they gained from corruption, but Maria could turn hers into a controllable force by relying on the Pale Justice. This must have been something Roselle prepared beforehand. He really was key to that experiment 11 years ago. The only thing I don't know is what his goal was. But all 5 survivors are women. And their power could only be triggered through the act of reproduction. Was it the influence of the brood hive or the mother goddess of depravity? Yet none of them carried the contamination from those 2 sources. Perhaps their origins themselves were problematic. Of course, some of these guesses still need to be verified. After all, the contents decrypted from Amon's monocle may not necessarily be accurate. As his inner voice echoed around him, Ebner bent down, picked up Abby, then simulated the ability of dream traversal, and left the City of Miracles. However, he did not immediately depart from the illusory world within Groselle's travels. Instead, he found a city and placed Abby inside it. Abby was, after all, different from Bianca. After joining the celestial sect and becoming a believer of the Mother Tree, she had stained her hands with the blood of countless innocents. Ebner hadn't killed her outright only because he considered that the survivors of the experiment might still be of use. And since she had been marked by the Mother Tree of Desire, keeping her imprisoned in the outside world would easily draw the attention of its believers, who might not only rescue her but even endanger Ebner in return. Thus, after some consideration, Ebner decided to imprison her inside Groselle's travels. First, the place was hidden enough. Even the Mother Tree of Desire, before the Earth's barrier vanished, was unlikely to gaze inside, and Abby herself could never leave. Second, the illusory world lay close to the entrance of the Sea of Chaos. With some arrangements, it could suppress the pain in Abby's body. Ebner planned to integrate it into a secret technique, then teach it to her. That would count as a relatively complete enactment of the secret technique mentor role. Lastly, keeping Abby, the source of the curse, isolated near the Sea of Chaos, would delay the outbreak of curses on those who had once been with her. So, when Abby awoke from her coma and opened her eyes, she saw a young and handsome gentleman. She instinctively thought she would face something she had long grown used to, especially since she could already feel her undergarments had been removed. Yet just as she prepared to offer no resistance and accept her fate, the men tossed her a reading list, then pulled out a blackboard and began giving her lessons. This turn of events left Abby utterly dumbfounded. She suspected something about the way she had woken up was terribly wrong. Fog Sea, Isaka Island. Named by Emperor Roselle after the great explorer under his command, Captain Isaka, this island lay far from trade routes and was poor in resources. It had long since become a private pirate port and a hub for smuggled goods. Thus, its only port town appeared bustling, filled with adventurers, pirates, profiteering merchants, spies of various nations, prostitutes, and all manner of people. Though there were no official authorities in town, the public order was relatively decent. At the very least, shootouts over a single argument were rare. That was because the town's master, the controller of the private port, was a mid-sequence beyonder. His guards not only had guns and cannons but even an old military airship. Rumor had it that this dockmaster was a wind-blessed and had deep ties with a certain great family of Intis. In addition, his 12-man elite guard, though rarely seen, had been recognized by the observant as former crewmen who once served under the Admiral of the Deep Sea. Inside a lounge of a tavern in town, the blue-haired Tran youth was reporting his gathered intelligence to his captain, Miss Gwen. After months of sailing and adventuring, Gwen, Lydia, and Tran had finally reached the Fog Sea, where they discovered Emperor Rozel's treasure, a complete ghost ship, the Black Throne. But because of this ship, many pirates coveted them, and even a fleet from the Admiral of the Deep Sea had been drawn in. Fortunately, Rozel had left behind a powerful sealed artifact on the Black Throne. With its aid, Miss Gwen, a weapon master, displayed strength approaching Sequence 5. She truly carved out her own reputation, making the title, Lady Dragonmight, resound even in the Fog Sea. Even the Admiral of the Deep Sea acknowledged her strength and withdrew his fleet. Of course, since the factions vying for the Black Throne included the Intis military, Miss Gwen naturally found herself on the wanted list, with a bounty of 10,000 Filkin. As for why the trio came to Isaka Island, it was to trace the whereabouts of a slave ship. Although the northern continent's nations had abolished the slave trade, slavers at sea never vanished completely. They had merely become rare. Yet for some reason, the black market slave trade had revived recently. Normally, this had nothing to do with Miss Gwen. When she first started roaming the seas, she might still have had compassion, but over time she inevitably grew numb. This time was different. On a ship from the northern Fog Sea, one mainly selling bankrupt Faceac farmers, Miss Gwen spotted her uncle. Her maternal family had been particularly unfortunate these past 6 months. Her uncle had first lost his government job after being targeted by Lord Panin of the Church of the God of Combat due to Gwen's involvement. Later, gangsters forced her grandfather to sell their family's hot spring inn at a cheap price. Fortunately, a countess intervened, offering a good price that convinced them to leave Indo Harbor and move far from Panin's old sphere of influence, relocating to Viborg, a coastal city in the Faceac Empire. To avoid spending their savings idly, Gwen's uncle had used the money from the inn's sale to start a trading company, engaging in maritime trade between Faceac and Intis. But on one voyage, his ship veered off course and, by ill luck, ran into a mid-sized pirate band. The result was predictable. Not only were his goods stolen, but Gwen's uncle was captured and sold to slavers. When Gwen received the news, passed on through great effort by her grandfather, she began tracking the slave ship and eventually found clues near Isaka. After sighing over her family's misfortune, Miss Gwen composed herself and asked the Tran youth, "Did you find out where the batch of slaves sent ashore was taken?" Tran shook his head, replying awkwardly, "Slaves seem to be taboo on this island. I didn't dare probe too deeply, or it would surely draw suspicion. It wasn't always this sensitive, but a few months ago, after the Admiral of Stars intercepted a shipment of slaves, things here became increasingly secretive." He paused, then added, "But I overheard someone slip up once, saying only a small portion of the slaves are sold to the northern continent. The rest are sent to some small island off the western coast of the southern continent. They say it's under the orders of the Admiral of the Deep Sea." The Admiral of the Deep Sea. Miss Gwen nodded thoughtfully, while also making up her mind. March 11th, Friday. Intis, outskirts of Trier, top floor of the Delian family castle. Driving Owen's body, Ebner knocked on the door of the Prime Minister's office. After being permitted, he entered. The Prime Minister, seated behind his desk, waved him to sit and then said with a smile, "Owen, the annual Deep Sea Festival is about to begin. You know of it, yes?" The so-called Deep Sea Festival was actually a ritual offering live humans to the sea monster Sigust, which had deep ties with the Delian family, to ensure it continued to guard their merchant ships and strike at competitors. Of course, that was what Owen's memory contained. Ebner suspected it was only the surface explanation. Yes, it will be held between April 1st and April 10th on Scilly Island, off the southern continent's western coast, to help it maintain its sanity and resist madness, Ebner replied cautiously with a nod. Normally, the ritual is co-hosted by the Admiral of the Deep Sea and myself. But as you know, the political situation in Intis is unstable. I cannot leave, so I want you to go in my stead. Lord Elvonos has always taken this matter very seriously. You must complete this mission, the Prime Minister said sternly. Elvonos was the Grand Duke of Blood, one of the 3 great demon families of the Nos line. Ebner had long intended to seize this mission. After all, the sea monster's profit characteristic was the advancement material he had reserved. He hadn't expected the task to fall into his lap so readily. Recalling the identity implied by that name, Ebner carefully asked, "What do I need to be mindful of?" The Prime Minister gave him an approving look, then used spirituality to seal the room before explaining, "The offering ritual's effect of helping the sea monster maintain sanity is only superficial. In truth, it subtly allows it to make contact with a certain existence, awakening that existence within it. That's why in its early years, the creature needed a sacrifice only once every 10 years. Now it requires one annually. Your true mission is to use an item to observe its condition after the ritual. If you detect changes, you must immediately recite Lord Elvonos's honorific name and report to him. So that's it. No wonder the Delian family would go to such lengths to conspire with a sea monster. Who do they want it to connect with? The tenebrous world, or the mother tree of desire? Most likely the former. If I'm not mistaken, that sea monster once fused the tenebrous world, imprint stripped from the god of luck by Adam. Perhaps it has become the mother tree of desire's tool to tempt the tenebrous world. While Ebner pondered, the Prime Minister pulled out a telegram and handed it to him, continuing, by the way, a slave ship transferring through Isaka Island has drawn the attention of the newly active Lady Dragonmite. Though the Admiral of the Deep Sea should be able to handle it, judging by the timing, you might arrive in time. You could lend a hand in capturing that lady, ensuring the slave's safety. Hey, I hear, Lady Dragonmite is a beauty. If you manage to capture her, she's yours to deal with as you please. End of chapter. Chapter 880, Fanny's Revenge. Ebner flipped through the telegram in his hand, then picked up a photo that had obviously been secretly taken of Gwen and Lydia. He appeared to show interest in Lady Dragonmite, but in his heart, he couldn't help worrying about her. After all, judging from the report sent by the manager of the Delian family on Isaka Island, even though Miss Gwen and Tren had disguised themselves, they had been noticed immediately upon disembarking. The information they had obtained was all deliberately leaked by that manager. If Miss Gwen really acted on such intelligence to intercept the slave ship, she was bound to fall into an ambush. Fortunately, that manager in Isaka town, intimidated by the reputation of Lady Dragonmite, did not act rashly. Instead, he wanted to wait for Vice Admiral Deep Sea's fleet to arrive, or for the navy of the Delian family's military faction to come, before beginning the plan to capture Gwen alive. Miss Gwen probably didn't know that this batch of slaves was connected to the Delian family and the sea monsters, Deep Sea Sacrament. She thought they were just ordinary slave ships, otherwise, she would not have been so careless. But this small mistake might very well bring her an extremely tragic fate. There should still be time. Ebner silently calculated the distance and timing, and made his judgment. At the same time, he pretended to accept the task, with pleasure, smiling as he said, "You really do know me best." The Prime Minister smiled kindly at these words, then said with some playfulness, "Speaking of which, you've been back in Trier for 2 days, yet you haven't met with your old friends. Just how charming is that ruined princess, that you're so infatuated with her? So, in your eyes, the strange thing is that I didn't go and comfort those friends. Although, judging from Owen's memories, you're not wrong. It seems I really do have to leave Trier soon. Otherwise, Owen's change in behavior toward women will eventually arouse suspicion, and I can't possibly hypnotize them every single time. Besides, as the leader of the psychological alchemists in Trier, I had many subordinates across various industries, and almost every pretty woman among them had been involved with Owen. If I continue to stay in Trier, it's inevitable I'll cross paths with them. What then? Facing a group of psychology experts, even hypnosis at the demigod level could only fool them for a while. The flaws would eventually be exposed. And I could never bring myself to indulge in lust the way Owen did. Ebner sighed inwardly, but on the surface, he gave no answer to the Prime Minister's indecent question. He only put on a smile that looked meaningful but in truth meant nothing at all. The Prime Minister had only asked casually, so he didn't press further. He raised his teacup, took a sip of black tea, and signaled the end of their talk, instructing Ebner to call Ciro in before leaving. More than 10 minutes later, the Black Knight, Ciro Delian, left the Prime Minister's office. He then went straight to an inconspicuous standalone house, where Ebner was already waiting. "My lord." After sealing off the space with spirituality, Ciro immediately knelt on one knee and greeted him respectfully. "There's no need for so much formality." Ebner waved his hand, then asked, "What did he want with you? Was it about the conflicts with the Flays and the other noble families?" "Yes, just as you foresaw. Although each clash was small, over the past month, the Prime Minister has clearly sensed those allied families gradually distancing themselves from him. He asked me for details. As per your instructions, I shifted the blame to Johnson of the Flays family. In truth, he deserved it. Of late, he has caused the most trouble, dragging several families under the Flays into constant disputes with Delian." While replying, Ciro stood up and personally brewed a cup of Duke's black tea for Ebner. After a period of observation, he had confirmed that Ebner preferred the taste of Duke's black tea to Queen's black tea. "So, his order to you has to do with Johnson?" Ebner took a sip of tea and asked. "Exactly. He told me to kill the guardian bodyguard protecting Johnson, as a warning to that young master and the Flays family behind him." Ciro nodded as he spoke. Although Johnson was a spiritual contamination-compatible vessel with demigod characteristics of the Flays family, and thus enjoyed certain privileges, there was no way the family would have a demigod personally guard him. So the Flays had spent considerable resources and favors to hire a powerful Sequence 5 guardian to protect him. With the Guardian's shield present, few below the high sequences could break through the defense, no matter the form of attack. Currently, Johnson's house arrest had been lifted, but he was only allowed to move within Trier's city limits. As long as the Guardian blocked 1 or 2 attacks, the family's demigods could rush in for support at any time. It had to be said, the Prime Minister's choice of target was indeed very clever. Killing a hired Guardian would not create a blood feud with the Flays, but it would intimidate their mid- and low-sequence Beyonders and ordinary members. Even Johnson himself, though resentful, would probably be too afraid to leave home for some time, let alone make trouble for Delian. Ebner had been in Intis long enough to be well informed about these matters, so he asked straight to the point, when and where do you plan to act? Tonight. From what I've learned, Johnson intends to lead a few friends in attacking a Delian family member's residence at number 112, Florence Street. They plan to steal back the Sun Priest characteristic that was forcibly bought at the last auction, and then present it to his light prayer lover. Ciro had guessed what his master intended and gave a detailed report. Tonight. Florence Street, number 112. Ebner repeated the address, feeling a strange sense of fate. Florence Street had been named by Roselle to commemorate the Sorin family member who had once wanted to recruit him as a younger brother. That men had also been similar to their ancestors. And now, today, Johnson, the compatible vessel of another ancestor, was destined to fall on this street named after Florent. Meanwhile, in Trier's Sorin district, at the mansion on 22 St. Martin Street, Ebner's true body was in a meeting with Helene and Fanny, discussing the upcoming weekend premiere of Roselle Gustave. Leon squatted in the corner, listening in. The magic mirror was controlling Chizia to take notes. As for Crossvia, as usual, Ebner had sent her out to keep tabs on the major families. Once the film premieres nationwide this weekend, the subtle messages within it will stir up a storm within a week, reaching a climax over the next 1 or 2 months. Of course, that requires the cooperation of the newspapers and media. Ebner paused here to glance at the lion in the corner, and only when he nodded did Ebner turn to Fanny. This is also your opportunity. If you seize this wave in advance, you can quickly raise your renown, and in turn, increase your standing in Parliament. As she listened to Ebner speak so eloquently, Fanny found him utterly captivating. Her gaze unconsciously carried admiration. Only when the subject shifted to herself did she come back to her senses and answer seriously, I will seize this chance. You too, Ebner said, turning to Helene, as the producer of a film under such scrutiny, your pressure will be great, but so will the opportunity. Helene nodded solemnly, her eyes full of determination. She suddenly felt that her life had a true goal, and working toward that goal brought her far greater joy than making money through business ever had. Just as Ebner was about to give a rousing speech and paint a big picture for his employees, he suddenly frowned, then quickly smoothed it over, smiling at Fanny as he said, your chance for revenge has come. To be honest, the true culprits behind the death of Fanny's grandfather, Mr. Surrey, were the Saintess of White Katerina and Lust Owen. But one of them was now Ebner's own avatar, and the other was not suitable to be killed yet. More importantly, Fanny could never kill a demoness of unaging, even if she didn't resist. Thus, Johnson Flays became the target Ebner prepared for Fanny's revenge. After all, he was not innocent in Mr. Surrey's death, and Fanny had always believed him to be the true culprit. Back then, he had indeed been in intense conflict with Mr. Surrey over the Intis ambassador position. Really? Fanny was first stunned, then overjoyed. She rushed over to Ebner. That night, at number 112 Florence Street. When Johnson and his 3 friends carefully sealed off the area with a ritual to prevent the Delian family member from escaping or calling for help, then kicked open the door. They were stunned to see 6 mechanical puppets aiming 12 gun barrels straight at them. The next instant, 12 steam-powered machine guns spewed out demon-hunting bullets, weaving lines of flame across the space. The end of the chapter. Chapter 881, Boom. Faced with such a lavish attack, Johnson and his 3 friends had no time to react before they were each struck by dozens of demon-hunting bullets. Among his 3 companions, the strongest was only sequence 7, while the other 2 were of lower sequence. They were instantly torn apart by the bullets. As for Johnson, a layer of green radiance flared around him first, his extraordinary clothing had detected the deadly danger and automatically formed a barrier. But the barrier was not high grade. It only blocked the fiery serpent of bullets for 1 second before being breached. Yet that single second was enough for him to respond. Faced with the threat of death, Johnson displayed the composure expected of a mid-sequence Beyonder. He neither flew into a rage nor panicked. Instead, he calmly activated 2 charms, one forming a shield, the other hardening his skin to steel, while solemnly proclaiming to the bullets about to strike him. God said, null and void. Normally, counting the already damaged barrier from his clothes, 3 layers of defense plus, judged invalid, should have been more than enough to block the barrage of demon-hunting bullets, allowing Johnson to calmly search for the assailant or prepare other countermeasures. But Johnson quickly realized he was wrong. The bullets tore through the shield's defense, and as more slammed into the same spot, they pierced even his steel skin. With a crisp crack, the gemstone ring on Johnson's finger shattered of its own accord, and his figure blinked 3 meters away. It was obvious that another life-saving magical item had just activated. Even so, Johnson's face looked grim. He had already guessed the reason why his judged invalid had failed. Briber. My ambusher is a briber. The bullets acted as bribes, weakening my defenses. The thought had barely flashed across his mind when the gun muzzles of those mechanical puppets swiveled, aiming at him again. Not daring to waste another moment, he quickly drew out a badge and rubbed it desperately between his fingers. The badge, called Return Path, could open a teleportation gate to a preset location, but the range was no more than 10 kilometers, and activation was troublesome. It required 10 rubs back and forth. As the fiery tongues of bullets were about to lash at him again, Johnson finally succeeded in activating the gate. But when he stepped into it, he passed straight through. Teleportation failed. Only then did he recall, before attacking the Delian family member here, he had arranged a ritual around the house. That ritual not only blocked sound, sight, and spiritual fluctuations, but also screened teleportation. Damn it. Before Johnson could think further, a fresh barrage of bullets struck him, shattering the other identical ring on his other hand. Once again, he blinked 3 meters away. I only had 2 rings, that was my last blink. Johnson admitted to himself inwardly. Without hesitation, he tore off the protective amulet he carried close and crushed it. It was his final life-saving measure. Inside was sealed a trace of power from his granduncle. Crushing it would alert its owner. And Johnson's granduncle was an archbishop of the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun, a true demigod who could reach anywhere in Trier within moments. Johnson prayed desperately that he was close by, and could arrive as soon as possible. Yet just as the thought settled, an invisible mechanical puppet suddenly appeared behind him and fired a flesh bomb. Caught unprepared, Johnson failed to evade. With no more magical items left, he suffered a heavy wound immediately. That invisible puppet was the unfinished work once left behind by Mr. Sari. For some reason, it had appeared here. Fortunately, Johnson himself was an arbiter, naturally resistant to the filth and corrupting powers inside a flesh bomb, so no severe negative effects lingered. But this strike crippled his leg, drastically reducing his mobility. He could only watch helplessly as the puppets all aimed at him and opened fire again. Ah! Terrified to the extreme, Johnson shut his eyes. Yet after several seconds, no pain came. Confused, he opened them, only to see the surrounding scene shatter abruptly. Then he awoke. That was just a dream. A nightmare or a dreamweaver. Johnson felt no relief at this escape. Instead, dread grew. His enemy might be far scarier than imagined. I should have noticed earlier. The ritual I set up could never block teleportation. That level of effect was beyond my ability. And when I crushed the amulet, the powers feel was wrong too. The enemy manipulated my thoughts, plus had dominion over dreams. A demigod on the audience pathway. But why would a saint personally deal with me? And in such an insidious way. While resentment surged within, Johnson discovered he couldn't move at all, as though pinned by sleep paralysis. Meanwhile, his 3 companions, like possessed corpses, approached with vacant eyes, stripping away his clothes, rings, charms, amulets, badge, and even a revolver, delivering them all to a man and a woman stepping out of the house. Johnson recognized them both. The man was Trier's rising star, Ebner Bryan, the very one whose interference had ruined his Suet Bank acquisition plan. The woman was Fanny of the Sari family. He had taken part in killing her grandfather. She's here for revenge. How dare she? But, where was the demigod on the audience pathway? On the other side, Ebner, monitoring Johnson's thoughts, received the items from the 3 mind-controlled men. Adjusting the golden-rimmed glasses on his nose, he paid the hosting fee, then tossed everything into the answer labyrinth. Those 3 had their minds ensnared by the devil, they were nothing but puppets now. After all this, Ebner smiled at Fanny beside him and asked, feeling better. The one who had struck Johnson in the dream was Fanny. Ebner had not given her much direct aid, only 6 endlessly loaded mechanical puppets and a recreated version of Mr. Sari's unfinished assassin puppet. This not only let her vent her rage but also tested all of Johnson's hidden trump cards. After all, as the scion of a centuries-old family, personally valued by his clan, it was natural he'd have numerous life-saving measures. The reason Ebner had her act in a dream was to avoid leaving too many traces in reality, which investigators could later uncover. Fanny, thrilled to have personally defeated her grandfather's killer, also understood Ebner's intentions. She nodded seriously and said, "It's enough. Kill him." Hearing this, Johnson desperately wanted to cry out a warning that killing him would make the Flay's family pursue them without end. But his body was powerless. He couldn't even open his mouth. He could only watch as that woman, Fanny, stacked explosives inscribed with magical runes atop him and set a 30-second timer. Ebner walked to his side, squatted, and cut open his finger, taking a drop of blood. When only 3 seconds remained on the timer, Ebner quickly smeared the blood onto the cover of a deep brown book. Johnson barely glimpsed the ancient Fusac words. Grossel's Travels. The next instant, he and the explosives vanished from the spot. Meanwhile, in the world of imagination, before a snowbound cave, the King of the North, Eurysion, had just stepped outside when a meal appeared at its feet. It was not surprised. In the endless years, unlucky outsiders often stumbled upon it right away. But this meal was not only stripped bare but also piled with strange items on its body. What's this? Smells odd, spices. Lowering its head, its violently glowing blue dragon eyes peered closer for a better look. And in the next moment, boom. Auspicious chapter number. End of chapter. Chapter 882, Conspiracy. The White Horse Manor was located in the northern suburbs of Trier. It was one of the 10 most famous wineries in Intis, and also served as the residence of the Flays family in Trier. At this moment, many family members who worked and lived in the capital were summoned there. The initiator was Mr. John Flays, the current patriarch of the Flays family and the Speaker of the National Assembly. This speaker was 48 years old. Although he was only a Sequence 6 conspirator, due to his superb skills and sharp political instincts, he held great prestige within the family. Even the 2 family demigods who were already archbishops of the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun respected him greatly, cancelling their original schedules to answer his summons. At this time, Speaker John Flays, seeing that everyone had arrived, did not bother with preamble. He directly instructed his assistant to bring in a corpse. It was the corpse of a half-giant nearly 3 meters tall. His figure should have been extremely robust, but at this moment he appeared emaciated, as though his flesh and blood had been devoured by something. This is Boris. Wasn't he Johnson's bodyguard? How did he become like this? A family member examined it for a while, suddenly recognizing the corpse's identity, and said in shock. If Boris ended up like this, then what about Johnson? Has something happened to him? Other family members reacted, realizing the patriarch's intention in summoning them. They all looked toward the patriarch, trying to read something from his expression. After all, Johnson was not only the family's cultivated demigod candidate, but also Speaker John's son. Archbishop Drew Flays of the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun examined Boris's wounds and then spoke with certainty. He was killed by the Black Knight. Black Knight. Did the Aurora Order make a move? Why would they do this? Perhaps Boris accidentally offended them. Not necessarily. As far as I know, several families have secretly cultivated shepherds. Just as the room fell into an uproar, John, who had remained calm, finally spoke. Boris's body was returned by the Delian family. Their message is clear. They are threatening us. With those words, everyone fell silent. After all, the Delian family's power was immense, faintly surpassing the Sorin family, showing signs of becoming Intis's foremost family. Moreover, the 2 families were allies, their interests already deeply intertwined. Thus, no one dared rashly slander them. After a long silence, an elderly gentleman of high seniority tapped his cane and asked, "What about the boy Johnson? How is he?" As long as Johnson was safe, reconciliation was still possible. Speaker John shook his head and said gravely, "We don't know." According to the investigation reported by the Machinery Hive Mind, last night Johnson originally went with his friends to teach a lesson to a member of the Delian family who had previously clashed with him. He had arranged a ritual in advance to block sound and spirituality. His friend's testimony confirmed this. But the strangest thing is that Johnson completely disappeared afterward. Those few friends said that as soon as they entered the house, they lost consciousness and knew nothing of what happened. In the end, the 3 of them were awakened by the very Delian family member they intended to attack, who then reported the matter to the Machinery Hive Mind. Later, the Machinery Hive Mind confirmed that those people had not lied. However, all of them bore traces of being possessed by a devil. The residence of the Delian family member, a church appointee, was within the jurisdiction of the Church of Steam, which was why the Machinery Hive Mind had handled the matter. As for why a believer of the Eternal Blazing Sun lived among the congregation of the Church of Steam, it was because he had been preaching in the area, attempting to lure the followers of the god of steam and machinery to the side of the Eternal Blazing Sun. After the patriarch gave a simple account of the incident, the elderly gentleman frowned and muttered to himself. "I've heard a rumor that the Delian family has a secret connection with the Nos family, one of the 3 great demon families. I wonder if it's true." Speaker John and the elderly gentleman exchanged a subtle glance, then John nodded. "It's true. I accidentally learned this intelligence from the patriarch of another demon family, Andralad." Later, after investigation, it was confirmed. The family members were once again in an uproar, exclaiming in disbelief. What exactly does the Delian family want? Did they kidnap Johnson to force us to stand firmly on their side? This is going too far. Wasn't our previous support enough? While everyone was indignant, the elderly gentleman once again tapped his cane on the floor and sternly asked, "Can it be confirmed that the Delian family did it? And, is Johnson kidnapped or already dead?" This question struck at the heart of the matter. The others also looked intently at the patriarch, waiting for his answer. According to the Machinery Hive Mind's report, there were no traces of battle at the scene, and aside from Johnson's disappearance, no one was harmed. He is very likely still alive, because I can't think of any benefit in killing him. But when members of the Machinery Hive Mind attempted to use prophecy, divination, and other means to locate Johnson, they failed. Speaker John turned his head to his uncle, the other family demigod of the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun, and requested, "I recall you sealed some of your power in an amulet. And since that amulet has no unusual appearance, perhaps those who abducted Johnson did not destroy it. Could you use it to determine his location?" This saint of the Eternal Blazing Sun was named G.I.s. Hearing the patriarch's request, he remained silent for a moment, then nodded, "I can try." He set up a ritual and began his probing. The others watched without blinking, waiting for the result. About 2 minutes later, Saint G.I.s furrowed his brow and said heavily, "I received no response when seeking Johnson's life or location. But the amulet imbued with my power is in the Delian family's ancestral mansion. Johnson is likely confined in their treasury, personally guarded by that member of the Delian family. In all of Trier, apart from some places of the churches, only there has ever given me such a feeling." Hearing this, Speaker John murmured, "That old monster of the Delian family, a grade 0 sealed artifact. No wonder the Machinery Hive Mind couldn't prophesy." At this point, the family members also united in indignation, all voicing their desire to pressure the Delian family to return Johnson. Their unity stemmed from a relatively optimistic view. After all, the Prime Minister's current situation was difficult, and he could not afford to lose the support of the Flays family. He would surely return Johnson obediently, perhaps they could even extract some benefits in the process. Speaker John had convened the family meeting precisely for this effect. So he immediately gave the order to suspend all cooperation with the Delians until Johnson is returned. Meanwhile, inside the Delian family's castle, the Prime Minister was also caught off guard by this sudden incident. He muttered in puzzlement. He pondered for a moment, then asked the shadow in the corner, "Can you confirm that after Ciro killed the guardian Boris last night, he left immediately without any further action?" "Confirmed. After killing the half-giant, he dealt with the corpse and never approached Florence Street again," the shadow replied with certainty. "I see." The Prime Minister frowned and continued, "And he didn't notice anything unusual nearby after the killing. The ritual Johnson and his companions set up was extremely intricate. Even I sensed nothing. Let alone him." The shadow was clearly confident in its abilities. "I wonder where Johnson learned a ritual of that level." The Prime Minister sighed. The shadow fell silent for a few seconds, as if listening to something, before replying, "According to his 3 companions, it was a professor who taught them the knowledge." "Professor? Who is that?" The Prime Minister clearly had never heard the name. Byam was far from Intis, and since the Church of the Storms and the lone military had not publicized the bounty, the deeds of the so-called professor had not yet spread to Intis. The shadow fell silent again, seemingly unsure how to answer. The Prime Minister did not expect an answer. After a while of contemplation, suspicion grew in his heart. In Trier, the only ones who could do this, and have reason to frame us, are the churches and the Sorin family. But the churches are unlikely to use such means. So, is it the Saurons? Is this the former angel family's expression of dissatisfaction at our Delian family's rise to become Intis's #1 family? Outside the Sorin family manor, Helene carried a film reel of Roselle Gustave as well as a prepared public opinion guidance plan, and requested an audience with the patriarch from the butler. Due to Ebner and the film company's growing influence, her request was granted. An hour later, Helene walked out of the manor's gates full of excitement, then boarded a carriage toward the assembly, intending to discuss the next steps of cooperation with Fanny. But when she arrived, she was informed that Miss Fanny had taken the day off. At Lantport, a small naval port in southern Intis. After avenging Fanny, Ebner had hurried here and boarded a large steam warship under complete control of the Delian family, bound for Isaka Island. On the ship, Ebner flipped through the sea monster information provided by the Prime Minister while fiddling with a monocular telescope. This telescope was the mystical item the Prime Minister had mentioned for observing sea monsters. So that's it. This thing was made from the eye of secret peeping of some unlucky astrologer, wasn't it? No wonder it can observe the state of sea monsters. After a few words of wonder, Ebner recalled the feedback he had just received and thought. It seems the barrier ritual I taught truly played its role of misleading and concealing, perfectly matching Johnson and the others' original intention in learning it. Of course, only their original intention. End of chapter. Chapter 883, Lady of Dragon's Might. The Black Throne was a ghost ship left behind by the Solomon Empire. Its design was ancient and imposing. Except for the fact that the left and right sides of the hull were in completely different styles, making it look awkward to the eye, it was still quite striking. Originally, this ship had been hidden at the edge of the Sea of Mist, among the Ordek Islands, but more than 100 years ago it was discovered by Roselle, who used it as his vessel during his explorations. Unfortunately, because Roselle drove the Black Throne into the abyss, the ship was polluted. Its spirit fell and was eventually erased. Now, it could no longer be called a ghost ship, but was instead a large mystical item with many extraordinary abilities. Even so, in the eyes of many pirates, the Black Throne was still an unspeakable treasure. Miss Gwen had been able to keep it only because of a mystical item Roselle had left on board that looked like an ornament. This item could be mounted on her golden serpent sword, and from there it borrowed the power of the Black Throne, clothing her in a manifested suit of armor that allowed her to display power on the level of a Chaos Mentor. If she was willing to pay a certain price, she could even unleash a single strike that carried the effect of a demigod-level chaos. However, while this item was powerful, it could only transform her into an armored warrior within a nautical mile of the Black Throne, and its side effects were frightening. It could gradually erode the user's mind, and once the armor was worn for more than 30 seconds, the corruption became irreversible, causing the user to slowly degenerate into a cold-blooded one comparable to a demon. If it were another pathways beyond her, it could only be used to fight desperately in dire straits. But as a weapon master, Gwen could effectively reduce the harm from its side effects. For her, the limit could surpass 2 minutes. If she prepared in advance with defensive potions or items for the mind, she could even use it for more than 3 minutes. It could be said that, aside from the somewhat embarrassing appearance of the armor, Miss Gwen was extremely satisfied with this newly acquired mystical item. And the prior recognition she had received from the Admiral of the Deep Seas had made her a little arrogant, which was why she made the decision to intercept a slave ship without much planning or investigation. As was only natural, Miss Gwen and her crew paid the price for this. She fell into an ambush, surrounded by both the Admiral of the Deep Seas' fleet and warships from the Intis military. Even though the Black Throne's abilities were not bad, without its spirit it could not display its full power. In a sense, Roselle had created the item that allowed one to transform, using its power precisely to make up for this flaw. And the Admiral of the Deep Seas, a pirate admiral famed across the 5 seas, was powerful in his own right. His subordinates were all experts of the middle sequences, and his vessel, the Dominator, was itself a bizarre ghost ship. So the moment the battle began, Miss Gwen's side fell into disadvantage. Even when Miss Gwen transformed into the Lady of Dragon's Might and entered the battle, she only managed to temporarily drive back the encirclement and open some distance, but she still could not break through. After all, upon transforming, Gwen radiated the majesty of the Black Emperor pathway, which made the living beings around her unconsciously lower themselves, yearning to submit. Because of her moniker, people called this form of hers the Lady of Dragon's Might or the Warrior of Dragon's Might. When Ebner's warship reached the sea, what he saw was Gwen, in her desperation, unleashing a demigod-level chaotic power that caused several blocking warships to inexplicably shatter and sink into the sea. This strike was indeed powerful. It even frightened Admiral of the Deep Seas Hal Constantine for a while. But from my observation, Gwen's spirituality has probably been drained dry, and the mental corruption is severe. The fact she hasn't immediately lost control is already sheer luck. Tran and Lydia's states don't look very good either. The former may have advanced to a wizard, but in naval combat his usefulness isn't much. Lydia's dark spells are more practical. As for the rest of the low-sequence crew, the fact they haven't betrayed her on the spot shows that Gwen's prestige has usually been solid. They're barely holding out, but they won't last much longer. The next attack may be the end for them. Rather than let the pirates make a move and cause needless slaughter, I should take this chance, while they're cowed by Gwen's strike, to act myself. If I capture Gwen now, it'll also count as protecting her and her crew. At the same time, I can build prestige among the pirates and the Delian family's private forces, seizing the initiative for what follows. In the span of a thought, Ebner made his decision. Relying on the wind blessed he had shepherded through the magic mirror, he stirred up a gale, lifting himself into the sky and swiftly closing in on the Black Throne. After dodging several magical and sorceress attacks, he directly unleashed his demigod-level dragon's might. In an instant, the crew and officers aboard the Black Throne found their bodies, minds, and spirits all out of their control. Some stood frozen, trembling in place. Some fled blindly and irrationally. Some soiled themselves and collapsed weakly to the ground. Some fainted outright into unconsciousness. Others wore feverish expressions, becoming Ebner's fanatical followers. Only Miss Gwen, Lydia, and Tran resisted the effect. But one by one, virtual personalities had already slipped silently into their mental islands, beginning to manipulate their actions. Of course, this incursion from Ebner was genuine only for Gwen. For the other two, it was a mere touch and nothing more. He did this because he discovered that the price Gwen had paid for that last strike was even greater than he had imagined. Without immediate, psychological treatment, she might be in real danger. Even so, Tran completely lost the ability to act, seized by crew members who had been subdued by the qualitative dragon's might and turned into Ebner zealots. As for Miss Gwen, her mental state was in such bad shape that Ebner had no choice but to support her personally, treating her closely. Fortunately, this matched the persona of Owen, so it aroused no suspicion. Of the three, only Lydia, aided by Ebner's deliberate leniency, managed to activate a mystical item and then leapt into the sea. As expected of Lady Helene's daughter, though this level of psychological stealth couldn't fool me, in the boundless ocean she'd have little problem slipping past the encirclement. Ebner gave a quiet note of admiration in his heart. Looking around, he saw that several of his side's ships were already drawing near. Leading them was a large warship whose deck sprouted strange wooden tentacles, the flagship of the Admiral of the Deep Seas, the Dominator. Ebner glanced at the men standing at the bow of the Dominator, a blonde-haired, blue-eyed man in his early 30s, wearing a long coat, a cigarette dangling from his lips. Without any intent to meet him, Ebner simply scooped Gwen up in his arms and flew back to his own warship. Before bringing Gwen into his cabin, he instructed his own captain, Intis Navy Lieutenant Colonel Darren Delian. Don't kill the crew of the Black Throne. Just confine them on board and put people to watch them. So many ready-made sacrifices are perfect to take along for the deep-sea sacrament. Also, the Black Throne is our spoil of war. I won't allow those pirates to board and plunder my property. Finally, speed up. We dock at Isaka tonight. As a formal officer, a member of the Delian family's military faction, the captain naturally looked down on the pirates brought by the Admiral of the Deep Seas, even though they were temporarily cooperating. So, after receiving the Saint's orders, he immediately stood at attention and replied solemnly, "Yes, Lord Owen. Your orders will be carried out to the letter." Ebner nodded in apparent satisfaction, then carried Gwen into his cabin. Afterward, he sealed the room with spirituality, treating Gwen's mental injuries even as he released his true body, which slipped through the cabin walls and into the sea. On the other side, the pirates were extremely displeased with Owen's commands. After all, they had suffered heavy losses before and had been waiting to vent their anger on the crew of the Black Throne. But dissatisfaction was one thing, they had no choice. This was a demigod's command, and no one dared defy it. Out at sea, Lydia looked around at the endless horizon, and her heart sank into despair. She had lost her sense of direction. Back on the ship, navigation had always been Tran's job. She had never worried about it. Now, with only herself left, it was fatal. Lydia could swim, and even briefly transform into a bat to fly, but neither could last long. If she couldn't find land, once her strength and spirituality ran dry, she'd drown. And drowning was hardly fitting for the elegance of a vampire. "Papa, Mama, brother, someone come save me." With 3 demigods as close kin, Lydia had already, right after falling into the ambush, written a letter via messenger to summon reinforcements. Perhaps her prayers had worked. The next moment, Lydia felt herself pulled out of the sea. Countless shifting color blocks slid past her eyes, and when she came back to herself, she was already on a small island. Lydia finally let out a sigh of relief, then turned to look at the figure who had saved her. "Detective Brian, what are you doing here?" When she saw who it was, Lydia asked in both delight and surprise. "Lady Helene asked me to come help you," Ebner answered with a smile. "And I just happened to be nearby." This wasn't a lie. Ebner had known back in Trier that the Delian family intended to capture Gwen. Of course he had told Lady Helene. The latter clearly trusted him greatly, and so entrusted the matter fully to him. So it was Mother who contacted Detective Brian. Lydia nodded thoughtfully, recalling her brother and Mother's usual praise of the detective's abilities. She quickly grabbed his hand and pleaded. "Detective Brian, the captain, and Tran have been captured by the pirates. Please, you must find a way to rescue them." She then explained the enemy's situation in detail, including the demigod who had appeared at the end. "Don't worry. They'll be fine. I'll have them out tonight." End of chapter. Chapter 884, Vice Admiral of the Deep Sea. In the evening, at the dock of Isaka Port, the Dominion, Vice Admiral of the Deep Sea Hel Constantine stood on the bow deck with a cigarette in his mouth, taking a deep drag before exhaling a smoke ring. He watched as the officers of another Navy warship, surrounded by the administrators of the port town, headed straight toward a luxurious manor in town. Among them was His Excellency Owen Delian, the demigod, who also disembarked with the group. At that moment, one of Hal's subordinates ran over and said angrily, "Captain, those Navy bastards have gone too far. They're off to the town for fun, but ordered us to guard the Black Throne and those prisoners." Was it His Excellency Owen who gave the order? Hal flicked the cigarette in his hand, watching it fall into the sea, before asking calmly. "Yes." The subordinate answered reluctantly. "Since it is a saint's order, we have no room for objection," Vice Admiral of the Deep Sea said indifferently. "Just do your part. When this mission is over and we are away from those Navy men, we won't have to look at their faces anymore. That's all we can do. I'll arrange for men to patrol the Black Throne so those bastards won't find another excuse to trouble us." The subordinate sighed as he spoke, then said regretfully, "It's a pity that beauty called Lydia ran away. Otherwise, we could have had some fun with her. As for Lady Dragonmite Gwen, since she had already entered the saint's bedroom, he dared not harbor any thoughts. Vice Admiral of the Deep Sea Hell glanced at his first mate without showing anything on the surface, but he sneered inwardly. From his investigation, Lydia's background was likely the most dangerous among the three captured on the Black Throne. To touch her would be far more disastrous than daring to covet Lady Dragonmite. Even His Excellency Owen Delian deliberately let Lydia go while keeping Lady Dragonmite. Hal did not believe that a mere Sequin 7 vampire could escape from the hands of a demigod. Of course, there was no need to explain these things to his men. After sending them away, Hal returned to the captain's cabin, smoking one cigarette after another, lost in thought. No one knew how much time passed before Hal suddenly stood up and looked through the cabin's glass window at the sky. The red moon had risen from behind the clouds, bright and flawless. March 17th, it was the night of the full moon. Seeing the red moon, Vice Admiral of the Deep Sea Hal's lips curved slightly. He quickly put on a hooded robe, hiding his face in the shadows of the hood. He then left the cabin at great speed, using his familiarity with the crew to evade all patrols silently, until he reached the Black Throne. In the days leading up to every deep-sea festival, the sea monster Sigust's condition would worsen, often falling into madness. That made its domination over Hal Constantine show cracks. This was especially pronounced on the night of the full moon. When the full moon rose, spirituality surged, and the sea monster's madness reached its peak, leaving no attention to its dominated followers. As long as he did not directly do anything harmful to it, he would be ignored. This was the experience Hal Constantine had discovered and summarized over the years of attending the Deep Sea Festival. However, in past festivals, he had never used this to betray the sea monster, not even to test its limits, always waiting cautiously. He was waiting for the perfect moment to completely break free from the monster's control. As the illegitimate son of the Delian family, he had signed a contract with the sea monster in the past to gain power for his revenge against the family. But who could have known that his so-called chance, his so-called choice, had all been arranged by the Delian family? Their true purpose was to make him willingly become a follower of the sea monster, obtain its bloodline, and merge the blood of Delian with the monster, completing some kind of covenant. He was a sacrificial offering created by the Delian family to present to the sea monster. He was also the bridge of their cooperation, the foundation of trust. How ironic it was. All his youthful efforts were nothing but a joke in the eyes of the Delian family's rulers. How could Vice Admiral of the Deep Sea ever accept that? Even though he was dominated by the monster, the creature could only imprison his heart and control his body, but it could not change his will and faith. Though Hal Constantine had rebellious intentions, he was extremely patient, waiting silently for the right chance. He knew there would only be one. And as the Deep Sea Festival grew more frequent in recent years, Hal knew his time was running short. The covenant between the sea monster and the Delian family clearly had problems. No, it was likely the ritual of the Deep Sea Festival itself that was deeply flawed. So whether the monster struck back in desperation and ruined the Delian family's schemes, or the Delian family succeeded and gained something from the monster, he, the bridge, would lose his value. Therefore, when Hal accidentally learned of Gwen, Lydia, and Tran's backgrounds, he made his decision. On the previous full moon night, he orchestrated the pirate attack on Gwen's uncle's merchant ship, ensuring she would end up enslaved and transported to Isaka port. As for afterward, his so-called recognition of Gwen's words that made her feel proud, followed by the ambush on the Black Throne to capture two and release one. These were all pre-planned rehearsals. Because these schemes targeted insignificant people, they posed no threat to the sea monster and even provided more sacrifices. Hal did not have to hide them. Owen's unexpected involvement did not obstruct his plan but instead made it even more perfect. At least I no longer need to find an excuse to let Lydia go. Vice Admiral of the Deep Sea muttered in his heart as his body moved like a ghost, avoiding every guard until he reached the room where Tran was imprisoned aboard the Black Throne. Since Tran and the other officers were Beyonders, they were confined separately. Their rooms had ritual setups to suppress their powers. Hal, his face hidden in shadows, easily broke the ritual and stood before Tran. Tran sensed the seal on his abilities vanish. After thanking the stranger before him, he still asked cautiously, "Who are you?" "Just a kind man. Don't ask too much, leave quickly. Now is the time when the defenses are weakest." Hal deliberately used an urgent tone. "What about my companions? And where is the captain?" Tran asked instinctively. "Your companions were suppressed by the demigod's Dragonmite, they won't recover soon. As for Lady Dragonmite, she has already been taken by Owen Delian. She is now kept on the Navy flagship. Even if His Excellency Owen is not there, the defenses of the flagship are tight. Besides, it is very likely that he has set things upon Lady Dragonmite. If triggered, we will be facing a demigod." Hal answered in a low voice. The captain, she was actually, damn it. Tran bit his lip, his eyes full of fury. He knew well that the captain was a conservative person. Such an ordeal would leave her with wounds beyond imagination. So your top priority is to escape. Only if you escape will there be a chance to rescue your companions and captain. Whether you call upon the strong ones of your family, or find Lydia and ask her elders for help, or tell Ebner Bryan, that well-connected detective, to save his woman. In short, before they become sacrifices, you must find someone to stop all this. After Hal incited him with the aid of a mystical item, he quickly left the room without giving Tran another chance to ask. Find my ancestors, find Lydia, find Ebner. Tran repeated in confusion, but his gaze soon grew firm. He felt the mysterious man was right. Only by escaping quickly could he find help to save the captain. Yet just as he resolved himself and turned, he froze in shock. Because Lydia and Ebner were standing on the other side of the room, quietly watching him. End of chapter. Chapter 885, Ebner who actively played his role. Ebner and Lydia had already slipped inside when the hooded men unraveled the ritual binding Tran, but they both tacitly kept silent, wanting to see what exactly the men intended to do. Moreover, since the Vice Admiral of the Deep Sea had only made a rather crude disguise, Ebner could recognize him easily even without drawing on his aura. Maybe he did this on purpose, wants Tran's elders or Lydia's family to more easily trace the one who helped him. This Vice Admiral seems to have some hidden plans of his own. While pondering, Ebner suddenly heard Tran's delighted and emotional voice, "Lydia, it's so good you're safe." After that, he threw himself into Lydia's arms and said, a little choked, "I thought I would never see you again." Lydia stroked his head gently and said warmly, "Don't be afraid, now that I'm here, everything will be fine." Listening to their exchange, Ebner glanced back and forth between the two with confusion, feeling that the roles they were playing didn't seem quite right. Wasn't this reversed? Sensing Ebner's gaze, Tran finally realized someone else was present. Embarrassed, he scratched his head, and after Lydia quickly whispered her experiences to him, he said sincerely, "Mr. Bryan, thank you so much for saving Lydia and also for coming to save me. If you really want to thank me, first get your face out of Lydia's chest. Shoving dog food like that is not the right attitude for gratitude." Ebner muttered in his heart, then waved his hand and changed the subject. "Now isn't the time to talk. First, you two rescue the rest of the crew from the Black Throne. Once I bring back Gwen from the Navy flagship, we'll seize the chance when the pirates are distracted and set sail immediately. Before we came here, Lydia and I already dealt with the guards on the Black Throne, but you still need to be cautious while rescuing the others, avoid making too much noise. If there was too much commotion, then even with the Vice Admiral as an insider, it would be hard for him to turn a blind eye. But that mysterious man just said the crew are all suppressed by the demigod's dragon's might and can't recover for the time being." Tran said anxiously. "He can't, but that doesn't mean I can't. Don't worry, before coming here I already performed spiritual therapy on the people aboard this ship. They're fine now," Ebner answered with confidence. He certainly had confidence, after all, he was the one who had suppressed them earlier, and he had held back just the right amount. By now, the influence had faded away almost completely. Hearing this, and recalling Mr. Bryan's past miracles, Tran finally relaxed and said gratefully, "That's a huge help, thank you." Then he remembered what the mysterious man had said about their captain being seized by the demigod and having something placed upon her. Biting his lip nervously, he asked, "And the captain?" Ebner knew what he wanted to say, so he waved his hand and smiled. "Don't worry, I'll make sure not to trigger any methods that demigod may have left on Gwen. Also, rest assured, I'll suggest to her to forget some unpleasant things. You must be careful not to bring them up in front of her in the future." When he had treated Gwen's mental state before, she had been unconscious the entire time, so naturally there was nothing unpleasant in her memory. "Mr. Bryan, you're truly a gentleman." Lydia and Tran both sighed with emotion at the same time. Once the three had agreed on their plans, they split up. Leaving Tran and Lydia aside, Ebner used Evan's hidden barrier to pass unimpeded aboard the Navy flagship and located Owen's cabin. Though the cabin was guarded by a ritual, what sort of ward could stop its own creator? Silently entering, Ebner found Gwen lying on the bed where he had placed her earlier, and immediately lifted the virtual persona's control over her. Gwen quickly regained consciousness. At first dazed, she blinked and, recognizing who was before her, asked instinctively, "Ebner, why are you here?" Smiling, Ebner replied, "Lydia asked me to come save you." "Save me?" Gwen then recalled what had happened earlier, her face instantly turning pale. She quickly examined herself and found no abnormalities, finally letting out a small sigh of relief. That demigod could return at any time. "Let's get out of here first." Ebner spoke as he picked up from a table a belt inlaid with ornaments and handed it to Gwen. "Good." Gwen was always decisive and quick to act. Seeing the belt, she exclaimed with joy, "The golden serpent sword." Excellent, it wasn't taken away. With the golden serpent sword in hand, she could transform into her armored warrior state, gaining battle strength nearly equivalent to a pirate admiral. In fact, Ebner had already studied the sword's ability during Gwen's earlier treatment. Overall, it had inspired him quite a bit. After all, if a ship of Sequence 3 strength could lend its power in this way, why couldn't the pure white eye? True, repeated transformations could cause pollution and risk of domination, just like Gwen's side effects, but as long as he controlled the time each use, the problem wouldn't be too severe. And the principle feels familiar. The body Duke Rhine left Lilith works in a similar fashion. Did Roselle get the inspiration from here? Or maybe from a certain tokusatsu show? While letting his thoughts wander, Ebner led Miss Gwen by the hand, carefully avoiding patrol soldiers until they returned to the Black Throne. By this time, Gwen's crew had been rescued by Lydia and Tran. Seeing their captain return, they were overjoyed, nearly cheering out loud. Lydia rushed forward and hugged Gwen tightly, seemingly to comfort her. But she then sniffed lightly, eyes flashing with surprise and doubt. When she noticed Ebner smiling calmly at Gwen's side, her expression turned to realization, and she couldn't help but admire his thoughtfulness. Being stared at like that, Ebner felt baffled. Only after simulating a mind-reading ability for a while did he shake his head helplessly. Turns out the girl thought he had erased certain traces from Gwen to cover up her being violated. Ignoring their little misunderstandings, Ebner reminded everyone they weren't safe yet and told them to set sail at once. Back in the captain's cabin of the Dominator, Vice Admiral of the Deep Sea Hell Constantine waited for his men to report Tran's escape. But after quite some time with no word, just as he was about to investigate again, piercing whistles suddenly rang out, followed by shouts from all directions. The Black Throne has weighed anchor and escaped. The Black Throne ran. Looks like I underestimated the descendant of the Angel of the Morse Ascetics, the Vice Admiral muttered to himself. Still, he thought this outcome acceptable. Though inwardly pleased, he kept his face stern and ordered his men to give chase. But since they raised anchor late and their speed was no match for the Black Throne, his fleet lost sight of the enemy after barely a dozen nautical miles and had to turn back. On returning to port, since his men had been responsible for guarding the prisoners last night, the Vice Admiral naturally bore the brunt of Lord Owen's harsh reprimand. Only then did he learn that even Lady Dragonmight had been rescued. The only ones who can undo a demigod's arrangement are demigods themselves, meaning last night, those three's elders or friends must have come. From the timing, they likely heard my conversation with Tran as well. And since I made no effort to disguise myself, that demigod surely knows who I am. Now it depends on whether they want revenge. If they do, they'll probably shadow our fleet, and then discover the deep-sea sacrificial rite. Looks like I'll have to gamble. Sigh, if things had gone according to my plan and Gwen or the others were still captives, then they'd definitely follow. Unfortunately, Owen Delian is useless trash. As he endured Owen's rebuke, the Vice Admiral weighed his future moves. He wasn't afraid of the men probing his thoughts, for as a scion of the sea monster, anyone wishing to invade his mind first had to overcome the monster's will. Only after Owen waved him off in disgust did he salute expressionlessly and return to his ship. The Vice Admiral's sailors, seeing their captain pale-faced, angrily protested. It was those damned Navy men who went to the town for fun, leaving the defenses thin and letting the enemy escape, yet they pushed all the blame onto us. A bunch of dogshit. Hal smirked faintly, then returned to his cold demeanor. They have a demigod, he said lightly before entering his cabin. At that, the pirates fell silent, swallowing their anger before dispersing. Inside the cabin, the Vice Admiral gazed through the window at his men and murmured, the deeper their resentment festers, the easier it will be to use. Because there is a demigod, they endure. But what if there isn't? Suddenly, he froze. Something felt wrong. Aside from the full moon nights before the deep-sea rite, he should never have such thoughts. Even when scheming, his ideas only ever came in fragments. Under the monster's domination, he could never piece them together like this. What was happening? Just as he thought that, he was startled to find a stranger had appeared before him. It was this man's aura that had blocked the sea monster's control. If you wish to escape your bonds, then learn the secret art on this, the man said, adjusting his glasses as he placed a slip of paper and a rune-covered charm on the desk. Then he vanished. The Vice Admiral warily waited for a long time before slowly picking up the slip. After a moment, he put it down again, murmuring, Land of the Unknown. What is that? Meanwhile, back in his own cabin, Ebner shifted back into Owen's appearance, rubbed his chin, and mused. Once Hal uses that secret art to free himself, my mysticism magister potion should be fully digested, right? End of chapter. Chapter 886, Tran turns the tables. On the Black Throne, after Miss Gwen had comforted her crew who had just survived a great ordeal, she returned to the captain's cabin and expressed her gratitude to Ebner, who was waiting their reading. Perhaps feeling that words alone lacked sincerity, Miss Gwen walked to the bed, pulled out a folded piece of parchment from a hidden compartment under the mattress, and handed it to Ebner. She said solemnly, this is the only thing I can offer right now. Please don't despise it. Ebner accepted the parchment with some surprise. When he unfolded it, he found it was actually a map. He couldn't help but ask, what is this? This might be the most valuable thing left here by Emperor Roselle, besides the Black Throne itself. Miss Gwen first teased a little, then asked, "Do you know of the sunken laurel?" "I do. Among the many rumored treasures at sea, that's the one most likely to be real. They say that over 100 years ago, the sunken laurel was carrying gold, jewels, and other precious items that the Lone Kingdom had acquired from East Balam. It deviated from its course and sank somewhere between the Furious Sea and the Sonia Sea. To this day, it hasn't been found. And the total value of the items on board was said to be several million pounds." Ebner nodded. Whether in his previous life or this one, he had heard of this treasure. He paused, then asked naturally, "So, this map points to the sunken laurel?" Miss Gwen gave a slight nod and said, "Together with this map was a stone sealed with a message from Emperor Roselle, giving a brief explanation of what it pointed to. Unfortunately, that stone turned to powder and vanished after the message was released. I recall that the laurel sank around the same time Roselle was assassinated. So in his last few years, while scouring the world for traces of other travelers, he happened to find it, then deliberately drew a map, turning it into the Golden Serpent treasure, as a joke. That would make sense. At that time, Roselle probably no longer cared about wealth at all. Several million pounds would have been no different from waste paper to him. After all, he owned an industrialized nation. Money. Just have the banks print more. As for the resulting inflation, he could always force other countries to foot the bill. But Lilith once said that before Miss Gwen and her people found this ship, Lady Helen had already cleaned it out once, even taking away the second half of Roselle's translation of Feast of Blood that was kept here. With Lady Helen's greedy nature, how could she not have taken this map? Something feels wrong. Did she not notice it at the time? Or was Roselle's arrangement conditional? Thinking of this, Ebner asked, "Where exactly on the Black Throne did you find this parchment?" "You might not believe this." Miss Gwen hesitated, then answered somewhat embarrassed, "It was when I combined the ship's accessory with my Golden Serpent sword, for the first time, and borrowed the power of the Black Throne to transform into the ship girl described by Emperor Roselle, that this parchment and stone suddenly appeared out of nowhere. After all, the armor Roselle designed for those transformations, while powerful, was rather embarrassing. So, Ship Girl was the real name of that armored warrior. Roselle, you really knew how to have fun." Ebner mocked inwardly while also resolving his earlier doubts. Lady Helen's advance sweep of the Black Throne had only been to prevent the spread of its pollution. She had no intention of taking it away. So she didn't care about things that combined with the Golden Serpent sword to enable transformation, and naturally never tried. That was why the laurel information was left behind. Having thought it through, Ebner shook his head and told Miss Gwen, "Something worth several million pounds is far too valuable. I can't accept it. Ebner, I don't mean to be arrogant, but in my eyes, my crew's lives and mine are worth no less than several million pounds. So please, take it." Miss Gwen looked at Ebner stubbornly, her expression solemn. Seeing her so determined, Ebner thought for a moment before nodding. "All right, I'll accept it." Hearing this, Miss Gwen seemed to let out a breath of relief. Her tone grew lighter, and she smiled. "Actually, you might still be at a loss. The map is real, but after more than 100 years, the treasure could already have been found and secretly taken away. Something hidden by Roselle isn't so easily found." Ebner chuckled, shaking his head. Though he had only glanced briefly, he had already noticed that the place marked on the map was connected to a treacherous area of the Furious Sea. Without guidance, it would be nearly impossible to find. At this point, Ebner took out a card and drew from it a sealed B under characteristic. Gwen gazed at the characteristic and felt a strange attraction toward it. Coupled with what she had read in the mysticism texts left on the Black Throne, she blurted out, "Aggregation of characteristics. This is the Dawn Paladin's B under characteristic." This characteristic had come from the fleet commander, the Grey Giant Gravina, whom Ebner had killed when intercepting the Undying King's squadron. At the time, he had thought of selling it to Gwen. But first, Gwen had just advanced to Weapons Master back then, with neither the funds nor the need. Second, if Ebner had immediately brought out a Dawn Paladin characteristic right after the Grey Giant's death, it would have seemed far too suspicious. So only now did Ebner take it out. Smiling after hearing Gwen's words, he asked, "You should have fully digested your Weapons Master potion by now, right?" Even if her progress had been slow before, after using the Ship Girl armor to fight across sequences so many times, her advancement must have been astonishing. "I've digested it." Gwen nodded, then said helplessly, "But I can't afford it now." "That's fine. Consider it a loan from me. Pay me back when you can. Of course, I can also accept you completing a task for me in exchange. Don't refuse. In my eyes, our friendship is worth far more than a single characteristic." Ebner used wording almost identical to Gwen's earlier words, blocking her refusal in advance. The reason he so generously gave the characteristic in advance was because the laurel's value was indeed immense. Without giving Gwen something in return, he would feel uneasy. After all, if no one else knew, he at least knew just how much of that rescue earlier had been his own arrangement. Miss Gwen was silent for a long while after hearing this. In the end, she accepted the characteristic, sealed it with spirituality inside a container, and stored it. Her gaze toward Ebner now carried a subtle change, gratitude mixed with something indescribable. She then asked, "What's the task?" "Help me keep watch on Lady D in Corsica. Don't approach her, and don't try to investigate her. Just attend her gatherings regularly and confirm that she's still on Corsica Island," Ebner explained. For Gwen, this task wasn't very difficult, but it wasn't entirely without danger either. Compared to a Sequence 6 characteristic, however, the danger was trivial. No problem. Gwen agreed readily, and inwardly resolved to complete the task for Ebner, and also to repay the money later. After that, the two of them chatted idly until Ebner sensed an inexplicable fluctuation of spirituality coming from the deck. Only then did he stop and leave the captain's cabin. As soon as Ebner stepped onto the deck, he saw a handsome young man emerge from the void, led by a powerful spirit. That man was none other than Viscount Cullen, long unseen, and the spirit was Tajik, the bodyguard Mr. Azek had given him, one who took lifespan as payment. No, now he should be called Count Cullen. Nearly 2 months earlier, the demigod vampire hunted by Ebner, Helen, and Klosvia in Grozel's travels had clearly served as Cullen's advancement material. "Ebner, thank you for saving my sister." Cullen first gave Ebner a solemn bow. Then he pulled Lydia and Tran over and said sternly, "We need to talk." At that moment, he glanced at Tran again and added, "Your strength is still too weak. No wonder Lydia was worried about you." Hearing this, Ebner almost burst out laughing. Because whether in tone or in choice of words, this was exactly the same as when Mr. Azek had spoken to Cullen in front of Silica. He wondered if Cullen would also take something out to give Tran for protection. End of this chapter. Chapter 887, The Decision of Vice Admiral Deep Sea. March 28, Monday. After many days of sailing, Ebner's fleet finally arrived at a small island in a hidden sea region west of the southern continent, guided by Vice Admiral Deep Sea. Normally, if they had taken the proper route, it wouldn't have taken over 10 days. But since what they were doing couldn't be seen in the open, they had long since deviated from the Roselle waterway, braving the raging seas and harsh environment to take a route several times longer before finally reaching this secret island. Seems like the ships that transported slaves before also came this way. Sigh, who knows how many people died along the journey. No wonder the Delian family still hasn't gathered enough people for the festival in a whole year. The losses must far exceed the safe arrivals. Damn it. And who knows how Miss Gwen's uncle is doing now. It's a pity that his group had already been secretly shipped away before I arrived at Isaka Island. Miss Gwen only ever received false information, all to lure her into that ambush. Otherwise, I definitely would have helped her rescue them first. Standing at the bow of the ship, having just finished attending the Tarot Club, Ebner sighed a few times as he gazed at the island now appearing in sight. Speaking of which, the recent tarot gatherings hadn't brought up anything particularly noteworthy. Miss Justice was still carrying out the tasks of the psychological alchemists while secretly probing for the whereabouts of the Queen of Calamity. Miss Magician was still traveling with the circus and had just entered the territory of Loan. Miss Judgment had completely digested her judge potion and, through Ebner, bought the disciplinary paladin characteristic from Jane. She only needed the military to approve her ritual application before she could complete her advancement. Miss Temperance still hadn't completed her demigod ritual and remained absent. Lady Hermit, as always, drifted apart from the other members, observing more than speaking. The Sun was accompanying his chief, exploring the path to the royal court, but so far hadn't discovered much. Mr. Moon, meanwhile, was once again showing off at the gathering. He claimed that without much effort, he had already digested part of his potion Professor Potion. But according to the world, this was probably because he frequently lectured the common believers in the Harvest Church on herbalism, and even some special combinations of potions. Besides collecting marionettes, researching history, and volunteering at the church, he also loved studying different potion formulas for use in combat situations. That was why his digestion progress was so impressive. The world, Klein, had nothing unusual either. Other than occasionally hearing that he had taken down another pirate to claim a bounty, only Ebner knew that most of his time was still spent sweeping floors and scrubbing toilets. Mr. Hangman had, by providing intelligence, support, and fencing services to the world, finally accumulated enough funds from his share of the bounties. He bought from Miss Magician the eyeball of a three-eyed thunderbird, thus obtaining both main ingredients needed for the ocean songster potion. Unfortunately, the Obnan sea monster required for the ritual was still missing. Although Ebner roughly knew its location from the original timeline, that would only be months later. And the sea monster didn't just stay in one place, so it was completely unreliable. As Ebner recalled the Tarot meeting, the naval fleet had already docked at the pier, mooring by a simple wooden jetty. Snapping back to reality, Ebner entered a seemingly plain yet lavishly decorated manor under the welcome of the staff stationed there. No sooner had he settled in than his own avatar requested to first inspect the slaves that had been brought here. The request wasn't unusual, after all, Owen was sent to oversee the ritual, and ensuring that sacrifices were intact was only natural. Very soon, under the lead of the manager stationed there, he entered a secluded area deep inside the island. Ebner originally thought the slaves brought here would be penned up like livestock, surviving only on the bare minimum, surrounded by scenes of misery. But reality was the complete opposite. The moment he entered, he saw a town with a polished, glamorous facade. The streets bustled with people, shops lined the roads with plentiful goods, and restaurants sent out streams of smoke carrying mouth-watering scents. At first glance, aside from its smaller size, the town was no different from the bustling commercial districts of cities like Backlund. But soon, Ebner realized something was wrong. Some people weren't paying when they shopped, they simply took things. They beat and cursed the shopkeepers, even ripping off women's clothes in the streets to satisfy primal urges. Those being robbed and violated clearly seethed with hatred and rage, yet endured in silence, as if resigned to fate. Frowning, Ebner turned to the manager beside him. He hadn't known anything about this place beforehand, and couldn't understand why the sacrifices lived like this. The manager quickly explained, aware of his guest's confusion, it was the same with everyone seeing it for the first time. This is the rule of the town, joyous town. We provide every slave who arrives here with everything, fine clothes, comfortable housing, exquisite food. With only one exception, they may not kill. Otherwise, they can do whatever they wish. But there is one condition: before they can enjoy, they must first serve others for a week. Only then can they earn a week of joy. During the service, they must accept anything and everything demanded of them. No resistance allowed, otherwise they lose their chance at enjoyment. This place is both paradise and hell. So that's it. But this isn't a joyous town at all, it's a city of desire, a city of demons. The servers endure suffering, harbor hatred, and curse the enjoyers. Then, once they become enjoyers, they vent everything they endured upon the next servers. Indulging in desire, unleashing malice, enduring pain, and cursing others, over and over again. As I guessed, this is about cultivating suitable sacrifices for the shadow world. The so-called Deep Sea Festival is really a means to use sea monsters that once bore the imprint of an origin characteristic to communicate with the shadow world. And these managers aren't just supervisors, they, too, are part of the sacrifices. Manipulating hearts and desires is also a trait of the shadow world. Without them, the ritual couldn't be complete. Glancing at the manager, who was still speaking with enthusiasm, Ebner shook his head inwardly. This fool probably doesn't even know the fate awaiting him. But why forbid killing here? If killing were allowed, the number of sacrifices would quickly drop, that does make sense. Still, killing is also a form of desire. Forbidding it seems detrimental to the ritual. Wait. The pirates under Vice Admiral Deep Sea, and the Navy soldiers I brought. I see now, they too are part of the sacrifices. Of course. With so many witnesses to this ritual, keeping the secret would be impossible. Yet over the years, so little information has leaked. Hey, that must be because, apart from Vice Admiral Deep Sea and a few supervisors like me, everyone else became part of the ceremony. In fact, if this really is the final Deep Sea Festival, then Vice Admiral Deep Sea and I might also be sacrifices. No wonder Harl dared defy the sea monster, trying to draw in the powers behind Gwen, Lydia, and Trun. He must have sensed danger. And while the Prime Minister being too busy to preside over the ritual seems normal, think carefully, when has a Prime Minister ever not been busy? Why could he always make time before, but not this time? Did he sell out Owen? Does he think the ritual lacks lust, and so placed Owen on the altar? Or perhaps Owen's dealings with George III crossed his bottom line. If I really were Owen, I might only realize at the very last moment. As these thoughts raced, Ebner felt that his previous preparations weren't secure. If this truly was the final festival, then the hidden big shots, such as the Grand Duke of Blood or the Mother Tree of Desire, might have other means. And his own preparations had only been arranging meetings with Cresvia, Helene, and even Karen aboard the Black Throne. But now it seems that's far from enough. At the very least, I need an angel to hold the line. Yet I don't know many angels. Who should I turn to, and how would I persuade them? Should I directly ask the Mother Goddess or the Goddess? Not impossible. True, once I entered this island, I sensed it was covered by some force cutting off prayer to true gods. But that's nothing, I can always wall hop through Mr. Fool to connect. As he calculated inwardly, Ebner continued strolling through the town with the manager. He found the facilities here far more complete than expected. There were teachers instructing etiquette, cosmetics, and deportment, able to turn a shabby female slave into a passable, noble lady in just days. There were also mentors in literature, painting, and music, generously teaching those eager to learn. In short, the range of instructors was so extensive it rivaled a comprehensive university, if not even more complete. Human desires are diverse. Some don't like women, some don't like pleasure, some don't like venting. So we also fulfill their spiritual desires, the manager added with a smile. This is absurd. Ebner suddenly felt the situation surreal. These demons and cultists are actually doing better in education than the great cities of the northern continent. They invest freely, and completely cater to the desires of those being taught. Yes, he could see the teachers' true nature. They were all sea monster dependents, long since turned into aberrations wearing human skin. Yet in life, each must have been an expert in their own field. So they aren't teachers, they're the sea monsters, priests. While teaching knowledge, they guide those not ruled by bodily lust into giving their faith to the sea monster. Truly insidious. Suppressing a shudder, Ebner played along with the manager's chatter. Soon, they encountered the latest batch of slaves to arrive. With the ritual imminent, these hadn't had the chance to serve or enjoy. They were isolated, left to stew in fear of the servers and envy of the enjoyers. This state too, naturally, fit the ritual's requirements. Ebner scanned the group and quickly spotted Miss Gwen's uncle. Having been educated, he wasn't as numb as the others, but he was still shocked by what he saw, his emotions deeply conflicted. Remembering his agreement with Gwen aboard the Black Throne, Ebner quietly inserted a virtual persona into the man's mind to monitor him and prevent any accidents. With that done, he left the town and returned to the seaside manor with the manager. Meanwhile, after fierce inner struggle, Vice Admiral Deep Sea Hell Constantine finally made his decision and uttered the honorific left behind by that mysterious figure. The unknown land connected by the pure white eye. End of chapter. Chapter 888, Calling in Favors. When Vice Admiral of the Deep Sea, Hell Constantine recited the honorific name of the land of the unknown, Ebner, who was resting in his bedroom, instantly received the relevant information from the pure white eye. Just the name, without using the secret technique I taught. Testing me. Ebner quickly guessed what the other was thinking. After a moment of consideration, he simulated the nightmare's ability, forcibly pulling Hal into a dream, while commanding his avatar Owen to change into the appearance of the professor and silently enter the dream. On the other side, Hal, who had just finished reciting the honorific, felt a brief daze. But he quickly regained clarity and, based on past experiences, knew that he was now inside a dream. That Sagust sea monster was also a master at creating dreams. Every time it issued a mission, it dragged him into a massive dream palace. Glancing warily around, Hal realized that unlike previous lucid dreams, this time he was standing in his childhood town, the town where everyone bullied him and his mother, leaving only endless humiliation and hatred in his heart. The very town he had sacrificed to the sea monster in exchange for the power of a favorite of the sea. Why create this scene? Hal guessed the existence who pulled him into the dream was nearby, and he asked with a touch of dissatisfaction. Ebner strolled leisurely out of a house and answered with a smile, "This wasn't created by me. It's simply the place most deeply imprinted in your mind." "Is that so?" Hal was silent for a few seconds, then said, "The being behind you was able to bypass the sea monster's spiritual brand and invade my mind. Now I believe he truly can help me get rid of it. If not for your prayer to the land of the unknown, I wouldn't have been able to leverage its power to descend into your psyche at all." Though this was his true thought, Ebner only gave a slight, inscrutable smile, wearing the look of my lord's normal operation. Seeing that the other party wasn't going to reveal much, Hal felt regret but also knew his counterpart was a seasoned player. He didn't beat around the bush and asked directly, "That talisman and the secret technique you gave me, I've studied them. The secret technique is simple in structure. Its main effect seems to rely on the existence I pray to. But the talisman, with its complicated patterns, I couldn't make sense of. Because there is no meaning. That talisman is merely a key, just like the pendant Roselle left Miss Gwen that could be used for transformation. Stained with the aura of the pure white eye, it allows me to locate you and project power. The essence of the secret technique I hastily created is still you using the card resembling the Fortune Stealer talisman, connecting to the land of the unknown through ritual and incantation. Then the land of the unknown relays to you the power I pried from Klein's Sapphira Castle, using the genuine Fortune Stealer talisman. With it, your controlled fate is temporarily shifted to someone else, or rather, shifted to Owen, making him the sea monster's favored in your stead, and in its weakest moment, delivering a fatal strike. As for whether Owen would also be controlled by the sea monster, I had my concerns. But since the land of the unknown's power could so easily bypass the sea monster's use of primordial residue to control minds and invade your psyche as Vice Admiral of the Deep Sea, it shows the land's authority far surpasses the sea monster's dominion. And it's far more domineering. His thoughts turned rapidly, but Ebner didn't explain any of this to Hal. He only replied flatly, "That talisman, or rather, card, is a token of my lord. With it, the ritual succeeds. But the timing of activation is up to my lord." Vice Admiral of the Deep Sea Hell Constantine had clearly anticipated this and nodded. I'm willing to be this chess piece. He paused, then asked, aside from this, what else must I pay? I need all the intelligence you have on the sea monster and the deep sea sacrament. Ebner smiled as he stated his request. That's all. Hal frowned in disbelief. You don't need me to do anything else. What could a sequence 5 even do? Ebner sneered inwardly, then said with a half-smile, I've no intention of deceiving you. Once you've uttered his name, you're under his gaze. You cannot betray him. I know. But is it only the gaze? Hal stared seriously at Ebner. Just the gaze. Even if there's a task, my lord won't force anyone. All is voluntary, and all effort shall be rewarded, that is my lord's creed. Ebner knew Hal feared falling from one swamp into another, so he casually spoke words of reassurance. And indeed, this wasn't a lie, for that was his own principle of conduct. Hal studied him for a long while before finally nodding. I believe you. And if it's only like this, I can accept. In truth, so long as it wasn't as domineering as the sea monster's control, he could tolerate even something like the true creator forcing believers to listen to its ravings. And this unknown was offering terms almost too good to be true. In the past, he would never have believed so easily. But now, he had no choice. With a sigh, Vice Admiral of the Deep Sea Hal Constantine organized his words and began to recount what he knew. The sacrament always starts on April 1st and ends before May 1st. During this time, the island is completely sealed. One can enter but not leave. At least ordinary demigods cannot leave. From the 1st to the 10th is when the sea monster accepts sacrifices. All offerings must be delivered before the 10th, or else the sea monster goes mad and destroys the island. There was once an incident when there weren't enough sacrifices, and that forced the Delian family to change the ritual location. Normally, all the slaves, administrators, the pirates I brought, and the navy soldiers of the Delian family were sacrifices. But this time, the Delian family suddenly changed the overseer. And with certain changes in the details of the sea monster's dream. I suspect the deep sea sacrament will end entirely within 1 or 2 more iterations. By then, both I and that demigod named Owen may be the final sacrifices. Whether it's this time or the next, I don't dare gamble. That's why I took the risk. I hope to break free of it completely, or even kill it. But even in madness, that sea monster still has powerful divination abilities. Your intervention may alert it. Though it won't abandon the deep sea sacrament, it will surely call for aid. Hearing this, Ebner interjected, what existences do you think it would call? It doesn't need to call. Once it feels unease, terrifying beings will descend. To my knowledge, at least 1 angel of the Rose school of thought and 1 angel of the Norse family. As for demigods, they're impossible to predict. Hal's voice was heavy. This level of power had once driven him to despair. But thinking of the backgrounds of the 3 aboard the Black Throne gave him a shred of confidence. As long as both sides clashed, no matter who won, his plan was to flee as soon as he was free. Ebner, however, sighed softly and thought. All subordinates of the Mother Tree of Desire. That makes sense. Aside from the one hidden in the tenebrous world, only she would care so much about matters of the shadow world. The fact that she indirectly controlled the Delian family's cult faction to repeat the ritual was likely just to conceal her true intent from the Orthodox churches. But now, at this critical step, she'll surely mobilize both the Rose School and the Norse family in full. With this in mind, Ebner ended the dream meeting with Vice Admiral of the Deep Sea, then had his true body slip out of the ritual zone before the island was fully sealed, going into hiding. Meanwhile, through Mr. Fool and his own demon wolf messenger, he began calling in favors. On the Black Throne in the Sea of Mist. Cullen looked at Mr. Azek emerging from the void. Unlike his earlier arrogance when lecturing Tran, he now said respectfully, Ebner Bryan requests your aid. The price is a manuscript concerning the death god. That Saintess of White was still under Ebner's control. Retrieving the manuscript that Trissy had handed to the Demonist sect was no difficult matter. Mr. Azek accepted the manuscript and letter Cullen handed over, remained silent for a few seconds, then nodded. I will be there on time. On Yes Island in the eastern Rorstad archipelago, Klein blew his harmonica, summoning the messenger lady carrying 4 heads. He conveyed Ebner's request to her. Ebner, request. I will, accept. But, need, 10,000, gold coins. The 4 heads answered one after another. Without hesitation, Klein replied, Ebner will pay for it. In the MI9 headquarters office, Princess Vera received a letter passed on by Zio. After pondering a while, she took out the sealed artifact capable of spirit world travel, and teleported directly before Lady Yalalan. In the basement of the Harvest Church, Lilith, who hosted the container of the Goddess of Beauty, smiled at an exquisite puppet. I need to keep an eye on Seer, so I can't go help him. You, as his angel, go in my stead. Don't worry, it won't delay your birth. In fact, With all those gazes drawn elsewhere, your birth will even benefit. The puppet nodded silently, then looked down at its broken finger and decided to buy a new one first. In a luxurious house in a city of the Fasak Empire, a young man with a wicked smile was sipping tea. Suddenly, an ordinary-looking old man appeared before him. "Hermes, do you bring good news?" The young man didn't seem surprised and asked directly. The old man smiled. "Duke of Terror, your opportunity has come." End of chapter. Chapter 889, Beginning of the Great Battle. On a deserted island hundreds of nautical miles away from the festival islet, Klosvia took the letter from Ebner handed over by the demon wolf messenger. After carefully reading it several times, she finally spoke to Madame Helen and to Lady Greed, Xenia not far away. He requests that we take action at dawn on April 1st to block the Rose School and the Norse family demigods from entering the island's range. Pausing here, she turned to Lady Greed and added, "You should hide in the shadows as support, unless absolutely necessary, do not make a move." Greed, Xenia nodded at these words without objection. After months of subtle hypnosis, she now regarded Klosvia as her closest person, even closer than her own sisters of the clan. At the same time, Prophet Taylors, disguised as a senior member of the Secret Order, and Princess Isabella, the former princess of Lenberg who was traveling aboard the Golden Dream in search of something, simultaneously felt their towers being touched, and then received an oracle. Immediately afterward, Taylor swiftly left his stronghold, flew dozens of miles to a small port, and intercepted the patriarch of one of the three great demon families preparing to set sail, the head of the Belia family, the Whisperer, Succubus Yerabid Belia. "Beautiful lady, may I slow your steps and invite you to a romantic encounter?" Taylor smiled and extended his invitation. According to the prophecy given by the deity, this head of the Belia family, though subordinate to the Norse family, was not firmly loyal. Yerabid studied Taylor's with dazzling golden eyes, then nodded, apparently satisfied with his appearance. With a faintly enchanting smile, she said in a voice brimming with seduction, "That depends on whether you can please me." She had never intended to risk her life for others, she had only joined in because she dared not defy the will of the Norse family in a matter she understood nothing about. But now that someone was blocking her, she had an excuse. Naturally, she was happy to fight in another way. Taylor's also showed a sincere and charming smile, confident as he said, "I will certainly satisfy you." Meanwhile, Isabella ordered Admiral of Iceberg, Edwina to suddenly change course. After about an hour of sailing, they just happened to block the path of a massive ship nearly 200 meters long, its prow and stern curved high like a crescent moon, its sails painted with black tombstones. That was the flagship of the Undying King, Agalito, the Death Announcer. At the moment when all the crew, including Edwina, were treating this as a great threat, the Death Announcer suddenly turned and sped away at unprecedented speed. It ran away. The crew aboard the Golden Dream were briefly stunned. Soon, the Death Announcer vanished from their sight. Princess Isabella couldn't help sighing, as expected of a beyonder of the demon pathway. I had only just formed the thought, and he already noticed it. Agalito never fights true demigods. Edwina murmured thoughtfully to herself, then turned to her teacher, a flash of curiosity in her pale blue eyes. "Teacher, why did you block the Death Announcer's course?" "Merely to make him take a detour, so he'll cross the raging sea 1 or 2 days later. As for the exact reason, I don't know. After all, one cannot casually guess at the will of the gods." Isabella silently thought. Seeing her teacher's evasive look, Edwina more or less guessed the reason. After all, she too had once received an oracle. Could this be related to Ebner again? The thought flashed through her mind. Without hesitation, Edwina ordered the Golden Dream to sail at full speed, biting the Death Announcer and delaying it a few more days. At dawn on April 1st, the clone Owen stood on the manor's top floor, gazing at the moonlit sea dyed with a dark crimson hue, quietly waiting. Very soon, the calm sea began to surge violently. In less than a minute, huge waves battered the beach and harbor, and the water level rose rapidly. Within 5 minutes, seawater had flooded the main buildings of the manor where Ebner was, and it continued to rise. But at that moment, the sea suddenly receded, replaced by a sea monster larger than the manor's main building appearing on the shoreline. The creature was entirely blue, its body covered with black eyes, and in the void behind it faintly appeared shells containing strange seaweed. It was exactly the same scene Ebner had seen in the Dream Labyrinth Tower's 5th floor, within the Elven Trial Temple. Back then, Ebner had not known what those seaweed shells were. But thinking now, they were most likely its ascended learning spaces. The so-called seaweed was actually stored knowledge. It seems my guess was correct. Before demigodhood, the learning space becomes, after sequence 4 advancement, part of its incomplete mythical form. This sea monster revealing even part of its mythical form indeed shows its condition is poor. Fortunately, most of those shells remain phantasmal, showing only form without substance. Otherwise, anyone who saw them would die instantly or mutate. Even so, the low sequencers and ordinary people who see it will find their spirits and emotions unstable. Thinking this, Ebner observed the Navy soldiers outside the manor and the pirates farther away. As expected, they were becoming restless. Just a spark, and their emotions would explode. The first group to welcome the sea monster on the beach should have been the island slaves, but since neither Ebner nor Harl wanted the festival completed smoothly, they naturally needed to first deal with the unstable factor of the soldiers and pirates. Moreover, Ebner had already confirmed that each one of them deserved death. Only such people could serve as sacrifices filled with the desire for slaughter. Admiral of the Deep didn't fully understand what the new overseer of the Delian family was plotting, but he was content to comply. As for the sea monster, it didn't care whom it devoured first, so it wasn't alarmed. Seeing the sea monster in place and the ritual ready to begin, Ebner exchanged a look with Admiral of the Deep, Harl Constantine outside the manor. Then he used his marionettist ability to infect the restless minds of the sailors, making them instantly bloodshot and attack the pirates. At the same time, Admiral of the Deep, Harl fanned the conflicts he had stirred along the way, igniting the pirates' impulsive tempers, and they charged ferociously at the navy. As the two sides clashed and the first death, or rather, the first sacrifice, occurred, the islet suddenly seemed cut off from reality, shrouded by a layer of shadow. In an undersea cavern outside the islet, Ebner's true body activated the pure white eye, carefully analyzing the shadow outside the island. After a long while, he withdrew his gaze, frowned, and murmured silently. So the whole island has been pulled into a projection of the tenebrous world, separated from reality, yet not completely separated. In that case, entering only requires crossing the boundary of reality and shadow. It's not difficult. But leaving will not be so easy. Unless one wields the corresponding authority, or possesses equivalent, primordial quality, even an angel will find it hard to escape. It seems my clone won't be able to leave until May 1st. After all, he lacks the pure white eye. Still, this is good. Reinforcing angels and demigods won't step in easily, so no one will know what happens inside. When the time comes, if everything is blamed on Admiral of the Deep, perhaps I won't even need to discard Owen's identity. Just as this thought arose, the pure white eye conveyed a message. Admiral of the Deep requested to use the secret technique that freed him from control. After brief thought, Ebner granted permission, then took out the Fate Theft Talisman made from Amon's Worm of Time. He set up a ritual with it, praying to Mr. Fool for a temporary boost of its power. On the grey fog, Klein had long been waiting. Upon seeing the ever-expanding crimson star, he unhesitatingly used the error card to pry open the power above the grey fog, granting it to Mr. Tower's talisman. Within the island, just before being drawn into his master's mind to preside over the Deep Sea Festival, Admiral of the Deep completed the secret technique taught by the mysterious man. Then, an ethereal voice sounded in his ears, speaking in ancient Hermes. Fate. As the prolonged, difficult word echoed, Admiral of the Deep, Harl suddenly felt unprecedented ease in his spirit. No, not unprecedented, this was the feeling he had before sacrificing his hometown. This was freedom. It truly succeeded. Praise the unknown. A tear fell from Harl Constantine's eye, but he wiped it away quickly and ran inland without looking back. First, he wanted to avoid the sea monster, lest its rage capture him again and drag him into the imminent battle. Second, he wanted to protect Lady Dragonmite's family. Although the mysterious man hadn't asked this of him, this powerful outside aid was obtained through, in Emperor Roselle's words, through crashing into the Black Throne trio. No matter what ties existed between that being and the trio, it would surely be right to protect their family. And staying by their side might even be safer. As Harl rushed inland, the clone Owen, whose fate had been stolen and placed upon himself, suddenly entered a phantasmal space. Looking up, he found himself in a mythical city. Without needing to sense, Ebner naturally knew the name of the city, R'lyeh. The corner of Ebner's mouth twitched as he thought, when the god of luck stuffed that characteristic into this sea monster, did he also imbue it with strange knowledge? Still, it was oddly fitting. I recall, Admiral of the Deep, Harl mentioned the sea monster excelled at dreams, and R'lyeh's other name is the City of the Abyss, matching its role of once housing the imprint of the tenebrous world. Before Ebner could finish his thought, the scene abruptly changed. The city vanished, replaced by a small town. Clearly, the sea monster had noticed its vassal being switched and was trying to trap him in its mental world, corrupting and reshaping him like Admiral of the Deep. But Ebner only looked around calmly, then shook his head and chuckled, "Hey, Innsmouth. You think you can trap me with such a scene? If not for the unknown land's protection, by now I would indeed have lost my mind, forgotten everything, and truly become your vassal here. But too bad. TSK, I hold in my hands the Book of the Dead, once wielded by a fellow transmigrator. Your characteristic is destined to be mine." Just as the sea monster realized something was wrong in its spirit, within the battle between pirates and sailors, an officer's aura suddenly changed. His body swelled, horns sprouted on his head, bat-like wings unfurled from his back, and he transformed into a towering 4-meter-tall demon. At the same time, anyone who looked upon him, pirates or sailors, found their desires uncontrollably swelling until their entire bodies exploded. It should be called he, after completing his descent across space, reached out to seize Owen in the manor and Harl fleeing into town. No matter who had caused the crisis, as long as he regained control, the problem would be solved. But before his move completed, black mist enveloped the area. And then, that demon saw a woman in her 20s, with full lips, deep gray eyes, and striking beauty, wearing a distinctive armored gown. Tamara. Letitia Tamara. You still exist. The descended demon pathway angel's voice was filled with disbelief. The woman in the black mist gave a soft laugh, but her tone was cold. Long time no see, Nors. You still look as disgusting as ever. End of chapter. Chapter 890, Mutation. Facing the mockery of the woman hidden in the black fog, the Blood Grand Duke, known as Earl von Noyes, showed no fluctuation of emotion. As a cold, keen, and cunning devil, he was the very model of a high-intelligence being. How could he possibly be provoked by mere words? On the contrary, he sensed the other party's bluff. Thus, after narrowing his eyes, he smiled elegantly and said, "So, you are not at your peak. You should have only recovered to the level of Sequence 3. Let me guess what gives you confidence. Is it this black mist? It feels somewhat dangerous to me, probably a grade 0 sealed artifact. With your current strength, how long can you control it?" As a former devil, Earl von Noyes instinctively tried to influence the opponent with words, gradually lowering Letitia's ability to think clearly, making her careless and prone to mistakes. But the woman within the fog merely watched his performance quietly, even making a sarcastic remark. "Do me a favor and remove your devilization while trying to appear elegant. Otherwise, you'll only seem more nauseating." Seeing Letitia completely unaffected by his abilities, though he had half expected it, the Blood Grand Duke Earl still found the situation troublesome. Surrounded by black fog, he had lost all sense of the outside world and had no idea what had become of that sea monster. Thinking of the Mother Tree's mission, his expression twisted into ferocity. He raised his hand and unleashed a blade of terror toward the woman hidden in the mist. Since the heart devil had no effect, then he would let her experience the true power of the angelic body devil. Yet the woman within the mist remained unflustered. Her fair palm thrust forward as she proclaimed in ancient Hermes, "Balance." The moment the word fell, she felt her physique, her recovery ability, and her sensory perception all rapidly rise, reaching parity with the Blood Grand Duke within seconds. She then drew a long sword, struck aside the blade of terror, and, smiling, charged at Earl von Noyes. "Let me see if your swordsmanship has improved at all over these millennia." Meanwhile, on the sea surface near the small island, a terrifying, dread-inducing figure suddenly emerged from the void. Its mere presence made Ebner's true body, hiding in a cave at the seabed, feel stabbing pain in his spirit. Only by reopening the pure white eye did he ease it somewhat. Yet the fish, shells, and even sea plants around the cave were all infected by that aura, mutating into all manner of grotesque monsters. It was the descent of the true body of the Rose School Angel, King of Curses, Baranka. But just as his tomb recovered, organ-laden arms began to enter reality, an ethereal female voice echoed at the perfect moment. "Mystery reappears, source of peach blossoms." In an instant, a barrier cut off from the outside world and difficult to pierce blocked Baranka's step into reality. The one who had released the fairy tale magic, Lady Yalaran, immediately dissolved her body into streams of knowledge, transforming into a pure creature of information flow. She lunged forward and pushed Baranka back into the spirit world. Curses had no effect on information. Dozens of miles away from the ritual island, above the sea, Rainette Tyneker, in her intricate black dress and holding 4 heads, was fighting side by side with Mr. Azek, dressed in a black long coat with bronze skin. Together they blocked a revolting monster covered in pustules. Hideous though it looked, that monster was the Sequence 2 life-giver of the Moon Pathway. It continuously created nauseating creatures, intending to bog down Rainette and Azek while it rushed to the island where the Mother Tree's mission was unfolding. But its plan clearly failed. Though not in peak condition, the 2 angels were not foes that mere numbers could restrain. One of the heads carried by Rainette Tyneker opened its mouth in a silent scream. Instantly, the monster's creations froze and then strangled themselves, twisting their own heads off. Azek was even more at ease. While he kept his eyes locked on the life-giver, towering skeletons kept emerging around him, each nearly 4 meters tall, their eye sockets burning with black flames. There were more than 100 of them. Without waiting for his command, the hundreds of pairs of black flame-lit eyes simultaneously fixed on the created monsters. The 2 sides immediately clashed. Seeing its strategy fail, the life-giver's scant rationality was drowned in fury. It was about to transform into its mythical creature form to crush the 2 detestable foes before it. But at that very moment, the full moon that had accompanied it since its arrival suddenly vanished without a trace. Its strength plummeted, and worse, a new restriction emerged: without a full moon, it could not transform into its mythical creature form. This shift in authority clearly came from the apex of its pathway. Night. Lilith, the monster, roared, its voice filled with hate. Both Rainet and Azek were experienced angels. At once, they noticed the enemy's predicament and shifted from defense to offense, pressing that life-giver into disadvantage. While the angels fought, a massive melee broke out on the other side of the island. Cullen and his mother, Lady Helen, joined forces with Closphia in her dragon form, together blocking the 4 demigods of the Rose School, led by the Silent One Mimosi and the Shaman King Klarman, preventing them from advancing closer to the island. The 3 devils of the Noise family were barely held back by Ebner's magic mirror, the temporarily teleported Black Knight Cello, and the external support of Klein's Sea God Scepter, but they would not be restrained for long. Fortunately, the Lady of Greed still lurked in the shadows, ready to provide aid at any moment, which allowed Ebner some measure of relief. Good thing the Noise family still has Andrelade as a nemesis. They can't spare too many people right now. And the Rose School has extensive holdings in the southern continent. It's impossible for them to truly send everyone here. Otherwise, I could only pray for the goddess to descend. Ebner sighed inwardly, holding off on acting personally for now. Though he possessed a Grade 1 sealed artifact of the Lawyer Pathway, Tudor's mutated emblem, it would be of little use in this demigod battlefield. It was better for him to remain in the cave and play a supporting role. After all, while he retained a few means of harming demigods, he himself was fragile. Once the Goddess of Beauty's blessing was expended, he would not necessarily die. He still had one miracle, but suffering grievous injuries was very likely. Thinking this, and seeing the demigod battlefield locked in stalemate, Ebner shifted most of his attention to his avatar, hoping he could end the fight with the sea monster quickly and thus finish this war. Within the mental world of the sea monster Sigust, Ebner, relying on his rich experience, easily dismantled scene after scene, advancing from the outskirts of its mind island toward the core. The closer he came to the center, the more clearly he perceived the sea monster's corruption. Indulging desires, toying with minds, cursing others, stirring malice. Tricks emerged endlessly, both to hinder and assimilate intruders and to mirror the state of its heart. The erosion of the tenebrous world. This sea monster is beyond saving. How can it still be called a reader? When knowledge has become a tool for desire and manipulation, the power it embodies has already been corrupted. You haven't studied or taught new knowledge in a long time, have you? I see, you've already lost control long ago. Now you're barely keeping sane by leaning on the mark of the tenebrous world. No wonder you didn't resist when the Delian family used you to contact the tenebrous world, because that was exactly what you wanted. But it's nothing but drinking poison to quench thirst. As soon as his words fell, a furious scream echoed in his ears. Perhaps his words had pierced the other's heart, or perhaps he had already peeled away too many layers of its psychic defenses. In any case, the mythical city appeared before Ebner once more, with the palace in its center shrouded in shadow. Without hesitation, Ebner made his marionettist avatar assume the form of a dragon, unleashing a breath upon the palace. Earlier, due to the sea monster's special condition, Ebner had been cautious. Not understanding its mind well, and wary of giving the tenebrous world an opening, he had painstakingly dismantled its protective scenes one by one. But now that he faced the very core of its mental island, as a spectator demigod, this was his battlefield. Even if the shadow appeared unusual, with uncharted domain backing him, Ebner was confident enough. So, he chose the most direct method. As a nearly invisible breath of transparency descended, the shadow that coiled around the palace immediately stirred in reaction. While resisting the breath, it extended back toward the dragon, trying to seize control of Ebner's avatar's mind. But having dismantled the earlier layers, Ebner already understood this shadow's essence. It was only a projection, faint traces from the sea monster's brand, plus the sacrificial ritual's shallow projection of the tenebrous world itself, tenuously linking to its sealed body on the western continent. Though high in nature, it was greatly constrained. It might have been irresistible to ordinary beyonders, but against Owen under the secret art's control, it had found its nemesis. This semi-finished secret art, refined by generations of transmigrators, essentially used the uncharted domains, pollution, combined with shepherd and marionettist abilities, to latch onto the subject's miraculous resurrection process. A patched-together experiment, yes, but it had worked well enough so far. Its core was pollution of the uncharted domain. Even though this pollution had no root and could not truly connect to the uncharted domain, it still was not something that a sliver of tenebrous world's shadow power could easily taint. Thus, a ring of golden light formed around the dragon, entwining with the shadows, both locked in a stalemate. Ebner did not sit idly by. He swelled his maw once more, readying another breath for the palace. His goal was clear: destroy the sea monster's mind. Its death would strip the shadows of their host. But just as he was about to exhale, a brown light suddenly shot from his body and plunged into the shadows wrestling with the gold. Unprepared, the shadow swelled, and from its formless mass sprouted a brown branch. The branch was quickly suppressed back into shadow, but almost immediately, a withered twig broke out from another side. Again and again this happened, until finally the shadow violently expelled the brown light and fled the sea monster's mind. But the brown light clung to it relentlessly in pursuit. The sudden development left Ebner gaping, forgetting even to close his dragon jaws after exhaling his breath. When he collected himself, his thoughts spun swiftly, and he understood what had transpired. That brown light was the sealed artifact, testimony of the lost mind, Owen used to control Katerina. It was actually the hidden move of the Mother Tree of Desire, and I never noticed. I've been tricked. The Mother Tree of Desire didn't want to stop me from destroying the Deep Sea Festival ritual. It had already calculated everything, only waiting for my unknown and the shadow to clash, so it could strike from the dark and pollute the tenebrous world. The angels and demigods of the Rose School and the Noise family outside, they were bait. They were unwitting actors. They were merely props to earn my trust. End of this chapter. Chapter 891, the conclusion. Taking a few deep breaths, Ebner gradually calmed down. He carefully reflected on everything he had seen and heard since getting involved in the sea monster incident and suddenly sensed that something was off. Recalling his earlier speculation, he thought to himself with a touch of self-mockery. Hey, when did I become so narcissistic? Even if the Mother Tree of Desire disguised and deceived in this matter, it was to conceal things from the three gods behind me, not from me. That proof of lost mind necklace, I had examined it several times with the pure white eye. Under its analysis, the result was that everything appeared normal. Just like in Owen's memory, it was in a sealed state, with only limited abilities available. And the one who sealed it, although Owen did not know the name of that existence, without a doubt, it was Adam. Did Adam and the Mother Tree of Desire join forces? So at the critical moment, the seal was lifted to deceive me, deceive the Evernight goddess, deceive Lilith, and even deceive the god of knowledge. Well, Adam probably wouldn't be that crazy. But Amon might. Hey, it seems that while the space behind my pure white eye might have a high rank, its analytical ability also has limits. At least, it couldn't pierce through the misdirection of the Mother Tree of Desire. But that wasn't strange. After all, in the original work, the Mother Tree of Desire could even interfere with Klein's divination inside the Sapphira Castle. In any case, being misled by the Mother Tree of Desire was beyond doubt. Then, the next question. Did Lilith, the Evernight goddess, and the god of knowledge also get deceived? After I went to Intis and Lilith assigned me 2 tasks, she never used a vessel to meet me again. She only conveyed oracles through Bishop Utravsky. I had thought this was normal before, but now, thinking back, it did feel a little strange. After all, she didn't avoid meeting me in such a manner previously. Unless it was deliberately staged for someone to see. If I make a bold guess, if the Mother Tree had been plotting since that time, does it mean Lilith deliberately avoided meeting me? So that when I later obtained the proof of lost mind, I wouldn't show it to her. Because if she failed to expose it, it would look fake, alerting the Mother Tree. As for the Evernight goddess and the god of knowledge, I had too little contact to judge, but with their wisdom, it was hard to imagine they noticed nothing. Then, let's suppose the 3 gods had already known about the Mother Tree's plan, yet all pretended to be deceived, silently allowing me to carry the proof of lost mind into the sea monster's mind, letting the Mother Tree of Desire successfully infect the tenebrous world. What was their purpose in doing so? Perhaps, the tenebrous world was actually a trap. Or maybe they intended to use the tenebrous world to tie down the Mother Tree of Desire's attention, achieving another goal. After all, there was still the barrier outside Earth, and the tenebrous world was still sealed by the grey fog within the western continent. It was impossible for the Mother Tree of Desire to seize that primal source in a short time. At most, it would gain an advantage when the apocalypse arrived. Perhaps there were other reasons as well. The thoughts of gods were truly unfathomable. Sighing, although he had no evidence, Ebner was convinced that Lilith, the Evernight goddess, and the god of knowledge must be in the know. After all, even if others didn't understand, did he not know how much they valued him? Even if it was just his avatar carrying an item tainted by the Mother Tree, could they really fail to notice? That would be a joke. They must have had their own plans, which was why they pretended not to see through the Mother Tree's deception. While Ebner's true body was hiding in the seabed cave outside the island, pondering all this, he did not forget to direct Owen's avatar to launch a final assault on the mind of the sea monster Sigust, which had lost the protection of the tenebrous world. Mind deprivation, mental plague, psychic breath. Owen's avatar, controlled by Ebner, wantonly ravaged the sea monster's mind. Already weakened after losing the tenebrous world's power balance, it collapsed completely. For ordinary people or beyonders, a collapsed mind could easily lead to mutation into monsters, but this sea monster was already a monster. Thus, like the sea god Calvetua, its soul quickly perished entirely amidst the collapse, and its body crumbled apart with a loud crash. It had fallen. Or rather, it had long been due to fall. For so many years, it had barely lingered on with the power of the tenebrous world. Now that it lost its support, and with Ebner giving it one last push, it naturally could not escape its fate. Ebner exited from its mental island and came to its massive corpse. While collecting useful materials, he waited for the trait's extraction. Before the sea monster's death, as the power of the Mother Tree of Desire pursued the fleeing shadow, the angels and demigods of the Rose School and the Noise family outside the island seemed to sense something. They were first stunned, revealing inner unease, then each used their means to flee the battlefield. The three devils who had been blocked by the magic mirror, and Sarah were the first to withdraw. They already held the upper hand, with the initiative in their grasp, and devils excelled at survival. They vanished swiftly without a trace. The four demigods of the Rose School fighting against Cullen, Helen, and Klosvia were not as fortunate. Among them, the Silent One Mamosi and two other puppets could use spirit world traversal, making pursuit difficult for Helen and the others, but the Shaman King Klarman was intercepted by Miss Greed, who had been lying in ambush nearby for support. This Shaman King, who had been active in the southern continent since the early 5th epoch, had already suffered a great decline in state after Lilith reclaimed the goddess of beauty, authority of the primordial moon. After all, the reason Klarman had remained vigorous and active even at nearly 1,400 years old was thanks to the blessing of the primordial moon. Normally, the natural lifespan limit of a vampire earl was only about 1,200 years. Seeing himself surrounded by four demigods, Klarman, with his disheveled black and white hair, wore a grim expression. Suddenly, his right shoulder squirmed, something tearing his black robe as it emerged. It was a finely crafted male doll, only palm-sized, dressed in a dark red suit embroidered with golden patterns. Its eyes had been gouged out, leaving only two black holes. This doll sat upon Klarman's shoulder, raising both hands. Its 10 fingers pressed and tapped, as though playing an invisible instrument. Miss Greed, who had transformed into a dragon, immediately felt severe restraints. Her form shrank rapidly, forcing her to revert back into a human. On the other side, Cullen also felt his clothes tighten suddenly, binding him tightly. His bow tie even came alive, attempting to strangle him midair. That doll was a Grade 1 sealed artifact given to Klarman by the Rose School, called the Eyeless General. It was formed from the corpse of a Sequence 4 demigod of the Aberration Pathway who had died unexpectedly. It had the characteristic of being alive, capable of attaching to animate things or awakening inanimate objects in accordance with its owner's will. However, its owner had to feed it with their own flesh and blood, or else it would gradually grow eyes. And once the sealed artifact became whole, it would transform into a vengeful spirit that hunted down its original owner and hated all humans. Seeing this, Helen had no choice but to summon a beam of light that enveloped her son, dispelling all shadows and evil. Although this harmed Cullen somewhat, as someone who had long possessed a sealed artifact of the Sun Pathway, he was already accustomed to such injuries. Taking the chance, he transformed into moonlight and escaped the influence of the Eyeless General. Meanwhile, Greed, with the help of Sloth Klosvia, also dispelled the sealed artifact's possession. But by then, Klarman had already muttered an indistinct word with a cruel smile, stretching his hands forward, attempting to forcibly open a gate of summoning. This was an ability only the Sequence 3 High Summoner of the Moon Pathway could wield. Yet after defecting to the Mother Tree of Desire, Klarman had received her reward, allowing him to pay a price to use this power beyond his level. But his cruel smile froze instantly, for he had shamefully failed. How could this be? Klarman was shaken, unable to believe the Mother Tree of Desire had abandoned him. At this time, the four demigods had closed in once more, sealing his fate. Inside the seabed cave, Ebner observed the scene. Amused, he also became thoughtful. Perhaps this was one of the effects the gods desired. With most of the Mother Tree of Desire's attention entangled with the tenebrous world, aside from a few favored followers such as Saya, she neither wished to, nor could spare, the effort to save the rest of her subordinates. As Ebner thought this, he suddenly saw an exquisitely beautiful doll fly out of his pocket, expanding from palm-size to life-size in an instant. The doll resembled a little girl in a luxurious gown, adorned with gleaming jewelry, just like a noble young lady attending a ball. Ebner recognized her immediately. After all, this was one of Emlyn's favorite collectibles. While not the most expensive, it was absolutely the Moon Gentleman's treasure. And the one fond of taking Emlyn's dolls. The spiritual angel, Tolsna. But judging from how much she liked female dolls, perhaps she should be called Tolsna instead. When did she slip into my pocket? After escaping with the uniqueness of the chained god, she had always been under Lilith's protection. So, she was actually sent by Lilith to protect me. Just as Ebner realized this, he saw the doll first glance at the distant battlefield where Azek, Rainet, and the life producer monster fought. Seeing that the monster had retreated, her gaze grew empty, as if staring into the void. Moments later, regret appeared clearly on her doll-like face as she shifted her sight to the last battlefield on the island, shrouded in black mist. What happened? Ebner cautiously asked. I just cursed Baranka, but he still managed to escape, though he's gravely injured and won't be able to return to his peak within a year. The doll vibrated the air, answering naturally. Remembering how clumsy she was in speech last time when dealing with Talim's curse, and now comparing it with her fluency, could it be because this doll was more expensive? While Ebner's thoughts drifted, he also recalled who Baranka was, that angel of the Rose School, the one Lady Yalalan had earlier forced back into the spirit world. Angels were indeed not so easy to kill. As he sighed, the doll Tolsna seemed to sense his thoughts. Her emerald glass eyes turned to him, seriously explaining. It was because I hadn't spoken for over 1,000 years, so I was rusty. Remember, even in a story, someone who lived in solitude for only 16 years still needed time to adapt before speaking fluently again, let alone 1,000 years. So it wasn't strange. I didn't expect her to be so particular about such a trivial matter. But, 16 years, she couldn't be referring to the little dragon girl from the Return of the Condor Heroes, right? Startled, Ebner cautiously asked, who told you the story of those 16 years? The doll stared at him for a moment, then turned her head away, replying, you guess. Ebner was choked for words, almost raising a hand to his forehead. But just then, the black mist over the island gradually dispersed, revealing two figures. One was a woman in her 20s with a high-bridged nose and full lips. Wearing skirted armor, she exuded heroic spirit. Although Ebner didn't recognize her, he saw Princess Vera's shadow in her features. He guessed she was either Vera's elder, or perhaps Vera herself in disguise. As for the skirted armor, it was all too familiar. Wasn't that the classic Night King armor? Which transmigrator senior's doing was this? The other figure was a grotesque demon, nearly 4 meters tall. Unlike the dignified lady opposite him, his entire body was riddled with wounds, at least 7 or 8 sword cuts visible. Even one of his demon horns had been broken. Now, seeing the black mist disperse, he rejoiced, thinking Letitia Tamara's control over that Grade 0 sealed artifact had finally reached its limit, and he was about to counterattack. But just then, he received information that had been blocked by the black mist. The mother tree had merely used him as bait, and her objective had already been achieved. In that case, his situation was perilous. Although it was an honor to sacrifice for the mother tree, if he could live, he would still fight for survival. Thinking this, Grand Duke of Blood L. von Noyes could no longer spare any thought for the woman before him. He immediately changed tactics, unhesitatingly transforming his body into blood, seeking to merge with the surroundings. Once the Deep Sea Festival ritual activated, this island temporarily intersected with the projection of the first layer of the tenebrous world. Thus, before May 1st, one could enter but not leave. Even though the sea monster had died, the prerequisite of the ritual was complete, and this trait would not change. But as a moon pathway angel, El clearly knew the ritual better. He knew he couldn't return to reality without the corresponding authority or status. But by altering his form and becoming part of the filth, he could briefly enter the first layer of the tenebrous world's projection. And that projection of the first layer of the tenebrous world was linked to the abyss. He could completely take a detour through the abyss to escape. Though it was still dangerous there, at least it wouldn't be as deadly as being surrounded by several angels. Not far away, Letitia Tamara merely watched quietly without moving, because she had already noticed that a doll outside the island had broken one of its fingers. The Grand Duke of Blood L, who had just merged into the shadow, was immediately struck by the curse. He transformed into a blood-marked toad on the spot. Yet he still managed, in the brief moment before the curse fully descended, to pass through the first layer of the tenebrous world and reach the abyss's entrance. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, preparing to hide and deal with the curse, a slightly playful voice suddenly rang in his ear. To meet you here truly is a gift of destiny, don't you agree, Mr. L. von Noyes? Yaldabaoth. How are you here? The pitiful Grand Duke of Blood L tried to cry out in shock, but only croaked, Gwa. The end of the chapter. Chapter 892, Thanks and Farewell. In the happy town on the island, Admiral of the Deep Seas, Hal Constantine gazed toward the harbor, his heart surging like a storm-tossed sea. Although he could not see clearly how many terrifying existences were clashing, just the dreadful auras emanating from the waters beyond the island were enough to suffocate him. The black fog rising near the harbor nearly drove him into loss of control just by observing it. In his heart he kept praying that the one known as the Unknown would be the victor. After all, if the Rose School and the Norse family won, then as a traitor, he would not even have the luxury of a swift death. Fortunately, things unfolded just as he wished. That distinct-looking demon fled in a panic into the shadows, so the victor could not possibly be the enemy's side. As the black fog dissipated, he finally saw the neatly dismembered corpse of the sea monster, Sigust. At that moment, he could no longer suppress his excitement and swung his arm fiercely. Since the sea monster was dead, he no longer needed to fear being dominated again. I'm truly free now. Praise the Unknown. In that instant, Admiral of the Deep Seas even developed a trace of genuine devotion toward Ebner, though it lasted only for a fleeting moment. In the undersea cavern outside the small island, Ebner suddenly closed his eyes, for he sensed that his knowledge keeper potion had been fully digested. Feedback from Admiral of the Deep Seas. When the mystic arts I developed allowed him to fulfill the wish he had harbored for years, even inspiring a faint sense of reverence for me. Learning mystic arts, developing mystic arts, teaching mystic arts, letting mystic arts be no longer hidden, in the end, they must be put to use, solving problems. This is indeed in line with the sequence from knowledge keeper to polymath. I suppose the next stage, prophet, will be similar, helping others solve their problems and change their fates. From knowledge keeper to prophet, the difference may only lie in details and emphasis, but the general direction should be the same, just like climbing a tower, where each floor shows you different things, yet the goal remains to keep ascending upward. After letting his thoughts wander, Ebner felt greatly uplifted. Ignoring the inexplicable, probing gaze of the angelic doll beside him, he turned his attention back to his own avatar. The sea monster's characteristics were already precipitating. Looking at the lump of things tangled together like fishing floats, Ebner sighed inwardly. As expected, it's a mixture of many characteristics. Without the pure white eye, he could not identify them precisely, but roughly speaking, aside from the prophet, the rest were all mid to low sequence characteristics. Fortunately the mix wasn't too large, only 3 or 4 kinds. The others must have been expelled by granting them to its thralls. I might as well take advantage of that angel of spirit being here and ask him to crush and separate them. Acting on the thought, though Owen's avatar couldn't leave the island before May 1st, Mr. Fool could provide cross-domain service. Thus Ebner immediately held a sacrificial ritual, offering the characteristics and other valuable materials from the sea monster onto the grey fog. Then, through the undersea cavern, his true body performed the receiving ritual and took back the mixed characteristics. As for the sea monster's spiritual materials, he offered them to Mr. Fool as thanks. Mr. Fool did not refuse, only saying mildly, "It will be passed on to one of my blessed, that blessed happens to be lacking in similar materials recently, so he is willing to assume the contribution that Mr. Tower has advanced in this support." Faced with such a situation, what else could Ebner say? Of course, he praised Mr. Fool and his blessed. After this operation, Ebner handed the clumped characteristics to the exquisite doll. As they had communicated beforehand, Tolsner did not say much and immediately activated angelic level power to shatter the characteristics. Soon, 5 pure Beyonder characteristics appeared before Ebner's eyes: prophet, wind-blessed, sun-priest, listener, and audience. They corresponded exactly to the all-knowing, all-powerful 5 pathways that sea monster really had ambitions. Too bad you didn't make it. Ebner had just finished the thought when he saw Tolsner stuffing the remnants of spirit and pollution from the shattering process into the doll's eyeball, turning its once emerald green into pitch black. Turning his head toward Ebner, he said earnestly, "This doll, even with my modifications, has reached the limit of what it can bear. It is about to shatter. I must also return to be born again. You won't make it in time, but it doesn't matter. When I reach my full month, you must come with a birthday gift. You can use this doll's eyeball. It holds the spiritual pollution of the sea monster and countless sacrifices, as well as the aura of the tenebrous world. Now it already counts as a sealed artifact with extremely dreadful side effects." Before he finished speaking, the life-sized exquisite doll collapsed into countless grains of sand, scattering across the ground. Only that pitch-black eyeball remained intact, which Ebner drew into his hand. After a brief examination, Ebner felt a stabbing headache. The thing was the purest kind of sealed artifact, impossible to use directly. At best, its negative effects could be used to trap others. Not daring to hold it for long, Ebner thought for a moment, then again set up a sacrificial altar and offered it onto the grey fog. This contains remnants of the sea monster and many human spirits. Klein may enjoy studying it. Besides, no matter what, it's safer than the sun god's divine blood or the real creator's polluted ear. So this is what it means to be an angel. To demand such a hardcore full-month gift. But the northern continent doesn't have the custom of baby's full month. Could it be a tradition created in the southern continent by Senior Daniet? After leaving the Angel of Spirits full-month gift with Mr. Fool, Ebner stored away the Beyonder characteristics and left the cavern, surfacing above the sea. By then, aside from Yalarin and the Lady of Black Fog on the island, the other angels and demigods had already gathered there. Seeing Ebner appear, they all flew over. Renette Tinicole's 4 heads each swept a glance, and she was the first to speak. Already. Safe. Afterwards. Remember. Payment. Ebner smiled and replied, "Do you have an account? I can have someone transfer the money right now. You can withdraw the gold coins at any Suet Bank branch." Renette was visibly startled at these words, then her 4 heads nodded in succession. "Transfer to Gehrman's account. Will do." Having said that, she vanished as though she still had urgent matters. After she left, Lady Helen said with a strange expression, "She has actually become Gehrman Sparrow's messenger. How odd." Recently, Gehrman's name had been resounding across the seas, hailed as the craziest adventurer. Even Helen, in Intis, had heard of him. "Lady Helen, are you well acquainted with this messenger?" Ebner asked casually. "Not only do I know her, before she was besieged by the Rose School's liberators, I had quite a good relationship with her. When Sharon and Marek were hunted, I even lent them aid," Lady Helen answered briefly without going into detail. At this, Karen suddenly realized, no wonder Miss Sharon has that item of yours. Hearing this reminder, Ebner also recalled that time. When he and Judy met with Sharon and Marek, Karen, who should have been lurking in the shadows, had suddenly appeared and questioned Sharon, so this was the reason. "I saw Sharon suffer at the hands of that Scarlet Moon crown, so I lent it to her temporarily." At this, Lady Helen smirked mischievously and teased. "Speaking of which, I found Sharon suited my taste and wanted to trick her into becoming my daughter-in-law. After all, you hadn't become the Witch King back then, and you were already over 500 years old, it was high time you thought of descendants." No sooner had she finished than Karen felt Mr. Isaac's sharp gaze from the side. His head throbbed instantly, and he changed the subject. How are those Lydia and the others wanted to save? Some matters, even if one's conscience was clear, only grew worse the more explained, so the best choice was not to pursue it. Everyone could see that Lady Helen had been joking anyway. They must wait until May 1st, when this island returns to reality, before they can leave. Fortunately, the island has abundant supplies, so basic needs aren't an issue. And with the Admiral of the Deep Seas here, no chaos will arise. Next month, I'll organize a fleet to fetch them and resettle them. Ebner thought a moment and gave his reply. As for his own avatar, once the true body left the island, it would be left in the care of a virtual personality. Currently, the virtual personality he could arrange did not have high intelligence. It could manage daily life and combat, but not problem-solving. So Ebner planned to have it simply hide for a month, avoiding contact with the others on the island. That was a task a virtual personality could handle. "I see. I've been assigned to a mission in the southern continent. If I have time this month, I'll come take a look, to prevent any mishaps," Karen said with a nod. After that, Ebner expressed his gratitude once more to his friends. Although Crossvia and Helen had come at the Earth Mother's command, Karen was helping Lydia's group avenge and rescue Gwen's uncle. Mr. Isaac had accepted Death God manuscripts as payment, and Madame Greed belonged to Sloth. They had all risked their lives to fight on his behalf, and this favor Ebner acknowledged. As for Ciro, he could not appear before everyone, and the Black Knight identity was unwelcome. So as soon as the battle ended, Ebner sent him back to Trier directly. Once the demigods and angels accepted Ebner's thanks, Mr. Isaac asked, "Where are you heading?" "I still have some time and can take you there." Recalling the message brought to him by the strongest hunter, Anderson, when he first became a knowledge keeper, Ebner pulled from his pocket an invitation long kept sealed. Pointing at the address written there, he smiled, "Please take me to this place in West Balham." After everyone had left the island, Letitia Tamara transformed the black mist into white, wrapped herself in it, and turned into Vera Augustus. From several kilometers away, she glanced at Owen hiding within the manor, smiled slightly, and in a shroud of mist took one step beyond the island's boundary. The projection of the tenebrous world could not hinder her in the slightest. Reaching the sea's surface, she spoke into the empty void, "Since you're watching, why not speak? Don't you still need him to resolve your issue?" After a long silence, a woman's voice echoed from the void, "It isn't time yet, wait a little longer." To go to him now would only burden him. In West Balham, Burinsport, in an ordinary-looking house. An old man in a plain white robe embroidered with brass-colored thread looked at Ebner, who had just entered, and smiled. "Your arrival is far earlier than the time I foresaw." End of chapter. Chapter 893, Sequence 4 Prophet. My name is Luca Brewster. I am a clergyman serving the God of Knowledge and Wisdom, currently responsible for the church's affairs in West Byron. I originally expected that you would at least take a year after receiving the invitation letter to arrive, but I didn't expect that in less than 10 months, you would have already become a mysticism magister. The old gentleman Luca, with silver hair neatly combed and wearing a plain white robe embroidered with brass threads, gave a brief self-introduction, then smiled warmly at Ebner Bryan and said, "There are many copies of mysticism prepared in this house. In the coming period, you may freely study and research here. I have also selected several very gifted children in advance. You may teach them the mysticism you learn to help you digest the potion more quickly. Also, I have already arranged." Wait. Luca's words were interrupted before he could finish. Ebner Bryan raised his hand helplessly and said with a hint of disappointment, "But I don't need those. I have already finished digesting the mysticism magister potion." Hearing this, Luca froze for a few seconds, then gave a bitter smile. "So it's not that you came early, but that you came late. This is quite different from my prophecy. Indeed, fate is always difficult to grasp." Sighing, he took 2 sheets of parchment from a drawer and handed them to Ebner Bryan with a sigh. "In that case, I have little left that I can provide, only these may still be of some use to you." Ebner Bryan curiously took the parchments and read the top one carefully. Sequence 4, Prophet. Main ingredients, the primary eye of an absolute, the true spirit body of a Mothman. Supplementary ingredients, 200 milliliters of absolute's blood, 20 g of powdered Mothman wings, 10 g of bark fragments from a transmigrator, 10 g of freshly squeezed juice from golden grapes, 10 stalks of blue serrated grass, and a notebook imbued with your own breath and spirit. Advancement ritual, independently complete an invention or discovery, and present it publicly, revealing unknown aspects of it, and causing as many people as possible to feel shock and admiration. Then, before those emotions fade, consume the potion. The content on the parchment was none other than the potion formula for a prophet. The ritual's requirements are not as high as that Leon, claimed, about an invention or discovery that shocks the world. Clearly, his words were exaggerated. Of course, perhaps in his eyes, any invention or discovery should shock the world, since after all, he was raised by Roselle. Although demigod potion formulas were extremely precious for Ebner Bryan, who already had the extraordinary characteristics of prophet and could analyze the related information using the pure white eye, this was only a time saver, not particularly crucial. So he only grumbled internally for a few moments before setting it down, showing none of the delight Luca had expected, leaving the old man, who had wanted to show off, feeling frustrated again. Unaware of the elder's childlike feelings, Ebner Bryan picked up the second sheet of parchment and discovered it was a list recording many scientific achievements. Electromagnetic waves, principles of the photoelectric effect, prevention and treatment of anthrax. Looking at these titles, which seemed quite different in style from his own, Ebner Bryan faintly guessed their origin but still politely asked, "What are these for?" Luca's spirits lifted at the question. He first introduced the significance of each work, then proudly said, "These are papers I have not yet published. You may freely choose one, and the church will find people to promote it, help you build momentum, and finally hold an academic conference to present it, creating a sensation in certain circles. In this way, you will be able to complete the ritual relatively smoothly." Hearing this, Ebner Bryan's mouth twitched, and he subconsciously asked, "Isn't that cheating? Can such a ritual count? As long as no one else has published it first, bringing it to public knowledge, it counts. In fact, perhaps others already discovered similar results long ago, but they were buried by history, so naturally, it belongs to whoever first presents it. It cannot be called false." Luca responded unconcernedly. "You're not wrong there. These things were all studied back in the old era before the first epoch. But plagiarizing others' work like this feels wrong, and it doesn't fit my character. If I suddenly present it, people would question me rather than be shocked. It would take a long time, at least half a year to a year of preparation, to succeed. But Mr. Fool will become a demigod in 2 months, and the world will grow increasingly dangerous. I, too, stand at the center of many conspiracies and whirlpools. Perhaps I cannot wait that long." As these thoughts turned, Ebner rubbed his chin and asked Luca, "What was your own demigod advancement ritual like?" "Mine." Luca did not hide anything. While recalling, he organized his words and replied, "From the mysticism magister stage, I had been teaching knowledge to generals and soldiers of tribal warlords in the southern continent. When I was nearing advancement, I had the general summon tens of thousands of soldiers along with their families to witness me, using my knowledge, discover and excavate the remains of a feathered serpent. Then, amid their shock and fear, I drank the potion and advanced to demigod. But looking back now, the ritual was rather risky. The number of witnesses was still too few. If I had not been respected by them as a mentor, trusted and even revered, and if the feathered serpent had not been seen by them as a god, I might have been lost in the river of fate. So, discovering something that everyone knows exists, but has never been revealed, is also acceptable." Ebner asked thoughtfully. "It is, but unlike inventing or discovering a principle with tangible evidence and derivations, you must then rely on sufficiently demonstrating your knowledge reserves, logical reasoning, and a bit of luck." Luca replied at a steady pace. "I see. Then it won't be too much of a problem. As for a large enough audience, I can manage that myself." Ebner Bryan stood up with confidence, bowed to Luca, and said sincerely, "Thank you for your explanation. You don't want any of my research results?" Luca asked in surprise, as if he had foreseen something. "Brewing scientific discoveries takes too long. I've thought of a better way." Ebner replied with a smile, then picked up the parchment with the formula again and asked, "Do you have any of these supplementary ingredients on hand?" Luca thought for a moment and calmly answered, "I still have some of Absolute's blood. I can sell it to you directly. As for the others, the monster Mothman appears occasionally in the Fasak Empire, you may find it there. Golden grapes are native to Intis, but monopolized by the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun and several major families, they only grow in their estates. Bark of a transmigrator is not considered valuable and can be easily bought in Lemberg. Blue serrated grass is uncommon. I happened to buy some at a bee gathering back then. As for the notebook imbued with your own breath and spirit, I don't need to provide that, do I?" After saying this, he asked Ebner to wait and went into the inner room. While waiting, Ebner calculated inwardly, the powdered wings of a mothman can be handled by Miss Greed. Her family has been rooted in Faceac for 1,000 years, and they may well have some. For the golden grapes, even if Helene's family doesn't, the Delane and Sauron families surely cultivate them. Acquiring some fresh juice shouldn't be difficult. As for bark fragments of a transmigrator, I should ask Edwina and Tells first. If neither has them, I can pray to the god of knowledge and wisdom. If that fails, I'll go to Lenberg myself. Blue serrated grass is rare, but members of the Church of the Earth Mother should cultivate it. As for the notebook, I should start keeping a diary today. It should still be in time. After sorting out his plans, Luca came back carrying a metal box sealed with spirituality and placed it on the table. Ebner Bryan inspected the goods, paid, and once more expressed his gratitude. He promised to return later to study mysticism, then turned and left the house that looked so ordinary. After he left, Luca's jaw moved slightly as he murmured to himself. What a terrifying young man. Merely meeting him once has altered my fate. The crisis I originally needed someone's help to survive has suddenly vanished. Has the crisis already dissipated, or has it changed into something I cannot foresee? Meanwhile, outside, Ebner Bryan boarded the carriage, looked at the waiting mirror spirit Clospia, and smiled. It seems we are about to embark on a splendid adventure. As he spoke, he took out a parchment scroll from his pocket, the gift from Lady Dragonmight, Miss Gwen, Roselle's map of the sunk laureate. But with exploration and the advancement ritual keeping me busy, I probably won't have the energy to join the tarot club. I'll just take a 2-week leave first. April 12th, Faceac, Intis, Lenberg, Backlund, film premieres, gathering of ingredients, Greed, Helene, Edwina, Clospia, Judy, etc. Events unfold as in the original text, with characters delivering materials, the film finding the laureate premiering worldwide, and Ebner Bryan preparing for the ritual. On April 17th, Sunday. In Lone, Faceac, Intis, Funnerport, Lenberg, even in Byam overseas and some major cities in the southern continent, theaters opened at the same time, and countless people poured in. Among them were Zio, Furs, Helene, Edwina, and other friends of Ebner Bryan, as well as Tells, Mr. Azek, and even Klein, who stepped out of the washroom, bought a ticket, and entered the only theater on Sunia Island. Under the gaze of so many people, Ebner Bryan's adventure to discover the laureate began. As the plot progressed, Ebner Bryan in the film again and again relied on knowledge and wisdom to escape danger, ultimately deducing the location of the laureate and boldly diving into the great whirlpool. When he finally uncovered the treasure after countless hardships, the audience's shock, envy, and awe reached their peak. At that very moment, Ebner Bryan drank the prepared potion in one gulp. The icy potion slid down his throat, and he felt himself entering a world devoid of color, mechanical and cold, filled with endless streams of information. It was the world of absolute rationality, the very domain of the river of fate. The pure white eye opened automatically, the wheel of fate within it reflecting and intertwining with the river of fate. About 3 to 4 minutes later, Ebner Bryan finally raised his hand to rub his throbbing forehead. His face bore both astonishment and joy. He was astonished at the smoothness of the advancement, and joyful because he had finally attained the initial spark of divinity, becoming a demigod existence of the reader pathway. He had become. Sequence 4, Prophet. Chapter 894, New Abilities and the Pure White Eye. After a burst of excitement, Ebner recalled the experience he had just gone through after consuming the potion, and he couldn't help but furrow his brow. The state of immersing himself in the world of absolute rationality, wandering through the different tributaries of the river of fate, was simply too dangerous. Of course, this didn't mean that Ebner had encountered a great peril during his advancement. On the contrary, his promotion had been relatively smooth. But unlike ordinary mysticism magisters, he had long since grown accustomed to a multi-threaded mental state thanks to the ability provided by the pure white eye back at Sequence 9. What's more, the ritual he held for his advancement to Sequence 4 was of an absolutely unparalleled scale, and its effect of anchoring him in reality was exceptionally strong. Even with all those advantages combined, Ebner still felt lingering fear toward the terror of the river of fate. With one careless mistake, he might have been trapped there forever, becoming part of that world. If even he felt this way, how much more luck would other mysticism magisters need to succeed in advancing? Or is it that I'm special? That's why I was able to plunge into the river of fate, while others only observe from afar during their advancement. Is this the influence of the wheel of destiny I obtained after the pure white eye? I recall Lilith once said that after becoming a demigod, I would qualify to begin learning the secrets of the pure white eye, but that it would be best not to enter it myself. Though tempted to explore the space behind the pure white eye immediately, Ebner had just completed his promotion and his spirit was exhausted. To prevent any accidents, he decided to rest with his eyes closed first and act only once he had fully recovered. While waiting, he also organized the knowledge he had gained during the promotion and obtained a preliminary grasp of the abilities of the seer. First of all, by becoming a seer, he could glimpse the river of fate and naturally acquired the core ability of the sequence, prophecy. This ability had roughly 3 directions of application. The first was the combination of his previous, breath extraction, and scene retrospection abilities, elevating the former into information extraction. This truly realized the saying, everything leaves a trace. As long as no authority-level powers interfered, he could extract information from within a scene out of thin air, then retrospect its past fate trajectory. Compared to before, this was far more advanced, resembling the method by which the god in a domestic animation he once watched read hidden data. The second was the sublimation of his mechanical mind into an absolute rationality state, allowing him to observe the river of fate within this mode. With the help of keywords, he could search for related information, then use his further advanced analysis ability to deduce the direction of fate. Most of the time, fate branched into multiple paths depending on choices. Typically, a newly advanced seer could only observe and analyze the most probable fate tributary, with limited accuracy and success rate, just like when Ebner had once used the pure white eye to attempt active prophecy before he had obtained the Wheel of Destiny. However, his prophetic ability had mutated because of his deep immersion into the world of absolute rationality and the river of fate during advancement. He could observe far more developments of fate than ordinary seers, and his results were clearer and more accurate. That said, the seer pathway was inherently dangerous. After glimpsing the future, a seer could not casually reveal the results or act deliberately upon them. For most people and things, their fate was already set. Changing fate would force the seer to pay a heavy price. Thus, most seers only guided others discreetly, nudging them toward fate tributaries with better outcomes. This way, they avoided being backlashed by fate and paid negligible costs. But if one insisted on changing someone's predetermined fate, fate's resistance was inevitable. Even if the attempt succeeded, the seer would pay a steep price. The cost might be reduced lifespan, weakened fortune, harm to family ties, or the attraction of disaster, reminiscent of the 5 losses and 3 lacks that fortune-tellers in his previous life spoke of. Of course, this wasn't absolute. Some seers actually gained benefits after altering others' fates. Ebner guessed that this was because the foundational rules of the mysterious world were chaotic. The honorific of the Old One who symbolized a fate, the key of light, even contained the description, endless chaos. Thus, problems in the application of fate-related abilities were normal. The third direction was passive prophecy related to one's own fate. This only applied to oneself. Upon encountering a key person, object, phrase, or even sound, the seer would passively receive a prophecy that told them how to avoid disaster or seize fortune. Because such prophecies lacked information, they were often vague, but every seer valued them greatly. For example, that knowledge church leader in West Balham, Mr. Luca, in the original novel had actively sought out Klein because he passively foresaw that Klein could turn a crisis into an opportunity. For prophecies about oneself, there was no need to worry about fate's backlash, perhaps because beyonders in the domain of fate had inherently unstable destinies. After researching his new ability of prophecy, Ebner sensed his other powers and found that the omniscient heart had fused with the learning space into his incomplete demigod mythic form, the bookshelf of the crippled room, surrounded by countless eyes made of black shadow. In essence, this mythic form was just a room within the white tower that stored knowledge. The learning space formed its framework, the omniscient heart provided its material foundation, and analysis became the eyes within the shadows. With the omniscient heart sublimation, the mystic techniques that once required rituals or special items could now be instantly cast as if they were extraordinary abilities. Take disintegration, for example. In the past, Ebner needed the long sword of the Hell Lieutenant General, which could destroy anything, as a medium. But now, he could directly create the trait of that sword within himself, then complete the mystic technique. Even the extraordinary items or talismans he had crafted in the past, since they too were stored within the learning space, could now be created within his mythic form. Unfortunately, such creations couldn't last long in reality. Once removed from his crippled white tower, their power would dissipate within seconds, and their material basis would instantly collapse. Talismans could still unleash their effects if used quickly, but extraordinary items were difficult to employ, and using them risked harming himself when they collapsed. Since they were already included in his white tower, meaning he could simulate their abilities directly, there was little point in using such created items in battle. This application was somewhat tasteless. Still, it reminded him of the Dream Labyrinth Tower's exchange function. The Ninth Law talisman he once exchanged for had a similar application, unable to exist long in reality. Lilith once said the Dream Labyrinth Tower was built using an archangel's extraordinary characteristics. So the entire tower was actually created by Roselle relying on another's mythic form. The bookshelves in the reward space must be the knowledge reserves of that deceased archangel. Well, no rush. Once I advance to sequence 3, the cognizer, I'll take complete control of the Dream Labyrinth Tower. Speaking of which, my seer potion has already been mostly digested right after I drank it, with less than a fifth remaining. At this rate, I may fully digest it within a month or two. For now, the seer's acting requirements seemed to revolve around three aspects: glimpsing fate, diverting fate, and changing fate. The hardest of these is changing fate, since it requires heavy costs and often brings resistance and danger. But I may already have fulfilled this part. My arrival alone has altered the fates of countless people. Not to mention the big shots, just Talum, Sherry, Dunn, Daly, Freya, even Buddy and Winter, all of them avoided death because of me. That definitely counts as changing fate. Not to mention Zeradal and the Chained God, along with other angels and demigods who should not have died, yet did. The strange thing is, I haven't paid too steep a price for this. Is it because I don't belong to this world? Or did the pure white eye shield me? And as for glimpsing fate, is there anything more like peering at fate than reading the plot of a novel? In a sense, the secret novel itself is a reflection of the river of fate. What I currently lack is the simplest, diverting fate. That is, guiding others so their fate flows into tributaries with better or worse outcomes. As he calculated in his heart, Ebner felt his spirit had almost fully recovered. He took a deep breath and activated the pure white eye. Now, as a demigod, he immediately sensed the differences in the pure white eye. First, due to his divinity, he hardly felt any burden from this golden finger. Even if he kept it active for days on end, it would likely be no problem. Second, unlike before, with his mythic form, Ebner could clearly perceive the existence of the passage behind the eye. That passage didn't lead to reality, nor to the spirit world or astral world. A voice whispered within him that it connected to an unknown world. Ebner had a hunch that as long as he transformed into his mythic form, he could pass through the passage and enter the world beyond. But Lilith had warned him not to enter rashly before reaching angelhood. So, after a moment's hesitation, Ebner split off a fragment of shadow containing an eye. This was his mental and rational avatar, a thread of his multi-threaded thoughts, a mythic state born of his sublimated analysis fused with his divinity. He named it Inside Eye. The shadow with the eye was soon sent by Ebner into the passage behind the pure white eye. Immediately, through the inside eye, a gigantic illusory sun embedded with a pair of illusory brass eyes manifested in Ebner's mind. It sat at the other end of the entrance, completely blocking the passage. Pure white eye. Pure white angel. Omniscient eye. So the names I casually gave, actually held real meaning. End of this chapter. Chapter 895, The Curtain Gradually Rises. Pure white angel. Omniscient eye. So this was the true nature of the golden finger ability. That was why he could always experience the powers of the reader pathway in advance, why his abilities of analysis and retrospection far surpassed those of ordinary demigods. So that was also why the divine light he simulated through the pure white eye exceeded the genuine version, and could even draw the attention of the third pope of the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun, sealed inside the Mirror of Calamity, and the second pope who had seized Celo's fate, making both recognize him as their master. But these two things clearly weren't part of the space behind the pure white eye originally, and they even blocked the entrance. Who had placed them here, making them his golden finger? Ebner faintly guessed the answer, but he had no evidence. He wasn't in a hurry, though, for if his guess was right, the proof lay within this very space. At this thought, the inside eye in the shadow, under Ebner's control, carefully observed the illusory sun. Soon, he saw a golden wheel of light at its top, the very wheel of destiny that had intruded earlier. On the left side of the golden wheel was a crimson mass. The aura it emitted felt vaguely familiar. After some recognition, Ebner realized it was Zeradal's historical projection. But most of that red mass had already been dyed black. The little that remained grew ever dimmer, as though it struggled desperately against some kind of corruption. Beneath the sun, many black spots were scattered. Some were near, close enough that the inside eye could almost touch them, while others lay far away, some even behind the illusory sun. Amid those dark marks, very close to the pair of illusory brass eyes, floated an ancient-looking seal, glowing fiery red. Just by seeing it, Ebner felt a strange sense of familiarity, and he blurted out. The Calamity Seal. So it's here. That means, my vague guesses might actually be correct. If the Calamity Seal is listed alongside those black spots, then their essence must be. He immediately directed the inside eye toward the nearest black spot and extended his spirituality to make contact. In an instant, a foreign memory unfolded before his eyes. It was from more than a year ago, when a foreign soul named Lubo descended upon a gentleman who had just died in a shipwreck. But tragically, even after taking over, Lubo couldn't escape death. He watched helplessly as the original body's wife and children were devoured by a Sagust sea monster, and soon after, he too perished in the ocean. After witnessing this brief 5-minute life, Ebner fell silent. Only after a long while did he sigh softly. So, the anonymous check of £500 that the Dream Labyrinth Tower once gave me, actually belonged to the former me. Yes, even though that life lasted only 5 minutes, Ebner discovered within Lubo's inherited memories a familiar anonymous check. Its withdrawal code was identical to the reward he had received from the Dream Labyrinth Tower. This matches some of the things I once suspected in the land of Evernight but was prevented from thinking deeper about. So, I really wasn't crossing for the first time. Then, those so-called other transmigrators were all me. But those guys were also crafty, no, shrewd and calculating. Can someone as simple as me really be them? One case proves nothing. I need to look further. With that, Ebner guided the inside eye deeper into the space, contacting several more black spots. Sure enough, each one corresponded to Lu Bo's transmigrations over the past decade or so. But not a single one lasted long. One had crossed into a sorcerer who invented unique sorcery to borrow power from higher-tier extraordinary items, hoping to probe his golden finger. But he died on the spot from mysterious backlash. One, similar to Ebner's own first crossing, sold formulas at a foreign beyonder gathering, only to be tracked and murdered for profit. Another had transmigrated into a fallen nighthawk. Upon awakening, he found enemies guarding the corpse to harvest its trait, and unsurprisingly was killed again. Ebner's expression grew darker with each one he examined. Finally, when he touched a black spot near the surface of the sun, he saw a somewhat familiar figure and a life much longer than the rest combined. That black spot bore the imprint of Giuseppe Castilla. Giuseppe Castilla, heir to Count Senapot Sevilla, member of an angelic family, died after trespassing into the ruins of a red angel in Backlund. Afterward, Lu Bo transmigrated into him, escaped the underground ruins successfully, and took the new name Felipe. Instead of returning to his family, Felipe, while traveling, accidentally encountered Lamia, who had fled from the Earth Mother Church. The two fell in love and lived a carefree life as husband and wife in a hidden valley of Blue Mountain Island. Because of Lamia's special body, they could not conceive children, so they adopted a baby boy. Becoming a father seemed to give Felipe the resolve to face the coming apocalypse. He went out seeking advancement opportunities but eventually died within the Ghost Empire. A stream of vivid memories swept through Ebner's mind. Even as he mocked the melodrama of this plot, his scalp tingled with dread. After all, the Earth Mother Goddess, Lilith herself, had once personally admitted that Lamia was one of her more unusual avatars. Much of the liveliness she now showed in her human nature came from her time as Lamia. Giuseppe was Lu Bo, was himself. No wonder Lilith treated him with such leniency. With the relationship Lamia once had with Giuseppe, their bond was still rather distant now. If all previous transmigrators were him as well, then he must have known Lilith long ago. Even his body as Rhine Carinardia had been in her hands, serving as her vessel for descent. Wait, Callan and Helene are heirs of the Feast of Blood, carrying Rhine's bloodline. Could they be my and Lilith's descendants? And come to think of it, Rhine, Vicente, Arvin, Ivans, Felipe, all those names appeared in Arcana. Even Daniel seemed to show up in that novel. The naming style was so consistent. If Felipe was Lu Bo, then the others very likely were too. That's right, why had I forgotten Arcana before? I had to recall it from Felipe's memories. If I had remembered, I would surely have connected the dots and realized that all the so-called transmigrators outside the original story were the same person. And I would have very likely concluded that they were all me. Yes, that must be why I had forgotten Arcana. Lilith had clearly told him not to investigate these things before reaching demigodhood. She must have been referring to this truth, that all transmigrators were Lu Bo. But what danger did uncovering this pose? Just then, Ebner noticed the inside eye he had sent into the unknown land becoming sluggish. Sensing carefully, he was shocked to find it was being corrupted by a strange power, much like Zeradal's historical projection. The corruption spread faster and faster, and soon he lost control. It even tried to spread back along their link to overwhelm his true body. At once, Ebner severed the connection. Frowning, he retrospected the entire process of the inside eye entering the unknown land, then muttered thoughtfully. The moment it entered, it was already being corrupted by that power. But its resistance seemed stronger than Zeradal's historical projection. At the entry point, the corruption progressed so slowly it was negligible. But the deeper it went, the stronger the force became. By the time it reached Felipe's black spot, it quickly lost resistance. And that's just at the entrance of the passage. Beyond the sun, the corruption will surely be far worse. What resisted the corruption was the divinity I attached to the inside eye. In other words, if I want to see further, to glimpse the earlier lives that belong to me, I must keep enhancing and strengthening my divinity. Hey, who knows how vast that space is? Beyond the sun might lie boundless regions. It probably takes an angel to truly pass through the sun at the entrance and delve into the unknown. That must be why Lilith forbade me from investigating before reaching demigodhood. Perhaps even knowing the truth, that all transmigrators were Lu Bo, would allow corruption to seep out from the unknown land. Without demigod divinity, I probably wouldn't even have been able to cut off the connection. But what exactly is the essence of that corruption? The secret technique I once created to control Owen, based on the hints from those earlier transmigrations, or rather, earlier versions of myself likely also used this corruption. Unfortunately, though Felipe lived a happy life, he contributed nothing to this secret art. He knew even less about the unknown land than I do. Truly a cough, he was me too. I can't just curse myself. After mulling it over, Ebner suddenly remembered something. Ever since he revealed the truth to Klein, Klein had never once called him Lubo. Yet he himself sometimes called Klein Old Joe in the Sapphira Castle. For my past self, Lubo, perhaps Klein knew something. And he still hides Roselle's crucial diary pages. Yes. I recall that whenever I badmouthed those so-called senior transmigrators, even though his expression control was perfect, there would occasionally be a slight incongruity. I didn't think much of it then, but now it seems he must have already known that those transmigrators were me. He was watching me make a fool of myself. Heh, old Joe, you really are something. Tomorrow is the tarot meeting. During the small gathering, I'll settle accounts with him, and make sure to get those key diary pages. Having made up his mind, Ebner steadied his thoughts and once again studied the pure white eye. But this time, he didn't send the inside eye in, and of course he wouldn't enter himself. In terms of resisting corruption, he was no stronger than the inside eye, since both consumed his divinity. Instead, as after each promotion, he examined how the pure white eye, his golden finger, would enhance his abilities. Come to think of it, whichever past me put this thing here, it was clearly prepared to help later versions of me better utilize the unknown land. With it, opening the passage becomes much easier. Even mere spirituality suffices, though at first only for a few seconds. Perhaps until the pure white eye itself enters and stabilizes the entrance, I will need to be at least a demigod, or maybe even an angel, before I can truly connect to the unknown land. End of this chapter. Chapter 896, Ebner's Intuition. After activating the pure white eye and studying it carefully for a while, Ebner basically figured out what new experiences he had gained after advancing to prophet. Enhancement to existing skills isn't worth mentioning, since that's the inherent ability of the pure white eye. Every sequence has it. What benefits me most is the sublimation of the simulation ability. The upgraded simulation lets me briefly transform into the incomplete mythical form of other pathways to fight. This is also one of the signature abilities of the cognizer. Of course, the prerequisite is that the model of the incomplete mythical form must be fully analyzed and mastered by me. I recall that Teles, after receiving the Blood Fairy reward from Lilith, once said that the ritual to advance to cognizer requires an in-depth understanding of at least 3 incomplete mythical forms. Only by fully parsing their models can one consume the potion. Moreover, the more incomplete mythical essences one masters, and the wider the fields covered, the higher the chance of a successful promotion. Now that I think about it, this ability of the cognizer, perhaps it should be called mimicry, it ought to have been acquired from the ritual itself. This ritual seems simple, but it's not easy at all. After all, what demigod would willingly expose themselves entirely for someone else's study? Either you must be trusted deeply, or you must have enough power to forcibly parse them. But for me, in a certain sense, this ritual is already complete. Thinking of this, Ebner recalled the information he had just obtained from the pure white eye. Inside it, or rather, inside that illusory brass eye set upon the sun, there were preserved the complete models of the mythical forms of 9 pathways: monster, apothecary, corpse collector, apprentice, prisoner, savant, hunter, arbiter, and bard. The monster information should have come from the god of luck. He really was me. What concerns me is, what exactly is his relationship with the Queen of Calamity? As for apothecary, that must be the observer with silver eyes, Rhine Carinardia. TSK, can't believe that back then I was so shameless, actually pretending with a title from Arcanism. I remember Lilith said that I once told the other party stories from Arcanism. Did I even use the line, whenever you see the moon, think of me, to curry favor? That really does sound like something I would do. The corpse collector, knowledge corresponds to the Lord of Spirits, Vicente Miranda, yet another, forget it, better not complain about myself again. But this me was very likely Jane's ancestor. No wonder the first time I met Jane after transmigrating, I felt such familiarity. But how should I get along with her in the future? Forget it, best to pretend nothing happened, to avoid awkwardness when we meet. The apprentice is also clear, the wanderer Alwyn Abraham, who died in the land of Evernight. Alwyn. No wonder the mysticism book he left behind was called Book of Astrology and Elements. If my Arcanism-related memories hadn't been blocked, I probably would have clarified some things long ago. It feels like the former me left many methods behind, but they weren't systematic. From Alwyn onwards, however, my scheming ability seems to have grown by leaps and bounds. The puzzles in the quiz labyrinth, the arrangements in the land of Evernight, the connection with the goddess, everything is so mysterious. Was it because upon entering the 5th epoch, I finally felt a sense of crisis? Couldn't afford to be as reckless as before. Prisoner is the one I currently know best besides Giuseppe, Danitz Tynker, who schemed against the mother tree of desire, freed the chained god, who is now the spiritual angel Tolsna. I've more or less figured out his other arrangements. The only unclear part is what kind of experiment he conducted with the god of knowledge and wisdom, and what transaction they had. Perhaps I can reverse engineer this by studying Baron Kanva, who was sealed away by Mr. Azek. Also, although I lack proof, the brass-colored eye within the pure white eye, that illusory, all-knowing eye, was most likely the product of Danitz and the god of knowledge's experiment. The model of the savant mythical form should belong to the unlucky me who transmigrated to the forsaken land of the gods and even built a floating city. Though I don't know his name, judging from the secret techniques of the floating city, Ivans's hidden barrier, and Violet's perfect restoration, they must have been named after figures from Arcanism. This me's black spot wasn't too far from the entrance, just slightly farther than the Calamity Seal. Once I become stronger, I should be able to read his memories. Hunter is undoubtedly the Calamity Seal. This me is the most unusual, even feeling unfamiliar to me. It was because of him that for the longest time I didn't consider the possibility of having transmigrated multiple times. He's the ultimate schemer. In countless events I've encountered, his shadow has loomed. He even tied together all the prior arrangements of a me. The Millennium Plan against the Mother Tree, the Silver Moon Project, to seize the Goddess of Beauty's power, most likely these were perfected in tacit agreement with the gods. He feels the least like me of all the me's. The arbiter representative is Giuseppe Castilla, no need to say more. Among the demigod versions of me, he was likely the lowest sequence, just a sequence 4, imperative mage. The last, the sun, should not be me, but rather the model provided by that illusory sun within the pure white eye. I still don't know what it truly is. After all, the eternal blazing sun and the god of knowledge and wisdom still exist, so where did the pure white angel and the all-knowing eye at sequence 1 come from? After wandering in thought for a while, Ebner suddenly realized something and mocked himself. All my past selves, except Giuseppe, were really amazing. They've arranged everything for the current me so thoroughly. Take advancing to sequence 3 cognizer, for example. Right now I'm just sequence 4, but my potion digestion is already 4/5 complete. The next potion formula and one of its main ingredients, the Eye of Asmo, I've already obtained from Lust Owen. The other main ingredient, the complete brain of a mist monster, also has a lead from Princess Vera. Couple that with this ritual already being completed, barring accidents, I just need to gather the auxiliary materials, and within 1 or 2 months I can smoothly advance to cognizer. As for the next step, Wisdom Angel, its characteristic has already been arranged within the Dream Labyrinth Tower. If I really were a rebellious youth, I'd surely resist this kind of arrangement. Too bad I'm not, so I choose to say, it smells sweet. But one must have ambition. I should set a small goal for myself first. Within the next 1 or 2 months, I'll try to collect as many more incomplete mythical form models as possible. After sorting through the all-knowing eye portion of the pure white eye's abilities, since he could already observe the scenes within the channels and distinguish between them, Ebner then experimented with stirring the power of the pure white angel alone. He discovered that, without even using simulation, he could already wield most of the sequence 4 unshadowed abilities. Moreover, the effects seemed even stronger than those of a genuine unshadowed. It's equivalent to having another grade 1 sealed artifact with hardly any side effects. Ebner gave this evaluation, nodded in satisfaction, then packed away the beakers and flasks, dismissed the spirituality wall, and pushed open the door of his home at 28 Kinster Street. He was heading toward the main theater of the Bryan Film Company, in Hillston District to attend the banquet after the premiere of their new movie. Because he had donated all the £3 million worth of valuables salvaged from the Laurel as offering, Ebner was about to be conferred the title of Viscount of Belden. Thus, he had been staying in Backlund recently, awaiting an audience with the king. Speaking of which, Ebner's original plan after advancing to demigod was to visit the Harvest Church to meet Lilith's descent vessel, then seek out Lady Yalalan, who wished to meet him, and finally consult Princess Vera regarding the lead to another main potion ingredient. But plans couldn't keep up with changes. Ever since learning that all the past transmigrators had been himself, Ebner had resolved that until he got Roselle's crucial diary from Klein and figured out his actual relationship with those ladies, he would avoid them for now. This wasn't because he had prophesied anything, but because Ebner's intuition told him this was the more prudent choice. End of chapter. Chapter 897, Prophecy and Another Seal. Belden City was located in Jianhai County, a city that had once risen on coal mines and later declined because of them. Since the coal resources began to run dry, the young people in the city gradually left Belden for larger metropolises like Constant and Backlund to make a living. This city, which had once been fairly prosperous, quickly lost its vitality, and the atmosphere became more and more oppressive. After all, even though it sat along a railway line, Belden, which had lost its own resources and had yet to find a new identity, offered no visible hope. For such a half-dead city, with a bit of reputation but no practical benefit, situated in Jianhai County, a border region facing Fasak, granting it as a fiefdom to a newly minted viscount, who had contributed £3 million of wealth was nothing more than a costless reward for the lone royal family. A few days ago, when Ebner heard that George III was planning to grant him this city, he couldn't help but sigh at just how calculating the king really was. If he remembered correctly, according to the trajectory of the original story, this very Belden city would fall in the coming war. And just as it had yet to recover from the devastation, it would suffer another calamity when the Archbishop of the Church of the God of Combat fled into the city with the sealed artifact, 0-02, nearly destroying it altogether. Truly unfortunate timing, but since I, a prophet who can defy fate itself, am now the city's lord, perhaps fortune has turned in its favor. After a few moments of self-praise, Ebner did not feel that revitalizing the economy of a declining city was particularly difficult. In fact, with just a bit of casual thought he already had several plans, such as directly investing in the construction of a film city and outdoor sets there, turning it into a filming site for various genres of movies to push the city into a new identity. When that time came, wouldn't there be flocks of people coming here like northern drifters? How could there be no vitality then? In short, as long as there was investment and resources were directed there, was there any reason development wouldn't follow? Especially since Ebner could at any time observe the city's course of destiny and choose the most reliable stream of fate to guide it along. While turning these plans over in his mind, Ebner was about to board his carriage to head to the theater in Hillston District. But just then, he suddenly felt a strange premonition. He stopped in his tracks and told the coachman to wait a moment. It was his passive prophecy ability, suddenly giving him a sign. He absolutely must buy the newspaper in the newsboy's hands in a few minutes, and afterward, fate would unfold in a way favorable to him. This feeling wasn't unfamiliar to Ebner. Even back when he was still an ordinary man, the pure white eye had subtly influenced him with passive prophecy. For example, on the very first day of his transmigration, he suddenly joined in Zio's mission and generously told her about the acting method. Beyond the fact that he himself already had a favorable impression of Zio, who in the original story was Miss Judgment of the Tarot Club, and that the reader pathway carried a tendency to show off, subconsciously following prophecy to seek fortune and avoid harm had been another important reason. It was just that back then, he had not realized this was the pure white eye's influence, believing it to be his own decision. Only after becoming knowledge keeper and deepening his use of the pure white eye did he faintly notice the truth. But what was the benefit of approaching Zio back then? Was it that she and Furs became my close friends? Or was it that I shook off the sense of unreality at the start of my transmigration and gained a bond? As Ebner let his thoughts wander, a newsboy came around the street corner. The boy's business seemed to have gone well today. By the early afternoon his satchel was already empty, with only one last newspaper still in his hands. Seeing this, Ebner knew that this was the figure from his prophecy. He beckoned the boy over. The clear voice of the newsboy rang out, with a slightly uneasy tone, "Sir, there's only one copy of the Tarsic Miscellany left." The Tarsic Miscellany was a small tabloid that only published bits of street gossip. Because it never relied on exaggerated headlines for sensationalism, its sales were always mediocre. It was rumored that the only reason it hadn't gone bankrupt as a weekly was because its backer had been continually subsidizing it. But Ebner knew the truth. The real owner of this little paper was actually a high-ranking deacon of the Church of Storms, Stuart. Most of the stories printed were events from the families of more open-minded Storm believers. He seemed to be trying to express certain views through this, but unfortunately its influence was far too limited. Come to think of it, the reason Ebner even knew this at all was because Zio had told him. Just over a month ago, on the night he had met with Princess Vera in secret, Zio had received an urgent mission to recover a stolen seal. That seal was said to be the signet of the Intis Gustav dynasty, but it had been stolen during an exhibition. The mandated punishers responsible for security lost face, and so Stuart was added to the case as well, forming a joint investigative group with the military. At that time, it was only by relying on his own retrospection ability and the help of his newspaper's reporters that Stuart discovered the thief's rented lodgings and recovered the stolen seal overnight. Unfortunately, the thief still managed to escape in the end. No one had ever truly seen his face, and it remained completely unknown who he was or why. After stealing the seal, he chose to abandon it. Since Stuart had used his reporters in that case, it was natural that Zio learned of the Tarsic Miscellany, and later she told Ebner. While turning these things over in his mind, Ebner pulled out a coin and paid the newsboy, buying the paper. Then, he boarded the carriage and began reading it on his way to the theater. Ebner skimmed quickly over the family drama stories and soon locked his gaze onto a single advertisement. This Wednesday at 10 a.m., the private museum at 16 Pinster Street, North District, will open its doors. If my premonition was right, it should be this. Could it be that this private museum will exhibit something useful to me? And moreover, the entire paper only has this one advertisement. Is the circulation so poor that no one wants to pay for ads, or is this museum actually connected to the newspaper? Perhaps I should send someone to investigate first. Lost in thought, Ebner soon arrived at the theater. After alighting from the carriage, he entered through the back door, and before long he saw Zio, who was busy arranging for people to handle reporters and film critics. Speaking of which, since the film industry had only just begun, most of the film critics at present were not very professional. In fact, a large portion of them were plants that Ebner had trained beforehand to guide public opinion. After all, the battlefield of public discourse had to be seized early. As long as he nurtured some authoritative critics and established a reputable film journal, it would become much harder for competitors to surpass his company. On the other side, when Zio saw Ebner arrive, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. To her, hosting such an event was more exhausting than a fight with a beyonder. Still, she pulled Ebner aside first, stood on tiptoe, and studied him for quite some time with a very complex expression, before speaking with both excitement and genuine happiness for him. The ritual was successful. "Ebner, you've become a demigod." His state wasn't good, his brain was a muddle, so he only wrote this much. End of chapter. Chapter 898, Curiosity Killed. Seeing the complicated emotions on Zio's face, Ebner remembered the lone-style subtlety from the original story. Without answering directly, he just chuckled and said, "No need to envy me. You'll soon catch up with my footsteps too." Just a few days earlier, Zio's ritual application report had finally been approved by the military high command. They opened a Barrett Mountain ape nest under their control to her, and she successfully used the chaotic and lawless rules within to resist the self-punishment impulse after consuming her potion, becoming a Sequence 5 disciplinary paladin. Ebner really has become a demigod. In a daze, Zio recalled the promise they had made during their travels about demigods. Back then, she had felt that such lofty beings were impossibly distant, forever out of reach. But how long had it really been? Barely 10 months, and Ebner had already pushed open the doors of a saint, obtained divinity, and I myself am already a Sequence 5 beyonder. Maybe within a few years, I'll truly be able to uncover the truth behind Father's unjust case. Regarding her father's misfortune, although Zio had used her convenience as a formal member of MI9 to secretly investigate and uncover some scraps of information and vague suspicions, her intuition told her the truth was still far away. After all, if even Ebner and Princess Vera had chosen silence, it was clearly not a simple matter. "I'm not confident I can keep up with your pace." After all, even Her Highness had to personally collect a demigod characteristic. "It's nearly impossible for me to obtain materials from MI9, no matter how great the merit I render." Zio first mocked herself, then adjusted her mood and teased with a smile, "Congratulations, Ebner. And since you've succeeded, shouldn't you be treating us to a celebration?" "Of course I'll treat everyone, I've already made preparations. After all, quite a few people helped with my ritual. But it'll have to be split into groups. If I invite everyone at once, I have a premonition something bad will happen." After grumbling in his heart, Ebner shifted the subject with meaning. "Actually, the materials for your demigod promotion aren't entirely without a source." Zio froze at first, then realized something and asked in return, "You mean the Ghost Empire?" "That's right. Less than 2 months remain before the Ghost Empire makes its next port call. If you digest your disciplinary paladin in time, you might have the chance to ascend to demigod then." Ebner nodded with a smile. "No one knows what lies hidden within the Ghost Empire." Zio shook her head, unwilling to fantasize about uncertain matters. Besides, the ritual for Imperative Mage is not so easily completed. Though I don't know what treasures lie deep within the Ghost Empire, Giuseppe Castilla did die there. My Imperative Mage characteristic must still remain. Ebner silently added in his heart, but outwardly he recalled the judgment card he had once seen, and said thoughtfully, "The promotion ritual for Imperative Mage requires one to establish laws and decrees in a town of at least 10,000 people, and for every person there to sincerely recognize and obey them, right?" "Yes. Without official cooperation, this ritual is nearly impossible to complete," Zio sighed. "It's not that difficult. You know, I'm about to be ennobled as Viscount Belden. That city has plenty of subordinate towns. With a bit of planning, it shouldn't be hard." Several schemes instantly flashed through Ebner's mind. He continued, "And if you don't want to attract the authorities' notice, I also hold a hereditary barony in Seeger with its own territory, though its population might not reach 10,000. That Seeger barony came from Apostle of Light, Balu, whose greatest legacy to Ebner had been that title he had bought with money. Of course, if necessary, Ebner could also use Giuseppe Castilla's identity to return to Fainapotter and inherit the title of Count Sevilla. Though that would be troublesome. Even with Giuseppe's full memories, he would need to maneuver carefully, since according to Clausvia, the title had long been passed to Giuseppe's younger brother. "Let's wait until I actually obtain the demigod characteristic before talking about it," Zio said, waving her hand. Outwardly she looked unconcerned, but Ebner's earnestness on the matter made the corners of her lips curl upward uncontrollably. The two chatted for a while longer, until a staff member knocked to announce the banquet's beginning. Speaking of which, the film Finding the Laurel had a tremendous impact on audiences. Unlike Roselle Gustave, which, though finely produced, was only on par with stage plays and operas of the same genre, just more realistic, this one was completely different. It was the very first adventure film of this era. For those who had never glimpsed the vastness of the world or the ferocity of the sea, the visual impact was incomparable. And at the film's climax, when Ebner used knowledge to calculate the escape velocity and angle, and successfully guided the Laurel out of the maelstrom, the scene became an eternal classic, unforgettable to all who saw it. After all, the news of Ebner Bryan being granted nobility thanks to the treasure made everyone believe the story told in the film was entirely true. Of course, only Ebner and Klausvia, who had filmed the footage, knew that while the formulas in the calculation were sound, the Laurel had actually been lightened by the mutated Tudor emblem Ebner wielded, and then hauled out by Miss Sloth in her dragon form. And the maelstrom's depths weren't simple either, there lay a castle beneath the sea. Legends of an undersea city had circulated for over 1,000 years, but Ebner, who had actually found it, knew it wasn't sealing some so-called terrifying monster, as the stories claimed. What it truly sealed was an entrance to the Sea of Chaos. Just like the castle at the heart of Delaire Forest that sealed another Chaos Sea entrance. This was also why, for over a century, many Beyonders had attempted divinations to locate the Laurel but never succeeded. No one knew how Roselle had found it. In short, judging by the excitement and frenzy of the audience after the premiere, finding the Laurel was an unprecedented success. Thus, the banquet was naturally filled with praise and congratulations. The entrepreneurs and socialites who attended all tried to cozy up to Ebner, hoping for cooperation with Loan's new noble. As glasses clinked, Ebner continued using his ability to observe the future fate streams of those present. Even though such quick, unprepared readings weren't very precise, they still allowed him to distinguish who was worth continued cooperation and who should be gradually distanced. For example, a wealthy merchant chatting with him now, due to his adventurous nature, was fated to soon encounter a financial crisis. No matter which branch of fate he followed, the outcome was still a loss, only a question of more or less. Having decided to reduce contact, Ebner discreetly hinted at the risks in some projects, nudging the men toward a fate stream of lighter losses, and said nothing more. He did this not merely out of role-playing, nor simple kindness, but to make a small compensation for the merchant's housekeeper. This woman, Tanya, had risen from the lowest maid to head maid, then followed the current merchant's wife into her new household, eventually becoming the housekeeper. According to the original trajectory, after the merchant's bankruptcy and her dismissal, she would have been introduced by Walter to Klein, becoming Dwayne's housekeeper. But because of Ebner's transmigration, events had already shifted. In the futures he saw, her most likely fate stream was quite tragic. Thus, by guiding the merchant, he was trying to make up for it. Even after becoming a cognizer, Ebner still abided by his principle: if he hadn't encountered it, so be it. But since he had, and had the ability to change it, he would extend a helping hand. Port Jacob, the second largest city on Sonia Island. Klein walked out of the theater, feeling both exhilarated and pained. Exhilarated, naturally, because even as a modern man who had seen countless films, he found this one thrilling. Many of its action scenes looked far too real to be special effects. Of course, in a world with Beyonder powers, he suspected they really weren't special effects. What pained him, though, was that £3 million of wealth had been donated by Mr. Tower just to exchange for a Viscount title that held little practical benefit. Though he also understood, it was a ritual. One couldn't hoard such fortune silently. Offering it up as a sacrifice was actually the wisest choice. After all, a sum that large would attract endless eyes and schemes. Even if Mr. Tower wasn't afraid, it would be nothing but trouble. Not to mention, the question of ownership wasn't simple either. The Laurel's original owner, the Lone Oceanic Trading Company, still existed. There was no international law to declare that salvage on the high seas belonged to the finder, it was only an unspoken rule. If pressed, it could lead to lawsuits. By donating the fortune in exchange for a title, Mr. Tower had taken the most efficient path. Even the Augustus family, major shareholders of the trading company, wouldn't stoop to suing a newly minted noble. But still, it feels like Mr. Tower lost out badly. I risked my life killing so many pirates, and the money I earned isn't even a fraction of that. Mourning that squandering of his fellow transmigrator, Klein turned into a seafood shop to buy a crate of wolffish cans. His original plan was to sail from the Rossland Islands directly to White City, Nas, capital of the Gargas archipelago, and there wait for the future to take him to the Divine War Ruins sea region to search for mermaids, as Ebner had mentioned. The only reason he had stopped at Sonia Island was because the Gargas archipelago was too far from the continent to have theaters yet. Wanting to contribute to Mr. Tower's ritual, he had detoured here to watch the film. Now, having seen it, he needed to hurry to Nas. It so happened that the alchemist recommended by Roy King, Darkwill, the fat apothecary's teacher, who could upgrade the creeping hunger, also lived in Nas. According to Roy King, this so-called idiot of Nas loved nothing more than wolffish cans. That was why Klein decided to buy some here. But when he carried the crate aboard the ship bound for Nas, a sailor doing a routine safety check spotted the label. Instantly, everyone nearby pulled away, keeping at least 3 meters from him. Only then did Klein's mouth twitch as he remembered the notorious reputation of this canned food. But Miss Temperance once sent some wolffish cans to the sun, and the people of Silver City didn't seem to mind. Puzzled yet curious, that very night Klein secretly opened a can in his first-class cabin. Then, with immense willpower, the mad adventurer Gehrman Sparrow forced the creeping hunger to swallow the entire thing. As for himself, he flung open the window, clamped a hand over his mouth, rushed onto the deck, grabbed the railing, and crouched, dry-heaving silently. End of chapter. Chapter 899, The Tarot Gathering After Becoming a Demigod. Outside the Loretto Cinema in Fainapotter City, which had only been built a month earlier. Miss Judy held on to Miss Plant, who looked exactly the same as her, and licked the cinema's complimentary exit ice cream while excitedly saying to her mother, Klausvia, who was walking on the other side. Mom. Ebner is amazing. How exactly did he calculate the precise data of the whirlpool and then work out the minimum escape speed and the most suitable angle? Klausvia was a little speechless when she heard this. Ebner had indeed thought of making such a calculation at the time, but he quickly gave up, feeling that it was unnecessary. But since this might have been related to the success or failure of the ritual, Klausvia didn't expose the lie. She simply gave a vague answer. Ebner relied on some tools. Such as me. Used some methods. For example, twisting the weight of the ship. And that's how the Laurel was pulled out of the whirlpool. It's just that, in the movie, in order to emphasize his wisdom, that part wasn't shown. Judy suddenly understood, but she still admired him greatly. Even so, he's still incredible. If it had been me, I probably would have asked you to turn into a dragon and drag the ship out. Good, it seems you and Ebner should have a lot in common. Klausvia muttered inwardly. She was about to say something when her expression suddenly shifted, and she drew a letter from the void. Seeing this, Judy immediately opened her spiritual vision, but only saw an 8-legged demonic wolf enter the spirit world and disappear. Judy recognized this wolf phantom. She knew it was Ebner's messenger, the same one her mother had used to deliver the blue serrated grass to him earlier. What did Ebner say in the letter? Judy asked curiously as her mother put it down. He said he has successfully advanced to demigod, so to thank us for our help, he has invited us to a banquet at his home in Backlund on Thursday evening. Klausvia answered with a smile. He's really a demigod now. Although she had already expected it, Judy was still astonished. After all, it hadn't been that long since their parting on Blue Mountain Island. Back then, he had still been at Sequence 6. But she then asked in puzzlement, why Thursday? Such a thank you banquet should have been held the next day. And if it was for a more grand and formal atmosphere, it should have been on the weekend. Based on my understanding of him, and of some beyonders on the cognizer pathway, it's probably because he needed to stagger the invitations. We were simply arranged for Thursday. Klausvia thought for a moment before replying with certainty. Judy blinked, not quite understanding what her mother meant, but she didn't press further. Instead, she asked, then should we head to Backlund now? No need. When Thursday comes, he will come fetch us. Meanwhile, in Trier, Intis, Fanny, who had just left the cinema as well, received a letter from the demonic wolf. A banquet on Wednesday evening. Wonderful. It's been so long since I went back to Backlund. I miss my friends there. I wonder how Emma is doing now, and the Eye of Wisdom, Grandpa. And I'll get to see Ebner again. As she was daydreaming, the voices of a few citizens who had just watched the film drifted into her ears. What a stunning movie, and so enviable. It makes me want to go treasure hunting at sea and find a great fortune. One man spoke with longing. Stop dreaming. Without Ebner Bryan's experience and wisdom, you'd only die trapped in that giant whirlpool, his friend mocked. I'd naturally prepare thoroughly before going. The first man snorted in dissatisfaction before sighing regretfully. But why would Ebner Bryan, when he settled in our Intis, donate such a fortune to loan? He was aiming for a noble title. We don't even have that here, his friend said helplessly. Exactly. Why did our country abolish the monarchy? Even Emperor Roselle explored and realized that the path without a king doesn't work, which is why he crowned himself. Looking back at the era of Emperor Roselle Gustav, our nation was the strongest. Lone, Fasak, Fainapotter. They all had to beg us for peace. And look at us now, sigh, the man grumbled. His words immediately resonated with those around him, who chimed in. They always say our system now is the best, but how are those great families any different from the nobles of old? And without the king's restraint, they're even more unscrupulous. Exactly. Especially the current prime minister, who even wants to restrict press freedom. That's worse than when we had kings. Right. Maybe we should restore Emperor Roselle's system. Whether it's the Sauron family, the Gustav family, or some other family qualified to be king, let them compete fairly. In short, maybe we could elect a king. Surprisingly, this whimsical suggestion received much praise. Soon, the crowd, still heated from watching the film, gathered into a marching procession, dragging many passers-by with them as they surged toward the Parliament building. At first, Fanny, who was caught in the crowd, was worried. But then, a thought struck her. She revealed her identity as a member of Parliament and, using the persuasion and charm of the lawyer pathway, managed to gain the leadership of the march. In Lemberg, Vice Admiral Iceberg, Edwina unfolded the letter delivered by the demonic wolf, her eyes lighting up instantly. Ebner had invited her to explore the ruins beneath Byam's aromatic manor on Saturday. This was something they had agreed upon months ago. Ebner knew Edwina loved fine food but didn't enjoy formal banquets, so he used the ruin exploration as his way of showing gratitude. And Edwina was indeed more interested in that. She immediately returned to her home in Lemberg to pack, then used secret techniques to inform her first mate to sail the Golden Dream to the designated location. On Monday, at 2:30 in the afternoon, Ebner sealed his room with spirituality and kept adjusting the shadowy eyes in his incomplete mythical form, the divine spirit bodies he had named Eyes of Wisdom. Moments later, using his previous experience exploring the unknown land, he successfully separated one Eye of Wisdom and changed its appearance to look like himself. With this, the Eye of Wisdom is like a divine spirit body clone of mine, though carrying very little power. If it attends the tarot gathering in my place, not only will it let me share what it sees and hears in real time, it'll also spare Klein from too much burden. Of course, this requires the cooperation of Mr. Fool. If the Sapphira Castle isolates it, this technique won't work. Sigh, I said I'd settle accounts with him, but in matters like this I still have to be considerate. After all, Mr. Fool doesn't have it easy either. After sighing for a while, Ebner casually made up an excuse, then recited the honorific name to request letting the Eye of Wisdom attend the tarot gathering on his behalf. As expected, Mr. Fool readily agreed. At exactly 3 o'clock, in the ancient hall above the grey fog. On both sides of the mottled, ancient bronze long table, 9 blurry figures, Justice, Magician, Judgment, Hermit, Hanged Man, Tower, Sun, Moon, and World, stretched and solidified in the embrace of the crimson light. The surroundings were as quiet and vast as ever, solemn and sacred like a temple. No, this was a temple. A temple of the gods. Good afternoon, Mr. Fool. Justice Audrey led the others to stand up, her bright and cheerful voice quickly echoing through the grand hall upheld by rows of stone pillars. Klein nodded in response, watching as the members, with Miss Justice's liveliness, exchanged simple greetings with one another. Among them, Temperance Sharon's seat remained empty. This young lady had been absent from the tarot gathering for nearly 3 months. This worried the kind Audrey, who suspected that her promotion ritual might have encountered some trouble. When the voices subsided and everyone was seated, Fool Klein once again glanced at Miss Justice. Having had similar experiences before, Audrey immediately understood and did not raise her hand to ask a question. Fool Klein then looked toward Tower Ebner and chuckled lightly, as if in passing. Congratulations on taking another step forward on the extraordinary path. The end of this chapter. Chapter 900, A New Diary. Mr. Tower has taken another step forward on the extraordinary path. He has become a true demigod. As soon as the Fool's voice fell, the elder members who knew Ebner's original sequence, Justice, Magician, Hanged Man, and Sun, all looked over. Though their thoughts differed, all of them sincerely felt happy for Tower. Even the most calculating Hanged Man was no exception. After all, in Alger's eyes, who had become increasingly invested in the Tarot Club, Tower's breakthrough in strength was greatly beneficial to him as well. If nothing else, once he advanced to Sequence 5, Singer of the Sea, the step beyond that, across the boundary between human and divine, would surely require powerful assistance. And this assistance was not something the Church of Storms was likely to provide. The only place Alger could count on was the Tarot Club. On the other side, Justice and Sun had already offered their blessings. The former, knowing that Tower was actually Ebner, immediately linked the movie that had premiered yesterday with the demigod ritual. Her heart was full of curiosity, and she thought she would ask him privately during free exchange later. Magician first simply felt that it was quite a coincidence. Ebner had advanced to demigod just last week as well. But aside from that, she didn't think too much of it. After all, it was already unbelievable enough that there was someone she knew, Miss Justice, in the Tarot Club. How could there be another? As for the 2 new members, Moon, Emlyn and Hermit Catlia, both had always assumed Tower was already a demigod. So when they heard he had taken a step forward, they thought it meant he had advanced to Sequence 3 or Sequence 2. Catlia even directly examined Ebner with her deep violet black eyes, only to find that he did indeed feel stronger than before, but he was still far from the level of the Queen. Has Tower always had some way of hiding his true strength above the grey fog? Now that he has just advanced and his spirituality is unstable, he has accidentally leaked part of his real power. But what's the point of that? None of us know him well, and he surely can't hide it from Mr. Fool anyway. As Katlia was filled with confusion, she suddenly noticed Tower looking back at her, his gaze meeting her secret peeping eye. In an instant, a feeling of being completely seen through flooded her body. She even had the illusion that her fate rested entirely in his hands, at his mercy. Fortunately, Mr. Tower quickly withdrew his gaze, and that feeling vanished. Phew. Hermit Katlia let out a soft breath. She dared not look again, and deep inside she even felt a faint unease and fear. Even a demigod can sense my observation. Every time I secretly watch Mr. Fool, that existence close to a god, how could he not notice? Perhaps he simply can't be bothered to mind. But I can't control myself. Every time I tell myself not to pry again, but the next time I still can't help it. Moon Emlyn was a little envious of Tower's promotion, but as the self-proclaimed savior of the Blood Clan, he believed he too would eventually reach that height. It was only a matter of time. And as a vampire, a race of longevity, time was not what he lacked. As for Ebner, after giving Katlia a slight warning, he stood up and expressed his gratitude to Mr. Fool for his assistance in his advancement. Klein knew Ebner was thanking him for his efforts in the battle to seize the sea monster's characteristic, so he smiled and said, "No need to thank me. It was just an equivalent exchange." No wonder he took the initiative to bring up my promotion. He was borrowing the chance to act cool again. He was so sure I'd play along. Looks like that kid actually has some guesses in his heart already, but he's just pretending not to know. Or perhaps, he doesn't dare to admit it. Seems that when I created the Eye of Wisdom clone to reduce his burden, it only made him think more. Ebner felt a flash of realization. Outwardly, he saluted Mr. Fool once more before sitting back down. At the head of the table, Klein, the fool, who had been observing Tower, secretly shook his head, muttering inwardly with helplessness. Since becoming a demigod, he's become even harder to read emotionally. After this small interlude, Klein quickly adjusted his state. He glanced at Miss Justice, signaling for the Tarot Club to return to its usual proceedings. Justice Audrey immediately understood, and respectfully spoke. "Honorable Mr. Fool, I've collected 2 pages of Emperor Roselle's diary." These 2 pages were ones she had seen in the collection of a professor in the Department of History at Stan University when she had gone to visit. The professor, seeing her interest, generously allowed her to make a copy. A new diary. Klein was inwardly delighted. While quietly drawing the parchment that Miss Justice had manifested into his hands, he asked, "What do you want in exchange?" Audrey thought for a moment. Finding she had no immediate need, she requested to accumulate contribution instead, to be used later. "Good," Klein replied succinctly from the main seat. After glancing around to confirm no one else had a diary to hand in, he picked up the first page and began to read. At a glance, the corner of Klein's mouth nearly twitched. It was yet another entry from Roselle's infamous escapades. Ever since his confrontation with Tower, Roselle's diary excerpts had become more restrained, and Klein hadn't seen such passages in a while. Fortunately, the last part of the page contained something worth reading. June 3rd. From some traces left behind, it can be seen that although Captain Isaka disappeared in the Divine Battle ruins, he still managed to send out a key message. That is, the entrance to the Forsaken Land is very likely hidden in the night of the Divine Battle ruins sea. I just don't know what this night refers to. The goddess of the night? Or perhaps something special within the night of the ruins. If he were still alive, maybe he could give me the answer. Unfortunately. In any case, to honor Captain Isaka's contribution, I have decided to name a newly discovered island after his surname. The entrance to the Forsaken Land is in the night of the Divine Battle ruined sea. Regarding this so-called night, my view is similar to Roselle's. Either it refers to the goddess's domain, or it's a special phenomenon in the Divine Battle ruins. Moreover, the environment of Silver City is also darkness. Could there be some connection? The Divine Battle. Such an environment is very likely caused by lingering divine power of the goddess or other deities. On the verge of setting out for the Divine Battle ruined sea himself, Klein couldn't help but ponder quickly as he read. After a long moment, he set down the first parchment page and picked up the second. Immediately, his spirit sharpened. This diary was very different from the usual ones. It had no date, the handwriting was scrawled, and since it wasn't an original, many characters were distorted, barely recognizable after careful inspection. Yet even so, Klein could feel the agitation and frustration embedded in the words. Impossible. Impossible. How could this be? What exactly did I do after landing on the moon? If my prophecy wasn't wrong, then about 100 years later, around 1325 to 1327, 5 women will become pregnant after seeing the blood moon. And then, within a few days, each will give birth to a baby girl. How could such an absurd thing happen? Could those stories of women conceiving after sensing the sun and moon, or falling asleep in a giant footprint, actually be true? Is this the same cause? No. I must do something. I must do something. I can't let the Orthodox churches know, otherwise those 5 baby girls will die. In comparison, perhaps the mother tree of desire is more trustworthy. But even she cannot be fully trusted. Let me think, let me think. What should I do? What should I do? I understand. Only pollution can fight pollution. I must design a ritual to help them. What should I use as a medium? The entrance to the sea of chaos is too hard to find, and no one would be willing to perform a ritual pointing toward it. Other than that, what kind of item could achieve this? Only the God's coffer he mentioned. The end of this chapter. Chapter 901, Klein's Analysis. After repeatedly reading the content on this page of the diary, Klein couldn't help but frown, thinking to himself. Even the copies carry a certain power to stir emotions. When the emperor wrote this diary, he had very likely already become the knowledge emperor that the tower told me about, unconsciously imbuing his words with power. Even the copies still retained the influence. Fortunately, Miss Justice and the other handlers couldn't understand Chinese, otherwise there would most likely have been problems. But even so, the place where this original page of the diary was kept for a long time would probably show certain issues. For example, it might make people more impulsive, more prone to doing things they would later regret. After considering it, Klein decided to ask Miss Justice later about the origin of this page of the diary, and then let Ebner handle it, so as to avoid real trouble. His attention then quickly shifted back to the diary itself, with both relief and confusion in his heart. Why was the emperor's mood so agitated, nearly hysterical, when he prophesied that women would conceive under the influence of the moon? And the intense turbulence and impulsiveness between the lines felt abnormal. It did not match the image of a man who had long been in a high position, nor the bearing of an angel. What exactly happened on the moon that made him lose composure like this, become so emotional? And what did this have to do with the 5 who conceived under the moon? Wait, if I boldly assume, could it be that those 5 infant girls were mystically linked to him, or perhaps were even children he had with some existence on the moon after he landed there? But such a method of birth is horrifying. Then, who was that existence on the moon? Was it the primordial moon that Lilith destroyed? If this assumption holds, then the following events can be reasonably deduced. Such spawn of an evil god would naturally be destroyed if discovered by the Orthodox churches. And Roselle clearly thought of this. Whether it was due to the influence of some being or genuine familial affection, he chose to protect the 5 girls who were born more than 20 years ago, that is, between 1325 and 1327. Later, Roselle most likely took the God's coffer from the Book of Calamity, and even hid the soul of the Queen of Calamity, Kashanam, for another arrangement. Or rather, to protect her. Of course, given how contradictory Roselle's actions were in his later years, his arrangements were often exploited by other existences. And knowing this, he most likely left additional clues, so that those with insight might discover them and patch the flaws in his plan. Perhaps the act of leaving the empty God's coffer to Miss Magician was precisely the result of such circumstances. As for those 5 infant girls, 9 out of 10, they were the 5 survivors of that experiment 11 years ago. The faction, or factions, that organized that experiment must have gathered many suitable young girls who were born under a blood moon, with incomplete records of their births, and used them in the experiment, or rather, in the ritual Roselle designed for those 5 girls. The goal was actually to use other source qualities to balance the influence of that lunar existence, preventing it from descending or carrying out other schemes, right? No wonder only those 5 survived. Among them, Pale Admiral Maria was the most special. Roselle must have foreseen something about her, and thus prepared the weapon Pale Justice in advance, to let her control the contamination. As for the devil characteristic sealed within her, I don't know what special significance it has. Was it simply to make Pale Justice balance the contamination better? Or was there another calculation? What is certain is that behind the Pale Admiral are the shadows of the secret order and that adopted son of Roselle, Yaldabaoth. They were most likely among the organizers of that experiment. Besides them, the faction under the Mother Tree of Desire must also have participated. It seemed Roselle was exploiting the grudge between her and that lunar existence. Finally, what exactly did source quality mean? Was it equivalent to a true god? Why did Roselle have to use source quality to balance the pollution of these evil gods? Didn't he trust the Orthodox deities? But then why not rely on, or design, something using the primordial witch, the true creator, or other evil gods? After the tarot gathering ends, I'll show this page of the diary to Ebner. He knows more about the 5 survivors, and maybe he can infer more useful information. Sigh, Roselle really was capable of making a mess in his later years. But I can't shake the feeling that this matter is also tied to Lubo. One thought after another flashed by. Klein wasted no time, made the 2 pages of the diary vanish, and smilingly looked at Miss Justice, while tapping the edge of the ancient long table with his fingers to shield the senses of the others. About half a minute later, the fool, Klein, having memorized a professor's name and address, lifted the shielding. He then leaned back in his chair, swept his gaze around, and said, "You may begin." After a brief silence, Magician first spoke before Justice Audrey, straightening her back and glancing around as she said, "Everyone, I'd like to purchase 2 mystical items, one for offense, one for defense. Do you have any recommendations?" Because the film Roselle Gustave was selling explosively, Furs, as its main screenwriter, had just received a huge dividend. Just yesterday, she had as much as £1,500 transferred into her account. This instantly gave her confidence, and the urge to buy mystical items. This had always been Furs's desire, but each time before, poverty had curbed her ambitions. Currently, although she had the marionette and the ring of light, 2 items borrowed from Ebner for self-defense, she would eventually have to return them. Especially the ring of light, Furs didn't even dare to wear it often, or she would become a devout believer of the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sunday. As for the other one, the marionette, she liked it very much as a control-type mystical item, and planned to discuss purchasing it from Ebner after returning to Backlund. At this moment, Furs's gaze mainly settled on the tower, the world, and the hermit, since their connections were much broader. Ebner looked at Furs on the opposite side, his face expressionless, but his thoughts turning strange. According to the original development, Furs will get the Abraham family's Lemano's travel notes in just a few days. With that notebook capable of recording extraordinary abilities, Furs could be both offensive and defensive, so why spend this extra money now? Wouldn't she regret it so much she'd want to bang her head against the wall then? I really want to see that expression on her face. At that thought, Ebner's lips curved slightly, his mood inexplicably lightened. After obtaining permission from Mr. Fool, he projected a series of images of mystical items. Tired, that's enough for now. End of chapter. Chapter 902, Ebner clearing stock. A ring inlaid with a blue gemstone, a plain formal suit, an ancient-style badge, a dazzling golden revolver, a heavy, sharp spear, and a pair of toy-like wheels appeared before everyone in an instant. Justice Audrey's gaze locked onto the blue gemstone ring. She suddenly felt that Mr. Tower actually had quite good taste. He always managed to bring out extraordinary items that she liked at first sight. Hermit Catlia was a little surprised that Tower produced so many items at once, guessing that he might have a craftsman behind him, or that he himself was a craftsman. Magician Furs was dazzled for a moment. After thinking for a bit, she looked at Tower across from her with great interest and said, "Mr. Tower, aren't you going to introduce them?" As soon as she finished speaking, the other members turned their gazes toward Ebner. After all, no one ever thought they had too many mystical items in hand. As long as they were suitable, Justice, Hermit, Hanged Man, and even Moon and World wouldn't mind buying 1 or 2. Only the honest Sun and Miss Judgment, who knew Ebner was once again teasing Furs, didn't have that thought for now. Seeing everyone look over, Ebner first enlarged the blue gemstone ring to display its lines and details, then smiled and said, "The blink ring. When the wearer faces a fatal attack, it allows them to blink to a random spot 3 meters away. It has no negative effects, but it only lasts for half a year, and once used it will be destroyed. Its price is £100. Trust me, if not for the short duration, it would definitely cost more than this." Everyone nodded slightly at that. After all, £100 for a life-saving item was actually a bargain. The only problem was if nothing happened within that half year, then the item would be wasted. This felt very much like the complicated mood of buying accident insurance beforehand, so no one spoke for the moment. Meanwhile, after introducing the ring, Ebner presented the plain formal suit, and continued, "This is the magician's attire. It can condense a green barrier in front of the wearer. But the function of the barrier is not to block the enemy's attack, rather, it transfers the damage taken onto the attire. Though the attire can self-repair, its endurance is limited. Once its threshold is exceeded, it will be completely destroyed. Moreover, each time it takes an attack, its threshold decreases. At present, it can withstand 3 or 4 close-range volleys from large-caliber muskets. In addition, this attire can change its appearance once per month, with the look set by the wearer. This attire has no definite time limit. If it doesn't continue to block attacks, it can be used for a long time, at least 10 years with no problem. But if it is attacked frequently, or pierced through in one strike, then it will break down the next second. The magician's attire is valued at £600. I think this is quite a reasonable price. It's indeed a good item, but for me it isn't very useful." Hermit, World, Moon, and Hanged Man all had similar thoughts at the same time. After all, the Hanged Man had illusionary scales, the Moon could transform into a phantom bat, the Hermit could condense starlight into a shield, so their defenses weren't bad. As for World, that went without saying, his ability to transfer damage was far stronger than this magician's attire. However, magician Furs was quite tempted. After all, her body as a trickmaster was still very fragile. She wanted to buy it right away, but after glancing at the items that followed, she restrained herself, simply nodding with some composure and saying, "Not bad. What about the ones after this?" At those words, Ebner picked up the ancient-styled badge and introduced it. "This is the return badge. To use it, rub its surface 10 times, and it will open a portal that allows the user to instantly return to a preset location. Of course, the distance cannot exceed 10 kilometers, otherwise the teleport won't work. This item can only be used once. And after use, there's a certain chance of being detected by a high-sequence existence. You'll need Mr. Fool's protection. Overall, I've priced it at £500. This is basically the same effect as my old Spirit World traversal stones, though a little more troublesome to use." Furs's heart stirred and she immediately decided to buy it. As for the possibility of a high-sequence existence noticing, she didn't care at all. After all, if she had to use such a thing to escape, it would already be a life-and-death situation. Who would still worry about whether a high-sequence beyonder was watching? Besides, since Ebner himself had become a high-sequence beyonder, even without Mr. Fool's protection, she wouldn't be afraid. Thinking this, Furs immediately said, "I'll take this one. Together with the earlier magician's attire, make it £1,000. How about that?" The hermit and the hanged man, who also coveted this item, felt some disappointment, but they didn't compete. Katlia, the hermit, was still observing the tarot club. She didn't think it was worth offending other members over a mid-sequence mystical item. Moreover, she had the feeling that even if she bid, Tower wouldn't sell it to her. As for Alger, the hanged man, his considerations were simpler. He didn't want to lose his channel of information and materials from the Abraham family. Deal. Ebner, who didn't particularly care about such small sums, directly agreed to Furs's counteroffer. Seeing how readily he agreed, Furs couldn't help but wonder if she had been tricked, but with Mr. Fool watching, Mr. Tower wouldn't dare falsify anything. While she was still a bit suspicious, Ebner began introducing the next 3 items. The ring, suit, and badge from earlier were all life-saving items that Ebner had taken from Johann Fools while helping Fani take revenge. They were really just to make up the numbers. The next 3 were the powerful mystical items he had personally crafted recently, in between preparing rituals. It was worth mentioning that Johann Fools's protective amulet had been secretly placed into the treasury of the Delian family estate by Ebner's Owen clone. Afterwards, the Fools family had tested the place several times but had failed each time. This made Ebner, who wanted to use their hands to uncover the Delian family's secrets, feel some regret. However, since the Fools family was already certain that Johann had been captured and imprisoned by the Delians, their relations had dropped to an all-time low. Recently, the family even expressed opposition to the Prime Minister's decisions in many council matters. The Phoenix revolver, forged using the Gatekeeper Beyonder characteristic. Anyone struck will have their soul forced out of their body and thrown into an opened gate of the underworld. Without corresponding methods, it is very difficult to escape. Its negative effect is that it gradually transforms all nearby living beings into spirits, drawing them into the underworld. The sealing method is to provide it with sufficient spirits beforehand. That way, its desire to transform nearby creatures won't be as strong. As for how many spirits, since it possesses living traits, that can be negotiated. Price, £10,000. No bargaining. The Gatekeeper characteristic was also obtained from Johann. The revolver found on him had originally been forged from that characteristic. But that revolver was likely a natural fusion with the characteristic, resulting in overwhelming side effects and making it nearly impossible to use. This was why Johann had relied only on life-saving items to escape, and never considered using the revolver to fight back. Once used, he too would have died. Ebner had studied that revolver for some days but found no way to improve it, so he destroyed it using disintegration and forged a new one with comparatively lighter side effects. He had originally been quite satisfied with this work, planning to use it himself. But after advancing to profit and acquiring the models of those 9 incomplete mythical creature forms, along with related knowledge, he immediately dismissed it and decided to sell it. After finishing his introduction of the revolver, Ebner didn't wait for the eager hermit, justice, and world to start bidding. He directly pointed to the final 2 items manifested on the long table, a spear and a pair of toy-like wheels. They're actually a set. I call them the flame-tipped spear and the windfire wheels. Flame-tipped spear and windfire wheels. Mr. Tower, are you trying to create a Neza in the Tarot Club? This style doesn't fit at all. The fool, Klein's lips twitched, and he almost blurted out the complaint on the spot. End of chapter. Chapter 903, Klein let out a sigh of relief. Although Ebner could not see through the grey fog covering Klein's face, he could still guess what the other was thinking at this moment. However, he had never intended to make anyone play Neza. After all, a Neza with a Westerner's face was just far too strange. This wasn't a world where 2 flowers bloomed. The only reason he gave the extraordinary items he had crafted such names was to satisfy his own mischievous tastes. It had to be said, ever since advancing to profit and realizing he had so many past selves laying out plans, Ebner's cautious, repressed nature had gradually begun to surface more openly. But he didn't see this as a bad thing. In his opinion, the deeper and more profound parts of one's personality were the hardest to erase. Wind-fire wheels are forged from the extraordinary characteristics of a favored by the wind and an arsonist. They can be ridden for flight and also commanded to strike enemies with violent gusts and blazing flames. As for this fire-tipped spear, it is a paired item to the wind-fire wheels. Without them, it is merely an unusually sharp, exceptionally tough spear. But once empowered by the wind-fire wheels, the spear's tip can condense a special flame. The effect of this flame is similar to my developed secret art, disintegration. It can bring absolute destruction to whatever it pierces. Even items formed from extraordinary characteristics can have their structure broken and their functions disabled temporarily. Its negative effect, however, is that it throws both the wielder and nearby enemies into extreme rage and fury, making them prone to losing their reason altogether. Without some ability like mechanical mind to neutralize it, the wielder and those nearby will fall into meaningless slaughter until one side collapses. At this point, Ebner swept his eyes around and said with a smile, "The set is priced at £10,000. No bargaining." The favored by the wind characteristic had come from the sea monster Sagist, while the arsonist had been separated out step by step from the conspirer trait Ebner obtained from mirror apostle Hertha. As for the materials of the fire-tipped spear and wind-fire wheels, they were derived from the Hell Admiral's Harris rapier, which Ebner later turned into a wand for spellcasting. After advancing to profit, he no longer needed the corresponding item to cast secret arts, so this was a matter of recycling wasted resources. In truth, the negative effect of this set was already considered heavy, but Ebner had done his best. After all, stacking the hunter's provocation with the sailor's fury, the outcome of both friend and foe falling into rage, was only natural. £10,000. I'll take that Phoenix revolver. Can you accept payment with extraordinary characteristics? At that moment, under Klein's control, the world was the first to rasp out in a hoarse voice. Although he felt some strange familiarity with the wind-fire wheels and fire-tipped spear combination, if it meant he had to actually go into battle with that appearance, unless forced, Klein refused. What's more, the negative effect of the set clashed badly with his combat style. By contrast, after having exhausted the crystal of the funeral blade, and unable to replenish it for the time being, Klein was in desperate need of a powerful offensive weapon. The Phoenix revolver was exactly the kind of weapon he needed. Hearing the world speak, the hermit Katlia, who had been about to bid, suddenly fell silent. From all the clues so far, the world and Mr. Fool were closely connected, very likely even one of his chosen. And I've already revealed parts of the Tarot Club's information behind Mr. Fool's back. If I now compete with the world, won't that only invite greater displeasure from him? Hesitant for a long while, Katlia finally chose to give up. Besides, the style of the fire-tipped spear and wind-fire wheels didn't match her at all, so she had no reason to ask further. What about the other members of the Tarot Club? The son felt he couldn't use such things yet. The Hanged Man and the Magician once again realized their own poverty. The Judgment Lady had just spent a huge sum recently to buy a disciplinary paladin, characteristic from Jane, and so she wasn't wealthy either. The only one who could afford it, Justice, said frankly that she had no need for such a weapon. Moreover, as a future dragon, she faintly felt repelled by the wind-fire wheels and fire-tipped spear. So her eyes fell instead upon the ring that was both beautiful and could blink her away in danger. After some deliberation, she said, "I'll take that blink ring." After speaking, she turned to the magician and smiled. "Miss Magician, you don't mind, do you?" "Ah. Oh, it's fine, I don't mind, Miss Justice." First came back to her senses at Audrey's words. In truth, she had liked the blink ring as well. She hadn't bought it earlier because she wanted to save money for an extraordinary weapon. Who would have thought the weapon prices would skyrocket straight into 5 digits? That instantly killed her desire and deflated her earlier inflated mood. At this point, how could she dare compete with Miss Justice? In fact, the reason Ebner brought out such expensive weapons afterward was precisely so Forsey could keep a bit of pocket money. Watching her fluster was one thing, but he couldn't really bleed her dry. After closing a few deals, Ebner saw that no one had asked about his little joke creation. Without caring, he dismissed the manifestation. While he was unconcerned about whether it sold or not, he quietly thought, maybe I should sell the set to Miss Plant. As an incarnation of vegetation, she would probably be more compatible with them. After that, since no further trades came up, the Tarot Club automatically shifted into free discussion. Miss Justice first applied to Mr. Fool for a private talk with Ebner. After reporting on her progress investigating the Queen of Calamities, she asked with some anticipation, "Mr. Tower, that newly released film, Searching for the Laurel, was it your promotion ritual?" "Yes. Ebner didn't conceal it. He briefly explained the requirements of the prophet ritual to Audrey before asking, "The clue you mentioned just now, in the northern town of Eastchester County, how reliable is it?" Audrey, who had been marveling at the difficulty of demigod rituals, immediately grew serious and shook her head. "I'm not sure, but I've already used this information to pique the Psychological Alchemy Society's interest. That not only earned me contributions but will also let them scout the place first." Ebner nodded thoughtfully. He didn't think a bunch of mid-to-low sequence spectators could achieve much, but at least they could probe the truth. Thinking this, he said solemnly, "Notify me before they set out." "All right." Audrey didn't ask why and agreed directly. After that private exchange, the Tarot Club members shared some of their experiences, and then the gathering reached its end. The members stood, saluted the head of the bronze table, and took their leave. As the crimson light faded, the figure of the fool vanished under the respectful gazes of the tower and the world. Only then did Ebner turn his gaze to Klein, who had secretly swapped his body with the all-black eye. With a faint smile, he looked him up and down. Klein felt uncomfortable under his gaze, frowned, and asked in Chinese, "What's wrong with you? Why are you looking at me like that? I just think you really can act." After a long pause, Ebner finally retracted his gaze and sighed. "Act? Does he actually know I am the fool?" Klein's heart gave a violent jolt, and his nerves went taut, thinking his identity as the fool was about to be exposed. He was about to say something, but then Ebner's voice, tinged with some grievance, reached his ears. "You knew early on, didn't you? About the Calamity Seal, Alvin, Dennett, Rhine, Vicente, all of them being Lubo. So that's what it is. Scared me to death. I thought my identity was about to be socially ruined." Klein instantly let out a long breath of relief. End of chapter. Chapter 904, shocking to the eyes. Facing Ebner's question, Klein calmed himself from his earlier worry. He weighed his tone carefully and asked cautiously in return, "You remembered the events from your previous lives?" This undoubtedly confirmed that he had long known that the many transmigrators in the past were all Lubo. However, Klein didn't intend to keep hiding it. After all, the other party was already a demigod. Even if he learned part of the truth, it should not be a problem. Otherwise, those goddesses would have intervened, just as they had warned and reminded Mr. Tower before. "I only remembered a small part, but even with those fragments I could infer quite a lot." Ebner nodded slightly, then looked at the world below him, and said with deep meaning, "So you really did know some of the inside story. But why bother disguising yourself? Is watching me make a fool of myself really that amusing?" "That is indeed very amusing." Unexpectedly, the world Klein nodded in all seriousness, and then pretended to request permission before projecting many of Ebner's own self-mocking remarks. Soon, scenes where Ebner mentioned Calamity Seal, Alvin, and Dannett, accompanied by labels such as LYB and Cunning Old Fox, played out one after another before his eyes. Looking at these obviously edited scenes, Ebner froze for a while before regaining his senses. He helplessly complained, "Maybe my film company should hire you as a director. The movies you shoot would definitely be blockbusters. That's only natural. As the future marionettist, when it comes to directing plays, I'm at Spielberg's level." Klein said with a beaming smile. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. In the earlier showdown, he had been completely on the back foot, but now he had managed to win a round back. "You think I was complimenting you?" Ebner replied irritably, then wisely chose not to dwell on this topic. After all, Klein's biggest handle was still in his hands. The victory or defeat didn't need to be decided immediately. He instead asked, "You didn't hide things from me just because of these silly matters, did you?" Hearing this, Klein had wanted to say it was Mr. Fool's warning, but after thinking about it, he felt it wasn't very safe. So before the words left his mouth, he changed it to, "A Rhodes told me that if anyone knows about the existence of Lubo without your permission, they would be polluted. Even it didn't dare to investigate further. And you told me before that Lilith asked you not to explore your cheat before becoming a demigod. I thought these two might be related, so I wanted to wait until you became a demigod before telling you in detail. Without my permission, just knowing about Lubo would cause pollution. Am I really that powerful? This is something at the level of an old one. That means the source of pollution in the unknown land might really come from the name Lubo, from that concept itself. But I am Lubo. Why would even my clairvoyant avatar be polluted? Also, Lilith doesn't want me to explore the secrets of Lubo before becoming a demigod, and she also warned me not to enter the unknown land before angels. This all shows she doesn't want me to come into contact with the concept of Lubo too early. Or rather, not to be polluted by it too early. Would I be polluted by myself? What kind of situation is this? And this pollution shouldn't refer to being impacted by memories of my previous lives. After all, based on my experience absorbing Giuseppe Castilla's memories, after fusion, emotionally I was still mainly this life's Ebner. Although those memories all felt very real and natural to me, in my perception they were indeed my own experiences. Of course, maybe Giuseppe's life wasn't long enough. But even a short one lasted nearly 10 years, which was still more than my less than 1 year long current life as Ebner. But in reality, I am still primarily the me of now, which shows that the pollution isn't a mental issue like this. My self-identity hasn't been affected at all. I'm not some stitched-together monster. Giuseppe is Ebner, Ebner is Giuseppe, and also Danet, Alvin, Vicente, Rhine. Looks like if I want to figure out the essence of this pollution, I'll still have to improve my sequence and go deeper into the unknown land. After thinking for a while, Ebner temporarily set the matter aside, looked again at World Klein, and sighed, "Take them out." What? Klein didn't understand. All the Roselle diaries involving Lou Beau. I bet you have quite a few. Otherwise, you wouldn't have bothered asking a Rhodes. Ebner said with great certainty. As expected of the hero detective, your reasoning ability really is impressive. Klein first praised him, then tapped his finger on the edge of the long table and smiled. Mr. Fool did grant me some of those diaries, but I can't just show them to you for free. Old Joe feels less and less like Gehrman here. Wasn't he supposed to strictly act in character? His current demeanor is closer to Klein back in Tingen. I can't tell if this is his real personality, or if he's just switched to another acting template. His acting is too good, I really can't distinguish it. But the ease he's showing should be genuine. Hopefully he hasn't specifically created a persona just for interacting with me. That would be too exhausting. I really don't want him to carry heavy masks just because of the changes I brought. Unfortunately, even with the help of the pure white eye, the seer's ability can't see the tributaries of the destiny anchor. While Ebner sighed inwardly, on the surface he asked, "What do you want from me in return?" His tone was relaxed, since he was sure the other party wouldn't really make things difficult for him. "I just want to ask you a few questions," Klein said in a deep voice. "What questions?" Ebner asked curiously. "I want to know, who is the turncoat dragon? And who is Lamia?" These were doubts Klein had accumulated over time, but Ebner had never answered them before. Ebner hesitated for a moment, but felt that telling Klein now wasn't a problem. After all, with Grossel's travel notes in his own possession, the other party might lose many opportunities to uncover secrets. The turncoat dragon refers to the god of knowledge and wisdom. He was also one of the 8 archangels serving the ancient sun god, the angel of wisdom. As for Lamia, she was actually an avatar of the Earth Mother. After listening to Ebner's brief introduction, Klein was surprised but also showed an expression of, as expected. The surprise lay in the fact that the god of knowledge and wisdom was actually a dragon, and had once served the ancient sun god. Based on that, it wasn't hard to imagine why he carried the nickname Turncoat. And the, as expected, part was that his earlier suspicion had been correct, Lou Beau really was the toy boy of the Earth Mother. The progenitor of the vampires, the Earth Mother, and the still-to-be-confirmed Evernight goddess, not to mention several angels like Lady Yallalin. "Lou Beau, aren't you afraid of getting chopped to pieces?" Klein gave Ebner a strange look, then manifested those diaries containing Lou Beau, and casually asked, why was the god of knowledge called the turncoat dragon? Also, since the god of knowledge and wisdom was one of the 8 archangels, then the eternal blazing sun and the Lord of Storms, who were alongside him in creation myths, were they as well? Ebner accepted the diaries but didn't immediately read them. Instead, after thinking for a moment, he also manifested a projector and passed it to Klein, saying, "Watch this and you'll understand." After that, he lowered his head and began to read. Seeing this, Klein felt a stir in his heart. He quickly created a projection screen, opened the machine, and moments later saw a penitent monk speaking with devout sincerity. Only the Holy Spirits can truly serve the Lord. The Lord stands above billions of lights, his mercy spreading across heaven and earth, with 8 kings standing beside him. The angel of darkness was the first angel created by the Lord. He is his left hand, his executor, the vice-sovereign of heaven. The angel of fantasy is the Lord's eldest son. The Lord said, "In the distant future, you will become the savior of life." The angel of time is the Lord's second son. The Lord said, "You are the god of trickery, the god of mischief, the light at the end of days." The pure white angel, the angel of wind, and the angel of destiny are the Lord's loyal followers, resolute, brave, devout, never changing from weak to strong. The angel of wisdom was saved by repentance, sanctified by redemption, the exact opposite of those who ate the fruit of sin and fell to earth. The angel of war is the Lord's wrath, his punishment. He descends upon the earth to bring the sword. Klein recognized this penitent monk. He was one of the main character party members whom he, Ebner, and Edwina had encountered asleep inside Grossel's travel notes. Did Mr. Tower later meet people from other eras while exploring the notes? Maybe when Miss Justice completes Mr. Tower's commission and earns the reward of entering the City of Miracles, I can take the chance to go again. After all, with the Black Emperor card in my possession, she'll need my support to enter safely. As Klein's thoughts spun and ideas popped into his head, Ebner, who was reading the diary, felt as if waves were crashing violently inside his heart. The one in Roselle's diary was really me. Lilith. Aurora. Tamara. And these were just Ryan Carandaria's friends. And I even boasted about it to Roselle. Were my past lives really this wild? End of chapter. Chapter 905, Return to the Harvest Church. The diary says that Ryan joined the Black Emperor faction partly because the Tamara family's Hand of Order was ambushed and killed by the Night Emperor. And that Hand of Order was Lu Bo, my friend. When Old Huang quoted it, he even used the third-person pronoun she. Although the evidence isn't solid, judging from Princess Vera's inexplicable closeness to me, she's very likely the evil spirit of the Tamara family's Hand of Order that I rescued. She's able to recover now, probably because of the Mist of Uncertainty. But the Mist of Uncertainty is an outer god. Even if it somehow slipped through Earth's barrier, it must have its own will. How could it let Vera control it so freely? This is most likely Ryan's doing. Perhaps the consciousness within the Mist of Uncertainty has been sealed away in some artifact, just like the lamp genie. To pull off something like that, he must have tricked it into the primordial substance or the unknown land. At this thought, Ebner suddenly remembered the research recorded in the latter half of Banquet of Blood, as well as the experiments conducted with Solomon and the Death God. Maybe the Mist of Uncertainty was summoned from outside back then by Ryan, using the special nature of the unknown land. As he pondered, Ebner also decided that, when he had the chance, he would search for the small island where that laboratory was located. His past self had very likely left something behind for him there. Or rather, the Seal of Calamity had used those ruins to scheme against Roselle and left something for his current self. Yes, ever since reading those crucial diary entries, Ebner had been almost certain that Roselle's series of strange, uncharacteristic actions in his later years were 7 or 8 parts guided by the Seal of Calamity. It had been using Roselle's actions to conceal its true purpose. For example, the Dream Labyrinth Tower. That wondrous building not only accumulated wishes for the miracle pathway, but also helped Lilith trap the primordial moon, achieving the first step of the Silver Moon plan. And in the end, it would most likely become a material for Ebner's ascension to angel. But Old Huang's original intent in building it, resurrection, had never had any chance of success from the very beginning. That was completely unlike something he would do. As expected, the Seal of Calamity was the version of him that least resembled himself. With a sigh, Ebner set the diary aside, then noticed that Klein had already finished watching the film and was deep in thought. Sensing Ebner's gaze, Klein snapped out of it, a mischievous smile appearing on his face as he asked, after reading those diaries, "What do you feel?" Ebner knew exactly what Klein was thinking. He glanced at him and replied coolly, "It's fine. After all, in my awakened memories, I did live together with Lamia for several years." Klein's expression stiffened. He stared deeply at Mr. Tower. Now he somewhat understood Roselle's feelings. This man's way of Versailles things was really infuriating. "You're not afraid the goddess Lilith might be angered and punish you for it?" Klein pressed, unwilling to give up. At this, Ebner only chuckled and answered meaningfully, "My relationship with Lamia. Lilith wouldn't care. After all, Lamia equals Mother Earth Goddess equals Lilith." Seeing how unbothered he was, Klein was left speechless. He could only grumble inwardly, so the goddess's pretty boy really does have some tricks, before changing the subject. In the earlier image, the pure white angel should be the current, eternal blazing sun, right? And the angel of wind is the Lord of Storms. He was rather certain about the first. After all, when he once divined using the god blood stored in sealed artifact 3-0782, he had gotten the term pure white angel, which matched perfectly. That's right. The 3 current deities were once the 3 angel kings serving the ancient sun god. Ebner nodded slightly. All 3 gods fall under what you summarized as omniscience and omnipotence. That's also the authority of the one worshipped in Silver City as the omniscient and omnipotent Lord. In other words, the 3 gods betrayed him, causing his fall, and split his authority among themselves, which created the forsaken land of the gods. And the god of knowledge, because he first defected from the dragons to the ancient sun god, and later stole his authority to become a god, is why he's mockingly called the turncoat dragon. Klein reasoned based on his knowledge, feeling regret at the ancient sun god's fall. After all, Ebner had mentioned before that the ancient sun god had also been a transmigrator. Though his method of transmigration was different from Klein's, the goddesses, Roselle's, and Lu Bo's, it still made Klein empathize deeply. More or less, but not entirely correct. In fact, the one who killed that Russian was the Rose of Redemption, and the Rose of Redemption was essentially created by his alt account, the Dark Angel Saslier, Ebner explained briefly, not delving further. After all, Klein was facing a situation similar to the Russians. If he learned too much before reaching demigod level, it might bring about unwanted consequences. Although the fate compass couldn't show him clear fate tributaries, Ebner could still faintly sense certain hazy premonitions. Russian. So the ancient sun god was Russian. But why would he have his alt account lead people to kill him? Did the alt account develop its own consciousness and betray him? While pondering, Klein asked again, why did the ancient sun god do that? To this, Ebner only smiled without answering, raising the diary in his hand instead. Klein immediately understood, this was Ebner's way of saying my diary can only trade for previous answers. Sighing, Klein didn't press further. He had already gained plenty today. He gathered his thoughts, then pulled out the diary page he had just received from Miss Justice and handed it to Ebner. Since this page wasn't something Ebner urgently needed, and because Klein was also interested in the experiment from 11 years ago and wanted Ebner's opinion, he shared it freely. Ebner read it carefully, noting the hysteria revealed in Roselle's writing. He frowned and thought to himself. From this diary page, it's very likely that the experiment 11 years ago was a ritual Roselle designed for the 5 girls who could potentially become guides for outer gods. Its purpose was probably to use other kinds of primordial substances to seal away the influence of the mother goddess of depravity. In that case, my earlier guess about their innate attribute, that they must engage in reproduction to trigger their special abilities, finally makes sense. But there's a problem. Roselle in his later years didn't even hesitate to use his eldest son Charles's illegitimate descendants, the Surreys. How could he truly care about a few inexplicable daughters from the moon? Assuming those 5 girls really were his children from the moon. Then it must have been because some existence influenced him. The most likely one being the mother goddess of depravity. What was her purpose? To use that ritual as a means to contact the brood. So when the brood didn't respond, he thought the ritual failed and abandoned them. The seal of calamity must have interfered as well. At the very least, the location of the god's coffer was something it accidentally leaked to Old Huang. So what exactly was its plan there? Maybe to figure out what the seal of calamity did, I need to find all 5 survivors and study the secrets hidden in their bodies, reconstructing the ritual imprinted deep within them. As his thoughts raced, Ebner shared part of his deductions with Klein, who agreed. But the 5th survivor hidden in Backlund still had no clues, so the matter had to be set aside for now. Next, Klein entrusted Ebner with the task, to go to the capital of Eastchester County and retrieve the original page of the diary that Miss Justice had submitted, to prevent the power it radiated from causing real harm. Ebner felt it wasn't difficult and agreed casually. After that, the two discussed the Sea of Divine War ruins for a while. And before the small meeting ended, when Klein asked if Ebner had any final additions, the latter thought for a moment and offered 2 pieces of advice. First, write a letter to that little snake in Backlund. He will help you. Second, if you encounter mortal danger, try praying to the goddess. Monday afternoon, 4 o'clock. At the Harvest Church on Rose Street in the Southbridge district, Backlund. Ebner looked complicated as he gazed at the holy emblem of the Earth Mother Goddess, engraved on the outer wall, an infant surrounded by symbols of wheat, flowers, and spring water. He then took a deep breath, gathered his courage, and pushed open the church doors. After all, this visit was different. Having recalled all of Giuseppe's memories, his mindset was no longer the same as before. End of chapter. Chapter 906, Conversation with Lilith. Because it was not yet time for Holy Communion, the Harvest Church had no believers inside. Only Father Utravsky, who looked half-giant, was sitting at the front, praying devoutly. Because of the Tarot Club this afternoon, Emlyn should be at his own home, so he is not here. And Haler is most likely busy preparing for the banquet invitation tonight, so she has not come to the church either. With these thoughts flashing through his mind, Ebner slowly walked up to the half-giant bishop and raised his head. Bishop Utravsky put down his hands, opened his eyes, and said kindly, "Go down by yourself. The Earth Mother already knows of your arrival." Ebner had originally wanted to exchange a few words with the bishop, but hearing this, he could only nod and reply, "All right." After all, he could not let a deity wait idly in the basement, even if that deity had a somewhat complicated relationship with him. Passing through the stone door engraved with the holy emblem of life, and numerous mysterious symbols forming a complete seal, Ebner once again saw the beautiful figure with silver hair. However, this time, knowing that the shell of the goddess of beauty before him was actually the product of his own remains ascending, Ebner's gaze toward her was inevitably a little strange, though it did not stop him from admiring her beauty. "It seems you have already explored that place." Lilith, who had once more descended into the body of the goddess of beauty, was the first to speak with a smile. Ebner carefully studied his body, now completely transformed into female form, and noticed that she was still wearing the same red shirt he had once worn as a vampire duke. Although it was actually quite a fine mystical item, he still found it a little shabby. "Next time I come, I need to prepare a few good-looking outfits for myself, no, for Lilith. In my memory, Lamia actually loved wearing pretty clothes, and even changed into quite a few anime styles just to please me." After muttering inwardly, Ebner nodded slightly on the surface and said, yes. I recalled what happened when I was Felipe. Felipe was the alias Ebner had given himself when he was Giuseppe Castilla. At this point, he could not help but ask, do you know how Lamia is now? Lamia may have been my avatar, but at the time, she, or rather I, did not know my true nature. Later, while searching for you, she encountered danger and perished, Lilith replied casually. How did she die? Ebner frowned and asked. I ran into Sia. You know, Lamia's strength was only at the level of an ancient alchemist. She could not possibly have been the opponent of a spawn of God. Lilith smiled as she responded, as though speaking of someone other than herself. Sia. Why would it attack Lamia? Wait. I remember Lilith once said that the material used for Lamia's avatar was the same as Miss Plant, taken from some unknown plant. That plant was attractive to the mother tree of desire. But if she used that material to create an avatar, Lilith could not have been unaware of this. So, Lamia being killed by Sia was also part of your plan. Ebner thought this and asked aloud. Lilith only curved her lips into a smile and remained silent. Ebner immediately realized that there were things Lilith could not say, otherwise the mother tree of desire would inevitably sense them. After pondering for a while, he tentatively asked, does it have something to do with the event where the mother tree of desire tried to infect the tenebrous world through the sea monster's mind? After ascending to demigod and deepening his connection with the all-knowing eye and the pure white angel in the land of Evernight, Ebner had discovered that the memory seal was lifted. He could now freely think about matters related to the old ones without being polluted. Lilith raised a finger to his lips and said meaningfully, some things you should understand in your heart, but don't always say them out loud. Otherwise, even you cannot fully block that one's perception. As she spoke, she suddenly stepped forward, leaned to Ebner's ear, her gaze half-hidden, lips almost touching as she whispered, I can only tell you this, the imprint of the tenebrous world, after being stripped away by the god of fortune, once entered that unknown space. Feeling her breath at his ear and catching her fragrance at his nose, Ebner cursed inwardly. The goddess before him was truly adept at using her body and words to create an ambiguous atmosphere. And she's using my own body, too. Ebner felt an uncomfortable reaction in a sensitive place and had to divert his attention, thinking instead about the meaning behind Lilith's words. Since the pollution in the land of Evernight most likely comes from the concept of Lubo. That means the imprint of the tenebrous world had already taken the form of Lubo. Then my earlier guess was broadly correct, indeed, the tenebrous world was a trap prepared for the mother tree of desire. But Lamia, her essence was a special plant. Could it be that she was a suitable vessel of spirit and power for the mother tree? Wait, that proof of lost mind necklace, could it have once been Lamia? If that is true, then the mother tree of desire was probably ensnared from the very beginning. Unknown plants, always unknown. If my speculation is correct, then the reason Lamia was arranged to stay by my side for those years might also have been to continue nurturing her essence in the land of Evernight. Although Ebner was very certain that the feelings he had shared with Lamia were genuine, after all, Lilith herself admitted that much of her current humanity stemmed from that period, he still held a degree of wariness toward deities. He could not fully believe her motives were so simple, even if she behaved as though she were his wife, his lover. But I can't just ask her directly why she treats me with such indulgence, the consequences would be unpredictable, and I don't have the strength to survive a bad end right now. Taking a deep breath, Ebner shifted the topic and asked something else, do you know about the ritual Roselle designed, the one held 11 years ago? That was likely the plan of the fallen mother goddess. Seeing that Ebner remained unmoved by her teasing, Lilith deliberately stepped back a few paces and shook her head with a smile. I am not all-knowing and almighty. If I had known in advance, that experiment would never have been carried out. This should have been planned by the you of the Calamity Seal together with knowledge or Adam. I do not know the details. That version of you was rather special. Neither I nor the Evernight goddess had much interaction with you, only watching from afar. You and the Evernight goddess. Could it be that the goddess really is? Remembering how terrifying she was in the original story, the pressure in Ebner's heart surged, though outwardly he pressed, what was special about the Calamity Seal? That is something you must uncover yourself. I cannot tell you directly. But, I can give you a hint. Why do you think that whether it was the god of fortune, or Rhine, or Vicente, in so many of your lives, you always stopped at sequence 2?